close your eyes, take a slow breath in, and let it go. Welcome, traveler, to tonight's journey. You are safe, you are warm, and you have nowhere to be except here. Tonight, we will wander together, not quickly, not urgently, but slowly, along the long and winding paths of the Silk Road. Imagine a landscape stretched with gentle hills, wide plains, and quiet river valleys. This was the early Silk Road, not yet a single defined path, but a series of interconnected trails that wound across mountains and deserts, linking distant settlements with a delicate thread of exchange. Travelers would rise with the sun, the air crisp with morning dew, and prepare their modest loads, small bundles of silk, grain, or pottery, wrapped carefully in linen. Each item was precious, not because it was extraordinary, but because it was necessary, useful, and sometimes rare to the distant communities it would reach. In the earliest days, these routes were not bustling highways. Instead, they resembled a slow network of quiet paths, often followed by only a handful of traders at a time. Towns along these paths were small and functional. Walls, where they existed, were low. Gates were opened and closed by villagers at predictable times of day. The main purpose of these settlements was to provide water, shelter, and a place to trade, rather than to impress. Stalls were modest, often simple wooden tables or cloths spread over the ground, with goods arranged in careful rows, jars of dried fruit, bundles of grain, bolts of fabric, and small, handcrafted items. Life in these towns was structured by routines, many of which now seem uneventful, but which were essential for sustaining travel and commerce. Morning often began with the ringing of small bells in the town square, signaling the opening of gates and the start of the day's trade. Merchants would inspect their wares, check the quality of fabric, polish small metal goods, and occasionally taste a sample of dried fruit or nuts to ensure they had not spoiled. These minor checks, repeated day after day, kept the rhythm of trade smooth and predictable. Caravans moving along these early routes were carefully organized. Even small groups had assigned responsibilities. One person managed the animals, another oversaw food rations, and yet another kept track of distances and landmarks. Camels, oxen, or horses carried most of the load, and their well-being was of the utmost importance. Travelers often rose before dawn to tend to their animals, ensuring water and fodder were available, hooves were free from stones, and harnesses were adjusted just so. Each day, distances were measured in the hours it took to walk between known water sources, rather than in miles. Travelers would pause at springs or wells, refilling leather bags and letting their animals graze for a brief time before continuing along the winding trails. Interestingly, much of the commerce along these early Silk Road routes consisted of exchange of everyday items rather than exotic treasures. Grain, salt, dried fruit, and simple cloth were more common than gold or gemstones. Traders relied on careful observation of local needs and shortages. If a village had recently suffered a poor harvest, grain would fetch a slightly higher price. If another settlement had abundant cloth, they might trade it for pottery or metal tools. Over time, this subtle, quiet exchange helped knit distant communities together in an almost invisible network of dependency. Letters and simple ledgers were beginning to appear, though literacy was not widespread. In some towns, local scribes kept basic records: how many animals arrived, what goods were exchanged, and which traders had paid their tolls or taxes. Most of these records were utilitarian, often kept in thin strips of bark, clay tablets or simple paper. They were not intended as stories or chronicles, but as practical reminders, ensuring that the flow of goods and payments remained orderly. The presence of such records also hints at a slow, careful organization underlying what might otherwise appear to be a wandering, unstructured set of paths. Daily life for local villagers was equally steady. Children might rise early to assist in the household, sweeping the courtyard, carrying water, or tending small flocks of chickens or goats. Adults would maintain the buildings, repair fences, or prepare food for travelers. Meals were simple: porridge, flatbread, dried fruit, and occasionally meat, often preserved by drying or salting. Food preparation followed a familiar rhythm. Fires were lit at predictable times, pots and pans were cleaned immediately after use, and utensils were carefully arranged for the next meal. Even these small tasks, repeated daily, created a sense of continuity and security in an otherwise expansive and occasionally unpredictable landscape. Weather and seasons dictated much of the daily schedule. Travelers avoided crossing deserts during the hottest hours, and mountain passes were traversed slowly when snow or rain made footing uncertain. Caravans often moved at a pace of just a few kilometers per hour, pausing frequently for rest. Villagers anticipated these movements, timing their meals and water distribution to coincide with arrivals. It was a slow, deliberate existence, where attention to routine ensured survival more than adventure or excitement. Despite the simplicity of these activities, there was a subtle beauty in this slow rhythm. The rise and fall of the sun over rolling hills, the careful tending of animals, the measured exchange of goods, and the daily conversations in modest marketplaces all contributed to a quietly sustained culture. Travelers would sometimes record minor details: the particular flavor of a local bread, the arrangement of stones along a well, the way shadows fell across the wooden beams of an inn. These details, though seemingly trivial, formed the texture of life along the Silk Road in its earliest stages. Evenings were particularly calm. As the sun dipped behind distant mountains, towns would grow quiet. Animals were secured, stalls closed, and fires reduced to gentle embers. Merchants and villagers alike might take this time to mend clothing, inspect goods, or simply sit together in soft conversation. The air carried a mixture of scents: warm bread, hay, and the faint mineral aroma of riverbeds. Occasionally, a traveler would look at a distant ridge, wondering how the path would continue, or how long the road would stretch before reaching the next settlement. Such thoughts often lingered, unresolved, as the night settled over the valley. It is important to remember that the early Silk Road was never a single, bustling thoroughfare lined with spectacular landmarks or grand palaces. It was a quiet, human-centered network. Its significance lay not in monumental events, but in the accumulation of small, repeated acts: tending to animals, measuring distances, counting goods, and performing daily tasks with care. Each day, each small effort contributed to a larger tapestry of connections that would eventually span continents, link cultures, and quietly shape history. And yet, even with all this care and routine, many questions remained. How did these seemingly ordinary routines influence the flow of goods across such vast distances? How did a simple trade of grain or cloth ripple across the network of communities, altering lives in subtle ways? And perhaps most curiously, what might the quiet persistence of these daily tasks reveal about the people who traveled these early paths, people whose names we may never know, but whose repeated, careful actions formed the foundation of one of the most significant networks in human history. As night deepened, the lanterns in small inns flickered gently, shadows danced on walls, and the roads seemed to pause in a moment of restful anticipation. Travelers rested, animals slept, and towns quietly held the weight of history in their unremarkable streets. Somewhere beyond the horizon, the paths continued, waiting for another morning, another caravan, and another day of slow, steady progress. As the Silk Road began to extend its quiet threads across continents, the lives of travelers and townsfolk deepened in their subtle routines. While Section 1 explored the general rhythms of daily life, Section 2 allows us to move more slowly into the details of travel, preparation, and interaction. It was not the grand gestures of empires that defined these early days, but the small, persistent acts that sustained commerce and culture. Caravans formed the backbone of travel. A single caravan might consist of a few merchants, their families, and a cluster of animals, often camels, donkeys, or horses. Larger groups, sometimes numbering in the dozens, moved carefully across plains and mountain passes. Each member had a clear role, and this division of labor was precise. One person might lead the animals, another carry the accounting tools or ledgers, and another scout ahead for water sources or signs of worn trails. Even minor deviations missing a spring, misjudging a ridge could slow progress for hours. Therefore, planning was meticulous. Routes were chosen based on seasonal conditions, knowledge of local villages, and the endurance of both humans and animals. Food preparation and storage became a delicate balance. Travelers relied on dried grains, salted meat, and preserved fruits. These were packed carefully to prevent spoilage, often in woven baskets or leather sacks, and checked daily. Each morning, a brief inspection of rations occurred. The slight softness of bread, the scent of dried fruit, and the firmness of preserved meat all indicated whether supplies were adequate for the day's journey. Occasionally, a caravan might stop at a village to replenish stock. These stops were brief but organized, an exchange of goods, some light repairs, and a small meal before continuing. Animals were treated with slow attentiveness. Camels, in particular, were the preferred mode of transport across deserts, thanks to their endurance and capacity to carry heavy loads. Feeding and watering required both knowledge and patience. For instance, camels were given small amounts of water at intervals rather than all at once to prevent illness, and their hooves were inspected carefully each evening to avoid discomfort that could slow the journey. Travelers spoke softly to their animals, not only to calm them, but to maintain the rhythm of a long, steady march. The towns along the route were more than resting points. They were small centers of exchange, both material and social. Merchants, arriving from distant lands, brought news as well as goods. In the market square, the conversation was quiet yet purposeful. A trader from the east might describe the new techniques of weaving, while a villager would note recent rainfall or crop conditions. Such exchanges, though seemingly ordinary, created a network of knowledge that moved almost invisibly along the road. People learned which regions had surplus grain, which towns required certain textiles, and how travel conditions varied from season to season. In this way, even minor chatter helped maintain the flow of commerce across vast distances. Sleep schedules were often synchronized with the environment. In deserts, travelers would rise before dawn to avoid the heat and move slowly during midday, resting under shade when available. At night, campfires were minimal, only enough to prepare a small meal or provide warmth. The flicker of firelight illuminated small rituals, checking the animals, folding blankets, or retying sacks of grain. The repetition of these minor actions created a comforting rhythm both for the body and for the mind. Administrative routines also played a quiet but crucial role. Taxes and tolls were often modest, yet strictly observed. Town officials recorded the passage of caravans, the type of goods carried, and payments made. Receipts were simple and brief, often on strips of leather, bark, or paper. Traders, in turn, kept small ledgers to track their inventory and debts. This bureaucracy may seem tedious, but it provided a predictable framework within which long-distance trade could flourish. Even minor errors in recording could ripple outward, causing confusion. For travelers hundreds of miles away, the regularity of such routines added a subtle stability to an otherwise unpredictable life on the road. Daily life in the villages also reflected quiet discipline. Children helped with sweeping, carrying water, or tending small gardens, while adults maintained buildings, repaired roads, and prepared food. Everyone contributed to the orderly functioning of the settlement. Meals were shared in silence more often than not, with the occasional comment about weather or travel plans. Food was always simple: grain porridge, bread, dried fruit, and occasionally meat preserved in salt. These routines created continuity, binding generations together in shared habits and expectations. Trade goods themselves offer insight into the slow, methodical nature of the Silk Road. Silk, for example, was not merely a luxury. It was often exchanged for practical purposes, such as clothing, blankets, or simple decorative purposes. Grain, salt, and pottery were in constant rotation, and the careful assessment of quality was routine. Merchants would handle each item, in turn inspecting texture, weight, and smell, ensuring it met standards before accepting or exchanging it. These seemingly mundane actions were the foundation of trust between distant communities, ensuring that trade could continue without formal contracts or enforcement. The movement of knowledge was another subtle but pervasive feature. Alongside goods, ideas traveled slowly, often unremarkably. Travelers shared information about weather, local customs, or minor innovations in agriculture or weaving. Monks and pilgrims carried prayers, chants, and ritual knowledge across regions. Such exchanges were gradual, often unnoticed, yet over decades they shaped cultural understanding across continents. Even the smallest observations, the method of drying fruit, the construction of a well, or a system for recording debts could spread quietly from village to village, influencing distant settlements in ways that were rarely recognized at the time. Evenings along the Silk Road brought a gentle pause. Travelers would secure their animals, repair harnesses or tents, and sometimes write brief notes for the next day. Villagers would close market stalls, store leftover goods, and light fires for warmth or cooking. The air carried a mixture of scents: warm bread, smoked meat, herbs, and the faint aroma of dust from the road. Conversation was minimal, often reflective. Traders might recount the day's distances, the condition of paths, or the temperament of animals, while villagers listened and added their own observations. Yet despite the apparent monotony, there was an underlying curiosity that sustained movement along these paths. Travelers often wondered about distant towns, the origin of certain fabrics, or the nature of customs in faraway villages. Villagers, too, were curious about the goods and stories carried by those who passed through. This quiet, persistent curiosity encouraged observation and careful record-keeping. gradually knitting a vast network of knowledge across diverse landscapes. It is remarkable to consider that such ordinary, even uneventful, activities accumulated over time to form one of the most extensive trade networks in human history. Each meal prepared, each ledger updated, each animal tended, and each path traced contributed to the cohesion of a network that would eventually link China with Central Asia, Persia, and beyond. The repetition of these small tasks, day after day, year after year, created the foundation upon which more noticeable historical events could later take place. As night fell and the campfires burned low, travelers and villagers alike paused to rest. The roads themselves seemed to breathe slowly, holding the quiet stories of countless journeys. Every well-trodden path, every small in every modest market table, carried with it layers of history. And yet, even as we observe these routines, questions linger. How did the repetition of such small, ordinary acts shape the social and economic structures of distant lands? What might these daily rhythms reveal about the people who traveled and settled along these paths, their priorities, and their resilience? In the gentle hush of twilight, one might imagine the quiet continuity stretching far into the distance. Mountains, deserts, rivers, and plains were silent witnesses to the steady passage of humans and animals. The smallest gestures, a sack of grain, refilling a water skin, tying a camel's harness, were as significant as any grand event. In their quiet persistence, these actions ensured that the Silk Road was more than a set of paths. It became a living network of human care, curiosity, and quiet endurance. And so, the early Silk Road moved forward in its understated way, with no fanfare, yet with enduring impact. Travelers and villagers alike, through small, repetitive tasks and careful attention to routine, created a slow but unbroken thread linking people, cultures, and ideas. The question remains: how did these understated routines and ordinary exchanges influence the more visible history of empires, cities, and far-reaching trade? And perhaps, how might we see echoes of this quiet diligence in the ways that people and communities connect today? As we move into the final section of this story, it becomes clear that the Silk Road was less a single, spectacular highway than a network of small, deliberate efforts, repeated quietly across years and decades. What we might call boring routines, feeding animals, checking supplies, keeping records, or tending fires, were the very processes that held this early network together. By observing them, we gain a sense of the understated but steady influence of human diligence on the course of history. Travelers, after days of walking between villages, came to understand the rhythm of the land intimately. They noticed the subtle changes in soil color, the way wind swept across the plains, or how mountain shadows lengthened differently in the morning and evening. These observations guided movement, where water might be found, how far to push a caravan in a day, and when to rest animals to avoid fatigue. Even minor errors, such as misjudging the height of a riverbank or the hardness of a path, were lessons learned slowly, methodically, and often quietly. Merchants continued to exchange goods with care and attention. Silk was unrolled and examined for tears or imperfections. Grain was sifted for foreign seeds or small pests. Pottery was handled gently to avoid chips. These acts, repeated countless times, ensured that trade remained reliable even without modern infrastructure or technology. Similarly, Villagers tended to their roles with quiet diligence. Markets were kept clean, wells were regularly inspected, and paths leading into and out of town were maintained. There was no hurry in these activities, rather. They were governed by an understanding that consistency mattered more than speed or spectacle. Over time, small settlements became subtle hubs of knowledge. Villagers and travelers alike learned to read the land, understand minor shifts in trade trends, and observe behaviors that hinted at upcoming changes. For instance, if more caravans arrived carrying grain from the north, it might signal a poor harvest elsewhere. If silk from the east appeared in increasing quantities, it might indicate a production surplus or innovation in weaving techniques. These were small, almost imperceptible cues, yet they guided decisions, shaped local economies, and influenced interactions across vast distances. Alongside trade, communication continued at a slow, steady pace. Letters, simple notes, and informal messages passed between villages and towns were often carried by travelers themselves. Messages might concern payment, delivery, or requests for particular goods. Though the system was modest and sometimes unreliable, it worked because of the regularity of human activity, the predictable arrival of caravans, the careful recording of goods, and the quiet discipline of town officials. In essence, the Silk Road's infrastructure was as much social as it was physical. People and communities connected through reliability, observation, and a shared understanding of routine. Food and daily sustenance were central to this quiet order. Meals, though unremarkable in composition, reflected careful planning and local knowledge. Bread was baked in small ovens, sometimes enhanced with dried herbs. Grains were stored in clay jars to prevent spoilage. Meat was salted, dried, or smoked. For preservation, travelers would often carry modest provisions for several days, supplementing them with locally sourced food when available. These routines may seem ordinary, yet they exemplified the careful planning and patience required to sustain long-distance travel over vast, challenging terrain. Medical practices, too, were modest but methodical. Herbs, poultices, and basic techniques were employed to address minor ailments. Travelers might stop at a village to receive treatment for blisters, mild fevers, or stomach discomfort, relying on the knowledge of local practitioners. These small interventions were rarely dramatic, but they ensured the survival and continued movement of both people and animals. In an environment where the landscape could be demanding and distances long, such slow, steady attention to health was indispensable. The infrastructure of the road itself was quietly remarkable. Small bridges, leveled paths, and way stations made travel more predictable. Even minor repairs, such as reinforcing a well or maintaining a fence along a grazing area, had a cumulative effect that facilitated trade. Every careful act, repeated over time, strengthened the system as a whole. In this sense, the boring work of maintenance was as historically significant as the rare moments of ceremony or conquest recorded in more traditional histories. At night, the quiet rhythm of the Silk Road continued. Travelers secured their animals, tents were tied down against wind, and embers glowed faintly in the darkness. Villagers would finish their chores, preparing for the next day with a sense of routine. There was no spectacle, no urgency, the steady continuation of life. In this rhythm, the Silk Road achieved a subtle, enduring impact. The network persisted because people acted consistently, carefully, and attentively, day after day, reflecting on the human element. It is remarkable how ordinary individuals influenced a vast network. Merchants, innkeepers, scribes, and villagers, contributed incrementally, often unnoticed by history, to the creation of a transcontinental connection. Each ledger entry, each animal tended, each careful inspection of goods, and each simple conversation added a small thread to the Silk Road's fabric. These actions may have seemed inconsequential at the moment, yet their cumulative effect shaped trade, cultural exchange, and the spread of ideas. The quiet persistence of the Silk Road also influenced culture and technology. Techniques of weaving, food preservation, record keeping, and animal husbandry spread gradually across regions. Even without formal institutions or instruction, people learned from observation, repetition, and practical experience. Cultural practices adapted subtly to accommodate travelers, to ensure goods remained viable, or to facilitate exchanges that were predictable and reliable. Over generations, these routines became embedded in local practices, shaping societies in ways that were quiet but enduring. It is interesting to imagine the human mindset along these early roads. Travelers, bound by routine, yet curious about distant lands. Villagers, focused on daily survival, yet attuned to changes in trade patterns and weather. Scribes, careful with records, ensuring that information flowed with consistency. These ordinary people, by performing ordinary tasks, faithfully created a network capable of bridging thousands of miles, mountains, deserts, and rivers. In the absence of grand monuments or dramatic events, the Silk Road persisted through routine, observation, and quiet discipline. Even today, one can sense the lingering influence of these early routines. Modern trade networks, postal systems, and communication pathways may be technologically advanced, but their underlying principles, reliability, careful observation, and small, repeated acts echo the work of these early travelers. The Silk Road reminds us that history is often constructed not by singular dramatic events, but by the quiet accumulation of consistent, methodical action. As we close this story, consider the everyday life of those early traders and villagers. Imagine the sunrise over dusty paths, the quiet exchange of simple goods, the careful tending of animals, the checking of ledgers, the simple meals shared in silence. The Silk Road was, in its earliest form, a network sustained by patience and attention, where even small acts had lasting effects. How did these modest routines ripple across distant lands? How might the careful work of unknown merchants and villagers have shaped the larger patterns of history? And in thinking about their daily lives, their quiet diligence, their measured curiosity, what might we learn about the enduring power of routine and the understated impact of ordinary human effort? As night falls across the hills and plains, the roads rest, ready for another day. Small inns lie silent, fires dim, and animals sleep in their pens. Somewhere beyond the horizon, trails await new travelers, new exchanges, and new repetitions of routines that have quietly shaped human history for generations. And in this gentle continuity, there is a lesson for us today, that the ordinary, performed faithfully, can leave a mark that endures far beyond what we can immediately see. In the heart of Central Asia, the early Silk Road threaded through steppelands, rolling hills, and quiet oases. Towns were modest clusters of dwellings, usually constructed from mud, bricks, or timber, with narrow streets winding between simple market squares. Here, life moved at a gentle rhythm, dictated not by grand events or wars, but by the careful organization of trade, the regularity of daily tasks, and the subtle patterns of human behavior. The markets themselves were unassuming. Wooden stores, cloth-covered tables, and low benches were arranged neatly, often around a central well or fountain. Goods were displayed with care: small bundles of dried fruit, strings of nuts, tightly wrapped cloths, clay jars of grain, and occasionally metal implements or small trinkets. Each item had a place, each row a logic that made inspection easier. The merchants, wearing simple tunics and often straw hats, handled goods gently, lifting a bolt of fabric, turning a jar, or weighing a bundle with steady hands. Trade in Central Asia required both patience and organization. Caravans arriving from distant regions brought a mix of local and foreign goods. Silk might arrive from the east, carried carefully in linen-wrapped bundles. Salt or dried grains might come from nearby settlements. Pottery, bronze, tools, or wooden utensils from towns further west. Merchants needed to know not only the quality of the items, but also the subtle preferences of potential buyers. Which towns preferred coarser grains, which fabrics had brighter dyes, and which pots were best for storing water were all practical concerns, observed and memorized through experience. Pricing was determined with quiet negotiation. There was little room for sudden, dramatic haggling. Instead, a careful dialogue unfolded. The seller might weigh a bundle, touch the fibers of a fabric, or tap a jar to assess thickness. The buyer, observing gestures and listening to explanations, would counter with modest offers. This back and forth could last several minutes or even an hour, yet it was conducted without urgency. The goal was not confrontation, but an exchange satisfactory to both parties, ensuring that goods and money flowed steadily and predictably. Merchants themselves lived by subtle routines. Early mornings were spent inspecting goods and cleaning their stalls. Animals were tended, water containers filled, and tents or awnings adjusted for shade. They took note of the sun's angle, the wind's direction, and even the dust on the ground, all of which could influence sales and the condition of their merchandise. Midday brought a slow rhythm of trade, punctuated by meals, flatbread, dried fruit, and occasionally meat preserved in salt or smoked. Conversations were quiet, often practical, about travel routes, the availability of goods, or the timing of the next caravan. Record keeping was modest but essential. Small ledgers or slips of bark were used to track quantities of goods sold, debts owed, and payments received. In some towns, local scribes assisted merchants, copying information into simple columns, ensuring that records remained consistent across visits. These documents were rarely elaborate. They did not describe dramatic events or elaborate narratives. They simply noted what was necessary for commerce to continue smoothly. Yet, these small, repeated actions allowed towns hundreds of miles apart to maintain reliable trade links. Markets also served as quiet centers of social exchange. Villagers and travelers met not only to trade goods, but also to share news. A merchant might mention an upcoming festival in a distant town, or a villager might describe recent weather changes or the arrival of a notable traveler. These conversations were measured, often brief, but they created a subtle network of knowledge, allowing communities to adapt to changes in supply, demand, or travel conditions. Even small pieces of information, a slightly delayed caravan, an increase in grain prices, or the discovery of a new spring could influence the decisions of others. In meaningful ways, animals continued to play a central role in trade. Camels, horses, and donkeys were tended with care, their needs anticipated by experienced handlers. A single sick camel could slow an entire caravan, so attention to health, water, and nutrition was paramount. Caravans moved at a slow pace, often measured in a few hours between water sources or towns. These intervals became natural pauses, allowing merchants to inspect their goods, rest animals, and maintain equipment. The rhythm of life was thus dictated by a blend of human planning and the measured pace of the animals on which commerce depended. Even the layout of the towns contributed to this steady rhythm. Streets were narrow, guiding the movement of carts and animals. Wells and fountains were placed at intervals convenient for daily chores. Market squares were central, easily accessible. From the main entrances, such planning, though simple, created predictable patterns for both travelers and villagers. People moved along familiar routes, repeated similar tasks, and relied on the quiet consistency of their environment. Meals, as always, followed careful routines. Flour was ground in small stone mills, grains boiled into simple porridges, and bread baked in clay ovens. Fruits and vegetables were dried or salted to preserve them, and meat was often smoked or cured. These methods were neither new nor particularly spectacular, but they were effective, allowing travelers to carry provisions over long distances while villagers could maintain a reliable food supply. Cooking itself was a slow, methodical process. Fire tended carefully, water measured, and utensils cleaned immediately afterward. Every act contributed to the calm order of the day. Markets were also spaces for minor craftsmanship. Artisans repaired tools, wove simple textiles, or carved wood for local use. These tasks were quiet, repetitive, and detailed. A weaver might measure threads carefully, a potter shape clay slowly, and a blacksmith hammer metal methodically. These actions, though ordinary, ensured the trade could continue without disruption. Goods remained functional, durable, and acceptable to buyers, sustaining the flow of commerce across hundreds of miles. Children were often present in markets, learning from the routines around them. They carried small baskets, observed negotiations, and helped with simple tasks. In doing so, knowledge passed gradually from one generation to the next. Skills, observations, and practical methods were transmitted quietly, almost invisibly, yet over time they reinforced the entire network of trade and daily life. This was not formal education, but an informal, consistent training that helped ensure continuity. Evenings brought a slower tempo. Stalls were packed away, animals secured, and towns grew quiet. The smell of bread baking, the sound of water in fountains, and the flicker of small fires created a calm atmosphere. Merchants might review their ledgers, check supplies, or plan. For the next day, villagers would finish household tasks, sweeping streets, repairing minor damages, or preparing meals for the following day. There was no rush, no urgency, just a gentle winding down of the day's activities. And yet, within this ordinary rhythm, curiosity persisted. Travelers and merchants often wondered about distant towns, the quality of fabric in another market, the preparation of a new dish, or the arrangement of goods in a far-off village. Villagers, too, noticed these arrivals with interest, observing styles, methods, and tools. These small observations, repeated over years, facilitated a gradual exchange of ideas, techniques, and knowledge across Central Asia. Even the most mundane interactions carried the potential to influence distant communities in subtle, long-lasting ways. The daily work of trade was not dramatic, but it created enduring connections. Each careful inspection, each measured step of an animal, Each recorded note in a ledger contributed to a network that was remarkably resilient. Towns and villages could adapt to changes, respond to new goods, and maintain continuity over vast distances. The rhythm of markets, the cycle of meals, and the predictable movement of caravans created a structure that allowed culture, technology, and commerce to flow steadily. As night fell across Central Asia, one could imagine the lanterns flickering. In small market stalls, the soft murmur of conversations and the quiet rest of animals. The landscape, stretched under a vast sky, held within it countless routines, careful actions, and persistent observations. The Silk Road thrived not through spectacle or sudden triumphs, but through the slow, steady efforts of countless ordinary people, performing ordinary tasks with diligence and care. Even in these unremarkable moments, sorting grain, inspecting cloth, leading a camel along a dusty path, history was being written. Knowledge, trade, and culture were transmitted, sustained by quiet repetition. Over time, these daily acts created patterns that would endure long after the original travelers had passed from the roads they walked. And so, the question lingers, quietly but persistently: how did these steady, measured routines shape the broader trajectory of trade and culture across Central Asia? What might the careful observations, subtle negotiations, and disciplined routines of ordinary merchants and villagers reveal about the hidden forces that connect societies, even across vast distances? How did the rhythm of the market, day after day, contribute to the remarkable resilience and continuity of life along the Silk Road? As we continue along the quiet rhythms of Central Asian markets, we begin to notice subtler patterns, ones that often go unnoticed, yet were essential to the functioning of trade and daily life. While Section 1 introduced the daily routines and basic organization of merchants, caravans, and towns, Section 2 explores the finer details of interaction, adaptation, and the slow accumulation of knowledge that gave these markets their enduring significance. Merchants often maintained a predictable schedule, moving goods from one settlement to the next with remarkable consistency. A caravan might travel from one oasis town to another in several days, pausing for water and shelter along the way. Each stop was an opportunity to observe local needs, assess supply, and plan future exchanges. Traders would note which products were in demand, which villages produced surplus goods, and how prices fluctuated seasonally. Over time, this careful observation became second nature, a rhythm as steady and familiar as the sun rising over the steppe. Goods themselves were varied, yet each carried its own quiet story. Textiles were inspected not only for color and weave, but also for suitability to local climates. Wool might be coarser in northern towns, lighter and more flexible in southern oases. Dried fruits and grains were examined for freshness, moisture, content, and storage suitability. Pottery and metal implements were handled gently, checked for cracks or defects. These small inspections, repeated with care day after day, created a sense of reliability for both buyer and seller. The trust built through consistent quality and predictable trade was as important as the goods themselves. The markets also reflected subtle adaptations to seasonal rhythms. Spring brought fresh fruits and grains from nearby fields, and caravans timed their departures to coincide with harvests. Summer heat dictated early morning and late evening trade, with long midday pauses. Under shade or in autumn brought preserved foods and preparations for the winter months. While winter itself slowed travel, but encouraged merchants to focus on local trade and the maintenance of goods. Each season added a layer of predictability, allowing townsfolk and travelers alike to anticipate patterns and plan accordingly. Record keeping was a quiet but vital part of the system. Merchants kept track of quantities sold, debts owed, and the availability of particular goods. Ledgers were simple, often columns of numbers and brief notes, but they allowed traders to navigate the long distances between settlements with confidence. Even the smallest errors, a misplaced figure, a forgotten transaction, could disrupt the flow of trade. In this way, the careful documentation of everyday activity was not trivial. It was the backbone of the network's reliability. Interaction among merchants was also shaped by subtle social norms. Haggling was conducted with restraint and attention to mutual respect. A conversation might start with a question about a product's origin or quality, followed by a measured counteroffer, often concluded with a polite acknowledgement or nod. The goal was harmony, not confrontation. Over time, these small interactions built a network of trust, ensuring that traders would return to familiar towns and partners, reinforcing the stability of trade across Central Asia. Animals continued to demand steady attention. Camels, prized for their endurance, required careful feeding, watering, and rest. Horses and donkeys were similarly tended, their health a priority not only for the success of individual traders, but for the smooth functioning of the caravan system. Travelers would rise before dawn to check hooves, adjust harnesses, and ensure that each animal was ready for the day's journey. Even minor neglect could slow a caravan, making these small acts of care indispensable. Markets were not only centers of commerce but also hubs of minor craftsmanship. Local artisans repaired tools, wove textiles, and crafted small household items for both residents and travelers. These activities were repetitive and quiet but essential. A weaver might spend hours measuring threads and weaving a single bolt of cloth, while a potter shaped clay patiently over a slow-burning kiln. These ordinary acts maintained the local economy, ensuring that goods remained functional and available for trade. Villagers and merchants alike passed on knowledge through observation. Children learned the rhythms of trade by carrying small baskets, observing negotiations, and assisting adults with minor tasks. Apprentices absorbed the subtleties of pricing, the careful handling of goods, and the methods of record keeping. Knowledge traveled quietly from one generation to the next, embedding practical skills in communities over time. These small transmissions of experience were as vital as any written contract or formal instruction. Travelers often recorded minor details of daily life, contributing to a subtle spread of information across regions. A merchant might note the quality of local wheat, the methods of bread preparation, or the construction of a village well. Such notes, exchanged between traders or carried in letters, created a gradual diffusion of practical knowledge. Even details that seemed trivial, how to repair a broken cartwheel, how to preserve fruit for longer journeys, or how to tie a camel's harness, effectively contributed to the continuity and resilience of the trade network. Food, preparation, and storage followed careful routines. Bread was baked daily in small ovens, grains were boiled into simple porridges, and meat was salted or smoked. These methods were repeated consistently, ensuring travelers could carry provisions over long distances without spoilage. Even the act of cleaning utensils or arranging food for the next meal became part of the quiet rhythm of life, reinforcing order and predictability in both towns and caravans. Trade routes were intertwined with local governance. Town officials maintained records of arrivals, departures, and tolls. They inspected goods, recorded payments, and occasionally mediated minor disputes. This administrative work, though repetitive, allowed the markets to function predictably. Travelers and villagers knew what to expect, reducing uncertainty and encouraging participation in trade networks. The slow, steady work of governance underpinned the reliability of everyday commerce. Evenings were marked by calm reflection. Merchants might review the day's transactions, check ledgers, and prepare goods for the next day. Villagers completed household tasks, swept streets, or tended fires. Conversations were gentle, often focused on minor observations or practical matters. The health of animals, the arrival of a distant caravan, or the ripeness of fruits in a nearby orchard. In these unremarkable exchanges, continuity was reinforced, and the rhythm of life along the Silk Road persisted. The quiet persistence of these routines was crucial for the exchange of knowledge, goods, and culture. Over time, small observations, whether about the quality of textiles, methods of food preservation, or techniques of water management, spread along the trade network. Travelers carried these insights, sometimes unconsciously, across vast distances. What may have seemed trivial in a single village became meaningful when, combined with the accumulated experience of countless other towns along the route. Markets also functioned as spaces for minor celebrations and rituals, often tied to seasonal cycles or the arrival of particularly distant caravans. These events were never grand spectacles, but offered subtle reinforcement of community cohesion. People shared meals, observed local customs, or exchanged small gifts, reinforcing social ties that supported trade and cooperation. Even these quiet gatherings contributed to the resilience of the network, creating bonds that transcended distance and language. In reflecting on these markets, it becomes clear that the Silk Road was sustained not by dramatic events or heroic figures, but by ordinary people performing ordinary tasks with care, attention, and consistency. Each careful inspection of goods, each small ledger entry, each conversation about prices or routes, each tending of animals, contributed to a network that connected distant towns, cultures, and landscapes. And yet, questions linger. How did the careful organization and predictable routines of these markets shape broader economic and cultural trends across Central Asia? What might we learn from observing the subtle patterns of trade, craft, and social interaction that persisted day after day, season after season? How did these quiet, ordinary acts contribute to the resilience of a network that would eventually link regions across continents? As night falls over the steppe, the lanterns in modest market stalls flicker softly. The quiet murmur of conversation fades, animals settle, and towns rest in preparation for the next day's rhythm. The markets, unassuming and gentle, remain central to the movement of goods, knowledge, and culture. In these calm, repetitive routines, the Silk Road endures slowly, steadily, and quietly shaping human history across vast distances. As the day's activities came to a close across the towns and oases of Central Asia, it becomes clear that the enduring power of the Silk Road lay not in dramatic moments, but in quiet, repeated actions. Merchants, villagers, and travelers contributed incrementally to the flow of goods, knowledge, and culture, forming a subtle network that connected distant regions over vast distances. This section reflects on the cumulative impact of these ordinary routines and the understated ways they shaped history. Merchants rose early, often before dawn, to prepare for the day ahead. They inspected goods carefully, checking the weave of cloth, the dryness of grains, and the integrity of containers. Camels, horses, and donkeys were tended with steady attention, their hooves cleaned, saddles adjusted, and water supplies replenished. These preparations may seem mundane, yet they were crucial for ensuring the smooth movement of caravans and the reliability of trade. Small acts of care accumulated into a dependable system, allowing goods to traverse hundreds of miles with remarkable consistency. Markets themselves were sites of subtle yet powerful organization. Stalls were arranged with care, goods displayed, to facilitate inspection, and space allocated for both visitors and animals. Traders negotiated patiently, guided by shared social norms that emphasized harmony over confrontation. Even the act of haggling was a ritual, repeated daily, forming patterns of interaction that were both predictable and effective. These routines created trust, not only between individual merchants and buyers, but across entire networks of towns and villages. Record keeping reinforced the quiet stability of these communities. Simple ledgers, often consisting of columns of numbers and brief notes, tracked sales, debts, and the movement of goods. Administrators in towns verified entries, monitored tolls, and occasionally mediated minor disputes. This bureaucratic diligence was unremarkable, yet indispensable. It allowed merchants to travel confidently, knowing that transactions would be documented and that their reliability would be recognized across the region. In this way, even the most ordinary paperwork contributed to the functioning of a complex, multi-regional system. Animals continued to shape the rhythm of life. Camels were especially valued for their endurance and ability to carry heavy loads, while horses and donkeys provided flexibility for shorter or more difficult journeys. Traders tended to them methodically, ensuring proper feeding, watering, and rest. The movement of a caravan was thus a delicate choreography, with humans and animals maintaining a slow, steady pace. Each careful step, each minor pause to water a camel or adjust a load, added to the network's predictability, making it possible for distant towns to anticipate arrivals and plan accordingly. Daily, meals reinforced both routine and resilience. Bread baked in small ovens, grain boiled into simple porridges, and meat salted or smoked for preservation. These tasks were repeated consistently, providing sustenance and stability. Travelers could carry provisions over long distances without spoilage, while villagers could maintain a steady food supply. Even minor details, such as cleaning utensils or arranging food for the next meal, contributed to the overall rhythm of life. These small, repeated actions created continuity, forming a quiet, unbroken thread through each day. Markets also facilitated the gradual transmission of knowledge. Observations of weaving techniques, pottery methods, food preservation, and tool repair passed from one village to the next, often unconsciously. Travelers and merchants carried these details over hundreds of miles, allowing innovations to spread, slowly and steadily. Even small insights, how to tie a camel's harness more securely, how to store grain more effectively, or how to repair a broken wheel, could influence distant communities. In this way, ordinary routines became agents of subtle, cumulative change. Social interactions reinforced stability as well. Villagers and merchants observed, learned, and passed on practical skills. Children assisted with minor tasks, gradually absorbing routines and techniques. Apprenticeship observation, and repetition ensured that knowledge persisted across generations. These interactions were quiet, measured, and consistent, yet they formed the foundation for cultural continuity. The daily rhythm of work, exchange, and observation connected people across distance and time. Even minor festivals or seasonal rituals reinforced social cohesion and the reliability of trade. Networks, small gatherings, often timed with harvests or the arrival of distant caravans, provided opportunities to share meals, exchange knowledge, and strengthen communal ties. These events were modest, unassuming, and quiet, yet they contributed to trust and collaboration among merchants and villagers. In these subtle ways, the Silk Road persisted, relying on the ordinary. Repeated acts of countless individuals, rather than spectacular events or grandiose displays. Reflecting on this quiet network, it is evident that history was built incrementally. Each careful inspection of goods, each ledger entry, each conversation about prices or routes, and each attentive gesture toward animals formed an interwoven fabric of reliability. Small actions accumulated over time, creating patterns that allowed trade and culture to spread across vast regions of Central Asia. The resilience of the Silk Road was in large part the resilience of everyday life. The cumulative effect of these routines also shaped economic and social trends. Subtle shifts in supply, demand, or travel conditions were absorbed and adapted to through observation and repetition. Merchants anticipated changes, villagers adjusted their practices, and communities maintained continuity despite seasonal or environmental challenges. Over time, these minor adaptations created a network that was not only extensive, but remarkably durable, capable of sustaining trade across generations. In thinking about the people who traveled and lived along these routes, one notices the quiet perseverance underlying their daily lives. Travelers rose early, worked methodically, and rested with care. Villagers maintained markets, tended animals, and preserved knowledge through consistent practice. Merchants managed inventory, recorded transactions, and negotiated with patience. Their lives were not dramatic or urgent, yet through repetition, attentiveness, and routine, they shaped an enduring network of connection, commerce, and culture. Even today, echoes of these routines remain in modern systems of trade and communication. Reliability, careful observation, and repeated acts of diligence continue to underpin commerce and social organization. The Silk Road, in its earliest form, reminds us that history is often constructed not by spectacular events or heroic figures, but by the quiet accumulation of ordinary, disciplined actions. As night falls over the Central Asian steppe, lanterns flicker in modest market stalls, animals settle into pens, and towns rest quietly. The soft hum of conversation fades, and the rhythm of life slows to a gentle cadence. These unremarkable moments sorting goods, tending animals, reviewing ledgers, observing patterns are precisely what enabled the Silk Road to endure. They allowed communities separated by hundreds of miles to connect, trade, and share knowledge steadily, day after day, season after season. And so, as we conclude this story, it is worth reflecting on the understated significance of everyday actions. How did the careful, consistent routines of merchants and villagers influence the flow of goods, knowledge, and culture across Central Asia? What might the quiet rhythm of markets, repeated over decades, teach us about the enduring impact of ordinary human effort? And in imagining the lives of these early traders, craftsmen, and townsfolk, we glimpse the subtle, patient foundation upon which one of the world's most important trade networks was built. In the stillness of night, the markets rest, the caravans pause, and the land holds the memory of countless quiet days. And in that gentle continuity, the Silk Road continues to remind us that history is often the sum of ordinary acts performed faithfully, steadily, and quietly, leaving a mark that endures far beyond what any single individual could accomplish alone. As travelers and caravans moved across the vast expanses of deserts and steppe along the Silk Road, oases and inns became essential anchors in the quiet rhythm of life. These places were rarely grand or imposing. Instead, they offered modest shelter, fresh water, simple food, and a pause in the long journey. Yet, within these small havens, a rich tapestry of routine, observation, and human care unfolded, quietly sustaining the movement of people, goods, and knowledge across the region. Oases were clusters of life amidst an otherwise arid landscape. A small spring might give rise to a handful of palm trees, a patch of cultivated land, and a few modest dwellings. Travelers arriving at an oasis often marveled, not at its splendor, but at its quiet usefulness. Water was abundant enough for animals and people. Shade offered relief from the relentless sun, and small plots of crops provided fresh food for those who stopped. Villagers living at these oases followed a rhythm dictated by the cycles of water, sunlight, and the occasional arrival of caravans. Daily routines at an oasis were both practical and deliberate. Water from the spring was drawn in clay jars, sometimes filtered through simple straw or cloth, and distributed to households and animals alike. Palm leaves were trimmed to prevent decay, and crops were tended in neat, organized rows. Dates and small fruits were harvested, stored, or dried for travelers. Every task was performed with quiet attention, ensuring that the oasis remained reliable for all who passed through. Inns or caravanserais were similarly modest yet carefully organized. A single inn might consist of a walled courtyard, simple, rooms for resting, and shaded areas for animals. Travelers entered through heavy wooden gates, greeted by the innkeeper or caretaker, who noted arrivals and directed people to their designated spaces. Inside, the layout was practical. Small rooms for sleeping, benches and tables for meals, and stables for animals. Everything was designed for function, with routines that emphasized predictability and care. Meals at oases and inns were simple, but sufficient. Bread baked from local grain, small portions of boiled or dried vegetables, and occasionally salted or smoked meat formed the main sustenance. Water, tea, or thin soups offered hydration and warmth. Travelers would eat quietly, often under the shade of a tree or in a low-ceilinged room, while animals rested in the courtyard or stables. These meals were neither luxurious nor dramatic. They were carefully prepared to ensure travelers could continue their journey safely and comfortably. Animals required constant attention, even in these brief pauses. Camels were untied and watered slowly, allowing them to drink without rushing. Horses and donkeys were fed and groomed, harnesses adjusted, and minor injuries attended to with simple remedies such as herbal poultices or careful bandaging. Travelers knew that a single fatigued or injured animal could delay their journey, so these routines were observed with patience and precision. Merchants and travelers often used their time at inns to review records and organize goods. Small ledgers were checked, balances calculated, and items repacked for easier transport. Even a minor misplacement could affect the efficiency of a caravan over the following days, so care and consistency were paramount. This quiet attention to organization, often unnoticed by anyone outside the caravan, was critical to the smooth functioning of trade across hundreds of miles. Social interactions at these resting places were gentle and measured. Travelers shared minor observations, discussed the conditions of distant routes, and exchanged advice on weather, water sources, or local regulations. Villagers and innkeepers offered guidance, often describing the safest paths, the nearest spring, or the reliability of other inns along the route. These interactions were deliberate and slow, focused on accuracy and trust rather than speed or spectacle. Children and younger members of caravans often assisted in small, practical ways. They carried water to animals, swept courtyards, or helped unpack goods. By participating in these daily tasks, they learned the routines of travel, trade, and care that sustained life along the Silk Road. Knowledge passed quietly from generation to generation, embedded in ordinary tasks rather than formal instruction. Over time, these repeated actions ensured continuity, allowing both people and caravans to navigate the challenging environment with confidence. The layout of inns reflected careful consideration of safety and efficiency. Courtyards were often square or rectangular, allowing animals and carts to move in an orderly fashion. Rooms for travelers were simple, with low benches, mats, or basic bedding. Wells or cisterns were centrally located, easily accessible to both people and animals. Even the position of shade trees or small storage areas reflected an understanding of the flow of daily life, designed to minimize confusion and maximize reliability. Oases and inns also functioned as minor centers of exchange beyond mere commerce. Travelers often traded news, small tools, or crafted items. An innkeeper might receive a batch of grain or dried fruits from a visiting caravan, while a traveler might leave a small trinket in exchange for lodging or food. These exchanges were modest, often unnoticed by history, but they reinforced connections between distant communities and encouraged the slow spread of knowledge, techniques, and cultural practices. Evenings were a quiet time of reflection and preparation. Travelers secured animals, checked supplies, and rested from the day's journey. Villagers completed household tasks, swept pathways, and stored food for the night. The air carried a mixture of scents, drying herbs, baked bread, and the subtle aroma of animals. Conversations were minimal, often revolving around practical matters rather than stories or entertainment. The repetition of these simple routines created a comforting rhythm, reinforcing stability and calm for both travelers and residents. Over time, these resting places became subtle nodes in a wider network of the Silk Road. The consistent reliability of water, food, shelter, and social knowledge allowed caravans to plan journeys with confidence. Travelers could anticipate the approximate duration between inns, the availability of supplies, and the conditions of roads, contributing to a steady, predictable movement of goods and information across regions. In this way, the ordinary and repetitive routines of Oasis's life had a far-reaching impact, shaping the success and endurance of the Silk Road over generations. Even the simplest tasks held significance. Filling a water jar, repairing a harness, checking grain for pests, or arranging bedding in a guest room, all contributed to the smooth functioning of the caravan network. Though unremarkable on their own, the accumulation of these small acts created a dependable environment in which trade, travel, and cultural exchange could flourish. In this quiet order, human diligence and attention to routine became the invisible threads connecting communities across deserts and steppes as night fell. The landscape of oases and inns rested under a vast star-filled sky. The wind whispered gently through palm leaves, lanterns cast soft glows over courtyards, and the low murmur of animals blended with the occasional human voice. Travelers lay on simple bedding, listening to the distant rustle of tents, while innkeepers closed doors and secured gates. In this calm, repetitive environment, the Silk Road's quiet endurance was reinforced by the measured rhythms of every day. Life don't so, in imagining these resting places, the small inns, shaded oases, and modest dwellings we glimpse the essential foundations of long-distance travel along the Silk Road. Every ordinary action, repeated daily and observed carefully, contributed to a network of reliability, trust, and human care. Each simple meal, every animal tended, every note checked in a ledger, and every gentle exchange of advice ensured that people and goods could move safely and consistently across vast distances. These oases and inns remind us that history is not only composed of dramatic events or grand empires. It is also built through the quiet accumulation of ordinary actions performed faithfully by countless individuals over generations. How did these small, repeated routines influence the flow of trade, knowledge, and culture along the Silk Road? How did the care taken in these modest resting places ensure the endurance of a network that spanned continents? And what might these quiet, persistent actions reveal about the lives of ordinary people who traveled and lived along these ancient paths? Continuing our quiet journey through the Silk Road, we can see that oases and inns were far more than simple resting places. They were the gentle, unassuming centers where travelers, merchants, and villagers intersected, allowing the steady flow of goods, knowledge, and human connection. In this section, we explore the routines, interactions, and small innovations that made these resting spots essential nodes along the trade routes. At an oasis, life followed a predictable rhythm. The early morning was reserved for practical chores, drawing water from wells, feeding animals, and tending small gardens. Dates were gathered from palm trees, vegetables harvested from tiny plots, and grains sorted or prepared for travelers. Residents often performed these tasks quietly and methodically, understanding that the reliability of the oasis depended on consistency. Each small action ensured that caravans arriving from distant towns would find water, food, and shelter as expected. Inns operated with similar precision. The innkeeper or caretaker greeted travelers with a polite nod, noting their names and intentions. Rooms were allocated, stables organized, and communal areas maintained with care. Even the seemingly minor arrangement of mats, tables, or water containers had significance. It facilitated a smooth, orderly experience for visitors and animals alike. These practical details, repeated daily, created a dependable environment in which people could rest, plan, and recover. Meals at inns and oases were modest but thoughtfully prepared. Bread, often baked on-site from locally grown grain, was accompanied by boiled vegetables or small portions of preserved meat. Tea or thin soups provided hydration, while dried fruits offered a touch of sweetness. Travelers ate quietly, appreciating both the nourishment and the calm that came with a pause in their journey. Meals were not hurried or elaborate, reflecting the slow, steady rhythm of life along the Silk Road. Animals were a constant focus of attention. Camels, horses, and donkeys were tended carefully, given water, fed, and groomed. Travelers and caretakers checked hooves, adjusted saddles, and attended to minor injuries with simple remedies. Even small oversights could disrupt the next day's journey, so each task was performed deliberately. The consistent care of animals not only ensured the success of trade, but also reinforced the rhythm and reliability of daily life. Trade and exchange continued even in these resting places. Caravans arriving at an oasis often brought goods to sell or trade in small quantities. Local residents offered products such as dried fruits, grains, herbs, or simple crafts. Even minor exchanges, swapping a small tool for a portion of grain, or lending a container in return for a service, contributed to the wider network of trade. These interactions were calm and measured, based on trust and mutual understanding, rather than urgency or competition. The quiet routines of inns also supported record-keeping and planning. Merchants reviewed ledgers, checked inventories, and organized goods for the next stage of travel. A few hours spent at a well-maintained inn could prevent confusion, loss, or spoilage over long stretches of desert or steppe. Even simple notes about water sources, caravan schedules, or nearby villages were recorded and shared, creating a subtle web of information that allowed travelers to navigate vast distances with confidence. Social interaction was gentle and deliberate. Travelers shared observations about road conditions, water availability, or the reliability of other inns. Villagers and innkeepers provided guidance and advice, often based on years of accumulated experience. Conversations were quiet and practical, rarely loud or dramatic, yet they transmitted essential knowledge across generations and distances. These subtle exchanges contributed to the resilience of the Silk Road, reinforcing trust and continuity. In a network spanning hundreds of miles, children and young apprentices played important roles. They helped with small chores, carrying water, sweeping courtyards, tending animals, or delivering messages. Through participation, they absorbed routines, learning both practical skills and social norms. Knowledge passed in this quiet manner ensured continuity, allowing successive generations to maintain the rhythm of travel, trade, and care along the route. Over time, these small lessons contributed as much to the endurance of the Silk Road as the work of adults. Crafts and repairs were common activities within inns and oases. A weaver might prepare simple fabrics, a potter might mend cracked vessels, or a blacksmith might sharpen tools. These acts, though repetitive, ensured that both travelers and locals had access to functional goods. Even minor innovations, such as a more durable harness strap or a slightly improved water jar, could spread gradually along the network, subtly improving life and travel for many. Evenings brought a gentle slowing of activity. Travelers and animals rested, meals were concluded, and chores for the day were completed. Fires were tended softly, lanterns lit to mark pathways, and doors secured. The air was filled with the faint, comforting smells of baked bread, drying herbs, and animals settled for the night. Conversations diminished, leaving only quiet murmurs, the sound of flowing water, and the occasional rustle of wind through palm trees. In this atmosphere, the repetitive yet essential rhythms of life were preserved, and both people and animals found calm and restoration. Seasonal patterns further influenced the routines of oases and inns. Spring brought renewed cultivation, careful preparation of water channels, and attention to crops. Summer dictated early hours of work and long midday rests in shade. Autumn brought harvests and preparations for the winter, while winter itself slowed travel and encouraged inward focus on maintenance and planning. The cycles of the seasons shaped daily life, subtly guiding both residents and travelers in the rhythm of work and rest. Oases and inns also acted as minor educational centers. Observing and assisting with chores, travelers learned the layout of the land, the timing of caravans, and practical skills for survival. Villagers taught newcomers about local water sources, soil conditions, and seasonal variations. Children learned from watching, listening, and participating. This quiet transfer of knowledge, repeated over time, ensured that practical wisdom traveled alongside goods and people, sustaining the network for future generations. The cumulative effect of these routines was remarkable. Each careful act tending an animal, preparing a meal, repairing a tool, arranging bedding, or recording a note contributed to the smooth functioning of the Silk Road. Even in moments that might seem trivial, history was being shaped. Knowledge, trust, and commerce were transmitted steadily, quietly, and reliably, allowing distant regions to remain connected across deserts, mountains, and steppes. Resting places also reinforced social cohesion. Small gatherings, shared meals, and communal tasks strengthened bonds among travelers and locals. These interactions, though unassuming, encouraged collaboration and trust. Travelers who had rested at the same inn might meet again on future journeys, exchanging advice or goods, gradually weaving a web of subtle connections that extended across regions. In this way, the ordinary rhythms of oases and inns fostered not only survival but also social networks that spanned vast distances. That as night deepened, lanterns flickered across courtyards, the soft murmur of animals blended with the whisper of wind through palm leaves, and travelers lay quietly on simple mats or bedding. The land seemed to hold its breath, calm and untroubled, sustaining the gentle continuity of the Silk Road. In these quiet, ordinary moments, so often overlooked in grand narratives, the endurance of travel, trade, and human connection was quietly assured. And so, as we pause in these resting places, we can reflect on the significance of ordinary routines. How did the consistent care of animals, the careful preparation of meals, the quiet tending of rooms and courtyards, and the subtle exchange of information influence the broader patterns of travel and trade? How did these modest oases and inns shape the experiences of travelers, merchants, and local residents alike? And in observing the calm persistence of these routines, what might we learn about the quiet forces that sustain human connection over time and distance? As night settles over the deserts and steppes of Central Asia, the quiet rhythm of oases and inns becomes clear. These resting places, modest in appearance but vital in function, supported the long journeys of travelers and caravans along the Silk Road. In this section, we reflect on how the everyday routines of residents, innkeepers, and travelers contributed to the endurance of trade, knowledge, and culture across vast distances. At the heart of each oasis was water drawn carefully from springs, wells, or small canals. Residents monitored levels, adjusted channels, and ensured that animals and humans alike had access to fresh supplies. Water dictated the pace of daily life, drawing it in the early morning, distributing it to animals and gardens, and conserving it during the heat of midday. This careful stewardship was unremarkable on the surface, yet it ensured that travelers could rely on the oasis as a dependable stop along their journey. Inns complemented these oases by offering structured spaces for rest and organization. Travelers arrived, greeted by innkeepers who noted their presence and directed them to rooms or stables. Animals were led to carefully prepared pens, and goods were organized for the next stage of travel. Even seemingly minor details, such as arranging mats, cleaning floors, or ensuring access to water, contributed to the smooth operation of daily routines. The predictability of these spaces created a sense of security and continuity for travelers moving across unfamiliar lands. Meals were simple, modest, and deliberately prepared. Bread baked from local grains, small portions of vegetables or preserved meats, and occasionally dried fruits provided nourishment. Tea or thin soups offered hydration, while the warmth of a small fire brought comfort after long hours of travel. These routines, repeated consistently, allowed travelers to regain energy and continue their journey with reliability. Food preparation, though unremarkable, was a key element in sustaining life across the Silk Road's challenging environments. Animals received constant care, reflecting their importance to trade and travel. Camels were watered and fed slowly, hooves inspected, and minor injuries attended to with herbal remedies. Horses and donkeys were similarly groomed and rested. These tasks, repeated day after day, reinforced the rhythm of caravan travel and ensured the continuity of trade over long distances. Even the quiet attention given to animals carried a cumulative impact on the success of journeys, emphasizing the interconnectedness of routine, care, and endurance. The quiet networks of communication and observation were equally important. Travelers exchanged information about road conditions, the reliability of other inns, or the availability of water and supplies. Villagers and innkeepers shared advice based on experience, helping newcomers navigate the often challenging landscape. These interactions were measured and calm, emphasizing accuracy, trust, and observation over speed or spectacle. Over time, they created a subtle, yet enduring, network of knowledge that supported the Silk Road across regions and generations. Children and apprentices played an important role in maintaining these routines. By carrying water, sweeping courtyards, and tending animals, they absorbed practical knowledge and social norms. These quiet lessons ensured continuity, allowing the skills necessary for travel, trade, and care to be transmitted from one generation to the next. Over time, the cumulative effect of such teaching contributed to the resilience of both local communities and the broader Silk Road network. Crafts and repairs were another quiet yet essential element of life at oases and inns. Weavers prepared small textiles, potters mended broken vessels, and blacksmiths sharpened tools. These repetitive, methodical activities ensured that travelers had access to functional goods and contributed to the spread of minor innovations across the region. Even subtle improvements, such as a stronger harness strap or a more durable water container, could gradually travel from one oasis to another, enhancing the experience of countless travelers along the route. Social cohesion was reinforced through small gatherings and communal activities. Residents and travelers shared meals, exchanged advice, and helped with chores. These interactions, though unassuming, strengthened trust and cooperation, creating a network of support that extended across distances. Travelers who met repeatedly at various inns formed connections that transcended language or culture, fostering relationships grounded in routine, reliability, and shared experience. The rhythm of life at oases and inns also reflected seasonal cycles. Spring brought renewed cultivation and preparation of water channels, Summer dictated early hours and long midday rests. Autumn brought harvests, and winter slowed travel, encouraging inward focus on maintenance and planning. These natural cycles shaped the tempo of daily routines, blending human activity with environmental patterns and creating predictability that travelers could rely upon over time. The accumulated effects of these modest routines became significant. The careful tending of water, preparation of food, organization of spaces, and attention to animals created a network of reliability. The quiet transfer of practical knowledge about crops, travel routes, repairs, and survival traveled alongside goods and people. These small, repeated actions, multiplied across countless oases and inns, sustained the movement of commerce, culture, and information across the Silk Road. Even in the night, the impact of these routines persisted. Lanterns cast gentle light on courtyards, the soft hum of conversation diminished, and the wind whispered through palm trees. Animals rested, travelers slept, and townsfolk concluded their tasks. In these quiet, unassuming moments, the foundations of trade, trust, and cultural continuity were reinforced. Ordinary actions performed faithfully, consistently, and without fanfare became the invisible framework sustaining long-distance travel across deserts and steppes. Reflecting on these resting places, it is clear that the endurance of the Silk Road depended on more than caravans, goods, or merchants. It relied equally on the careful, measured actions of residents, innkeepers, and travelers. Every water jar drawn, every animal tended, every simple meal prepared, and every quiet piece of advice shared contributed to a system that could persist across generations. The network thrived on repetition, reliability, and attention to detail. Rather than spectacle or urgency, the oases and inns also remind us of the human dimension of history. Behind every caravan, there were individuals performing tasks with care, observing patterns, and transmitting knowledge. Children learned from participation, travelers shared insights, and innkeepers maintained order. These modest routines, though easily overlooked, shaped not only the immediate experiences of travelers, but also the broader flow of trade, culture, and knowledge. They created connections that stretched across deserts, mountains, and valleys, quietly shaping the development of societies along the Silk Road. In contemplating these simple, steady rhythms, we are reminded that history is often built through the accumulation of ordinary acts. The endurance of trade networks, the flow of knowledge, and the maintenance of social bonds depended on repeated, disciplined routines performed faithfully by countless individuals. What might these quiet practices reveal about human resilience, patience, and cooperation? How did the small, unremarkable actions at oases and inns ripple outward to influence regions far beyond their immediate surroundings? As night deepens and the stars shine over the deserts of Central Asia, we can imagine the soft rustle of palm leaves, the gentle flicker of lanterns in courtyard corners, and the quiet breathing of resting animals. Travelers lie on simple bedding, preparing for the next stage of their journey, while innkeepers and villagers conclude minor chores, ensuring the oasis or inn remains ready for the next arrival. In this stillness, the endurance of the Silk Road is revealed not in grand achievements, but in the quiet, measured work of countless ordinary individuals. And so, in these unassuming resting places, history unfolds. The small routines of daily life, the tending of animals, the preparation of meals, the care of water and shelter, the subtle exchange of advice form the foundation upon which one of the world's most remarkable trade networks was sustained. The story of oases and inns reminds us that even the simplest, most repetitive acts, when performed faithfully, can leave a lasting mark on the course of human history. As we continue along the Silk Road, we encounter the journey of good silk, spices, and other commodities that traveled hundreds, sometimes thousands, of miles. These items were carried not in grand displays, but in modest bundles, carefully packed and tended, moving slowly across deserts, mountains, and valleys. The rhythm of their movement was dictated by patience, endurance, and the quiet diligence of countless individuals who ensured that these delicate products reached distant markets safely. Silk, for example, required meticulous handling. Produced in workshops primarily in China, it was delicate, prone to damage, and sensitive to moisture and dirt. Traders carefully rolled the fabric around soft supports, wrapped it in protective layers, and stored it in chests or tightly woven sacks. The journey from workshops to distant towns was not immediate. It could take months. Each caravan would pause at oases or inns, checking the condition of the silk, adjusting packaging if needed, and ensuring that the goods were neither dampened by water nor worn by friction during transport. Spices, cinnamon, cloves, saffron, and pepper required similarly careful attention. Many spices were packed in small wooden boxes, clay jars, or tightly woven baskets. Traders monitored for moisture, pests, and spoilage. Even small amounts of damage could reduce the value of the goods, so regular inspections were routine. The traders' careful handling ensured that distant markets received items in acceptable condition, maintaining trust and continuity in commerce. The journey itself was slow and deliberate. Caravans moved at the pace of their slowest animals, often camels or heavily laden donkeys. The rhythm was dictated by practical considerations, the need for water, forage, rest, and shelter. Travelers rose before dawn to tend animals, pack goods, and prepare for the day's march. The desert sun dictated the timing of movement, with early morning and late evening hours preferred for travel, while midday was reserved for rest in shaded areas or inns. The slow pace was a form of protection, allowing both goods and travelers to survive the harsh conditions of the terrain. Oases, inns, and resting points were critical in preserving the integrity of goods. Silk could be temporarily hung to air gently in a shaded area. Spices could be checked for moisture, and other delicate items examined for cracks or leaks. Travelers themselves were responsible for careful handling. A single jostle of a chest, or a spill of a jar, could have consequences far beyond the immediate inconvenience. These small acts of attention, repeated over days and weeks, ensured that goods reached their destination in a state suitable for sale and use. Packaging methods were thoughtful and varied according to the type of goods. Silk was often rolled around tubes and cushioned with cloth or straw. Spices were sealed in ceramic jars or wrapped in dried leaves to preserve aroma and freshness. Precious metals or stones were packed in boxes lined with cloth, while perishable items were stored in cool, shaded areas or salted for preservation. The preparation and careful organization of goods was a slow, deliberate practice, emphasizing order and reliability over speed. Trade routes were chosen with attention to terrain and climate. Some caravans took longer but safer desert paths, avoiding steep passes or flood-prone valleys. Others traversed mountainous regions, carefully navigating passes, rivers, and rocky slopes. Traders had to consider the impact of weather. Snow could block high passes, Sudden storms could make deserts impassable, and seasonal variations influenced water and forage availability. These considerations dictated the rhythm of the journey, enforcing pauses, detours, and careful pacing. Merchants maintained records, not only of sales and debts, but also of the condition and quantity of goods. Ledgers were simple but effective. A column for items, notes on quality, and the current location. Such records allowed traders to plan future purchases, anticipate demand, and ensure that goods remained accounted for across long distances. Even minor errors could cause confusion, so careful attention to detail was essential. Social interaction along the journey was subtle and measured. Travelers exchanged information about terrain, water sources, or market conditions in distant towns. Such exchanges were practical, aimed at maintaining smooth travel and avoiding loss or damage to goods. Villagers along the route shared local knowledge, the best path through a mountain pass, the timing of seasonal water availability, or the conditions of roads connecting towns. These quiet communications, repeated across generations, allowed trade networks to function reliably despite vast distances and challenging conditions. Animals played a vital role in transporting goods. Camels, capable of carrying heavy loads over long distances with little water, were the backbone of desert travel. Horses and donkeys provided flexibility, especially in more rugged terrain. Careful attention to feeding, watering, grooming, and rest ensured that these animals could complete journeys that might span weeks or months. Each stop at an oasis or inn offered a chance to inspect the animals, adjust packs, and maintain their health, reinforcing the steady rhythm of transport. Even mundane routines were important. Goods had to be repacked after dust or wind exposure, tarps checked for holes, and containers reinforced. Travelers monitored weight distribution on animals to prevent injury. Sleep schedules, meal times, and tasks were organized to maximize efficiency without overtaxing humans or animals. These repetitive, calm routines, though unremarkable, were crucial for the success of long-distance trade. Markets in distant towns depended on these careful journeys. Silk and spices, when delivered intact, commanded consistent value. Traders' attention to detail created trust. Buyers could expect quality goods, while sellers maintained a reputation that allowed future trade. Even minor diligence, stowing a knot correctly, checking moisture levels, or adjusting a crate had long-term significance in sustaining commerce. The slow accumulation of these habits across countless travelers and merchants formed the backbone of the Silk Road. The daily pace of travel reinforced the endurance of people and goods alike. A day's journey might cover only a few dozen kilometers, yet the slow pace ensured safety and preservation. Travelers rose early, tended animals, prepared goods, and moved in careful rhythm until sunset. Pauses at inns and oases allowed for rest, observation, and repair. These repeated, steady routines might appear uneventful, yet they enabled the slow, continuous flow of commodities across deserts, mountains, and valleys. Even minor details mattered. The orientation of a package could prevent crushing of delicate items. The placement of a tarp could prevent moisture damage, and the careful tying of knots could secure loads. Travelers learned these practices through observation, repetition, and experience, passing them on to apprentices and children. Knowledge accumulated slowly, quietly, and without fanfare, ensuring the reliability of trade across generations. As caravans moved through the landscape, The flow of goods reflected both human diligence and environmental adaptation. The careful handling of silk, spices, and other commodities allowed distant cultures to access materials otherwise impossible to produce locally. The journey was slow, deliberate, and punctuated by pauses for care, rest, and observation. It was in this patient rhythm that the Silk Road sustained its trade, knowledge, and culture over vast distances and centuries. And yet, questions remain. How did the patient handling and transport of goods influence broader cultural exchange? What might the daily routines, careful inspections, and quiet attention to detail reveal about the lives of traders and travelers? And in observing the deliberate pace of these journeys, what lessons might we draw about the value of patience, care, and repetition in sustaining networks that span vast regions? As the sun rises over distant dunes and mountain passes, caravans resume their slow march, animals moving steadily, goods carefully tended, and travelers observing each small detail with diligence. In these unremarkable but essential routines, the endurance of trade, culture, and human connection is quietly assured. Silk, spices, and other commodities continue their journey, guided not by urgency but by the steady, patient rhythm of daily life along the Silk Road. Continuing our quiet exploration of the Silk Road, we can observe the subtle complexities of moving silk, spices, and other goods across deserts and mountain passes. While the products themselves were often delicate and valuable, it was the careful routines, practical problem-solving, and consistent attention of travelers that allowed them to traverse such formidable distances. In this section, we explore the detailed rhythms, minor challenges, and everyday strategies that shaped the journey of goods. Caravans were organized carefully before setting out. Each load was weighed, balanced, and secured to prevent shifting. During travel, silk was rolled with precision, protected by layers of cloth or straw to prevent creases or moisture damage. Spices were checked for dryness, packed in clay jars or leaf wrappings, and stored to minimize movement. Even small details, such as how a box of saffron was tied to a camel, could influence the condition of the goods after several days of travel. This attention to routine, repeated over countless journeys, ensured the gradual and reliable movement of commodities. Routes were chosen with careful consideration of terrain, weather, and water sources. Mountain passes required slow, deliberate climbing, often with animals carrying smaller loads to prevent injury. Desert paths demanded careful timing to avoid the hottest hours and to ensure access to scarce water. Travelers relied on knowledge accumulated over generations, observing signs of the land, local wildlife, and previous travelers' tracks. Maps, though rare, were supplemented by memory and oral guidance, creating a slow but reliable system of navigation. Daily schedules were shaped by environmental conditions. Travelers rose before dawn to prepare animals, inspect goods, and plan the day's march. Midday heat in the desert enforced long pauses, during which water was shared, animals fed, and goods inspected for any signs of damage. Shadows offered temporary relief, and travelers rested under trees or makeshift shelters. These deliberate pauses allowed both people and animals to maintain energy and health, reinforcing a rhythm of travel that prioritized careful progress over rapid movement. Inspection of goods was a constant routine. Silk was checked for stains or fraying, spices for moisture or pests. Packages were adjusted or repacked when necessary, ensuring that delicate items remained intact. Even small observations, such as a slight dampness in a corner of a jar, prompt immediate action, preserving the value of the goods. Repetition and consistency in these inspections created trust in the caravan's ability to deliver items safely across long distances. Animals were tended with patience and methodical care. Camels, suited to desert travel, were fed, watered, and rested at regular intervals. Horses and donkeys, essential for more rugged terrain, were groomed and checked for injuries. Travelers used simple remedies such as herbal poultices or bandages when minor wounds occurred. The care of animals was both practical and ritualized, reflecting an understanding that their endurance was central to the success of the journey. Trade interactions along the route were quiet but deliberate. Travelers sometimes exchanged small goods, shared food, or offered information about distant markets. Villagers and local guides provided advice on safe paths, the condition of inns, and the availability of water. These interactions were measured, focused on utility, and often repeated over generations. Such exchanges ensured that knowledge, goods, and human connection moved steadily, even in the absence of formal systems or records. Record-keeping was subtle but critical. Merchants maintained ledgers noting the quantity, condition, and destination of goods. Each entry reinforced accountability and allowed for accurate planning in future trades. Even small notations, such as a slight delay at a river crossing, or the condition of a crate, contributed to the long-term reliability of trade networks. The accumulation of these minor records, repeated across numerous travelers and inns, created an invisible framework supporting commerce across vast regions. Weather dictated many of the daily routines. In mountain passes, snow or rain slowed travel and necessitated careful footing for both humans and animals. In deserts, sudden sandstorms required halting movement and securing goods. Travelers adjusted their pace, repositioned packages, and took measures to protect both themselves and their animals. These deliberate adaptations reinforced the slow, methodical rhythm of trade and highlighted the importance of patience and observation. Meals on the road were practical and consistent. Bread, dried fruits, grains, and preserved meats provided energy and nutrition without excessive preparation. Water, tea, or light soups sustained hydration. Meals were consumed deliberately, with attention to rest and recuperation. Even the repetition of such simple meals contributed to the rhythm of daily life, ensuring that travelers remained nourished and animals maintained strength for the journey ahead. Social learning occurred quietly along the route. Children, apprentices, and young travelers observed routines, assisted with chores, and gradually absorbed knowledge about handling goods, caring for animals, and navigating terrain. Lessons were practical, learned by participation rather than instruction. Over time, these repeated, small acts of observation and practice ensured that expertise was passed down, sustaining the continuity and reliability of trade across generations. Minor repairs were routine and continuous. Tarps were mended, wooden crates reinforced, ropes checked, and harnesses tightened. Tools were sharpened, and small innovations, like a slightly sturdier knot or a reinforced strap, were applied where needed. Though repetitive, these tasks were essential, preventing damage to goods and ensuring the smooth functioning of the caravan. The quiet attention to these details was a hallmark of successful long-distance travel. Seasonal rhythms influenced the timing and pace of journeys. Spring allowed for safer mountain passages as snow melted, while summer necessitated early departures and midday rests in shaded areas. Autumn brought harvests that influenced trade goods and stock, while winter often slowed movement and emphasized maintenance, planning, and careful observation. Travelers adapted to these patterns, integrating environmental awareness into their steady routines. The cumulative effect of these routines created trust and reliability. Buyers in distant markets expected goods to arrive intact, while sellers maintained reputations for careful handling. Even minor diligence stowing a load securely, checking jars for moisture, or adjusting weights on animals reinforced confidence. Across hundreds of miles, the slow, repetitive actions of traders and travelers formed a quiet backbone for the Silk Road's enduring success. Reflecting on the journey of silk, spices, and other goods, we can see that the Silk Road thrived not through rapid movement or spectacular feats, but through the steady, patient rhythm of daily life. Careful handling, repeated inspections, thoughtful planning, and consistent routines ensured that goods traveled safely. Knowledge spread quietly, and human connection persisted across vast distances. How did the patient, deliberate practices of traders influence the wider cultural and economic landscape? What might the subtle attention to detail and repetition reveal about human perseverance and ingenuity? As caravans pause at oases or inns, rest animals, and adjust loads, we witness the quiet perseverance that sustains trade. Goods that seem mundane bundles of silk, jars of spices, or small textiles carry with them stories of patient diligence, careful observation, and slow, steady progress. These repeated, deliberate routines are the uncelebrated but essential foundation upon which the Silk Road flourished for centuries. And so, as travelers prepare to continue across deserts, mountains, and valleys, we observe the quiet impact of steady action. Silk, spices, and other commodities move slowly but reliably, guided by the disciplined routines of those who tend them. The endurance of these journeys reminds us that history often unfolds not in dramatic moments, but in the accumulation of ordinary, careful acts performed over time. As we conclude our quiet journey along the Silk Road, the focus turns to the culmination of countless careful routines that allowed silk, spices, and other goods to reach distant markets. These commodities, while valuable, were sustained by patience, diligence, and the steady rhythm of human effort. In this section, we reflect on how the repeated actions of travelers, traders, and local communities shaped the flow of trade, culture, and knowledge across vast distances. Caravans arriving in towns and cities were the result of meticulous preparation, careful observation, and repeated attention to detail. Silk that left workshops months earlier now rested in merchants' shops, its texture smooth, colors vibrant, and folds intact. Spices arrived fragrant and dry, carefully preserved through days of travel. Every package, jar, or bundle represented not only a product, but also the cumulative effort of traders, innkeepers, animal caretakers, and apprentices who maintained the quiet rhythm of transport across deserts and mountains. Oases and inns, which had supported these caravans along the way, continued to reflect the importance of routine. Every minor chore, drawing water, repairing roofs, tending animals, preparing meals, contributed to the successful continuation of trade. Travelers had relied on these resting places for rest, nourishment, and the occasional guidance from locals, and in turn, these locations benefited from the presence of caravans. Learning from the exchange of goods, knowledge, and practices, The network of oases and inns created stability, allowing trade to flourish without the need for grand infrastructure or dramatic intervention. The careful handling of goods underscored the importance of human diligence. Silk, delicate and sensitive, required inspection, adjustment, and protection at each stage of the journey. Spices demanded attention to moisture and pests. Other commodities, metalwork, ceramics, paper, or dried foods, needed similar care. These repetitive, patient actions ensured that goods maintained their quality and value, establishing trust between traders, merchants, and buyers across regions. Animals, too, played a central role in the endurance of the Silk Road. Camels, horses, and donkeys, tended with patience and methodical care, carried the goods steadily across deserts, hills, and rivers. Their health determined the pace of travel, and the careful feeding, watering, and grooming performed by travelers and caretakers was essential to successful journeys. Even minor adjustments, balancing loads, checking harnesses, or examining hooves had far-reaching consequences in preserving the integrity of the cargo and the well-being of the caravan. Markets at the end of the journey reflected the culmination of these quiet efforts. Merchants unpacked their goods, inspected each item, and organized them for sale. Buyers, confident in the consistent quality of products, engaged in trade that relied on established patterns of trust and reliability. Even seemingly mundane routines, and packing bundles carefully, arranging jars on shelves, or checking the condition of textiles represented the final step in a chain of meticulous attention that stretched across thousands of kilometers. The rhythms of trade and daily life along the Silk Road also encouraged knowledge transfer and cultural exchange. Travelers shared stories of distant towns, local customs, and environmental conditions. Merchants brought new ideas, culinary practices, or minor technological innovations. Each slow, deliberate exchange contributed to a gradual, steady flow of culture and information, fostering connections across vast regions. This quiet diffusion of knowledge was subtle, unremarkable in isolation, yet profound in its cumulative effect. Even minor setbacks, sandstorms in deserts, snow in mountain passes, or illness among travelers, were met with patience and adjustment. Caravans paused, loads were checked, animals rested, and goods were protected. These deliberate responses reinforced a pattern of careful resilience. The success of trade depended not on dramatic feats, but on the ability to respond methodically and calmly to small challenges along the way. Daily routines reinforced trust and continuity. Every inspection of a silk roll, every adjustment of a spice jar, every careful feeding of an animal strengthened the reliability of the network. Merchants relied on these patterns to anticipate arrival times, plan sales, and maintain relationships with buyers and suppliers. Travelers relied on them to navigate terrain safely. Communities along the route relied on them to sustain social and economic cohesion. The slow accumulation of such small, careful acts created the enduring framework of long-distance trade. Children and apprentices, observing and participating in these routines, absorbed practical knowledge that would guide future generations. They learned how to handle fragile silk, pack spices carefully, tend animals, and maintain records. This quiet, consistent transfer of knowledge ensured that expertise was preserved and replicated, reinforcing the steady continuity of commerce and culture along the Silk Road. Over time, these young learners became the custodians of routines that had been practiced for centuries. seasonal cycles continued to shape the pace and rhythm of travel. Spring passages through mountains were possible only as snow melted, while summer in the desert demanded careful timing to avoid midday heat. Autumn harvests influenced available goods and provisions, and winter slowed journeys, emphasizing rest, maintenance, and preparation. The integration of environmental awareness into daily routines exemplified the patient observation that characterized life along the Silk Road. Reflecting on the journey of silk, spices, and other commodities, it becomes clear that their movement was sustained by repetition, patience, and attention to detail. The success of trade depended not on speed or spectacle, but on the deliberate, measured actions of travelers, traders, and communities. Every inspection, adjustment, meal, rest, and observation reinforced the quiet, cumulative network that allowed goods to flow steadily over vast distances. Even the most unremarkable actions, checking a rope, adjusting a crate, feeding a camel, had enduring impact. The repetition of these routines over months and years created trust between merchants and buyers, ensured the survival of animals and travelers, and facilitated the slow diffusion of culture and knowledge. In this way, ordinary acts became extraordinary in their cumulative effect, sustaining one of the world's most remarkable trade networks over centuries. As caravans arrived at final destinations, travelers paused, animals rested, and goods were carefully unpacked. The culmination of weeks or months of patient movement highlighted the quiet diligence behind each bundle of silk or jar of spices. These moments of arrival were less about spectacle and more about the completion of countless careful actions, a testament to the endurance, foresight, and quiet labor of those who sustained the Silk Road. In contemplating this journey, we see that history is not always shaped by dramatic events, sudden conquests, or remarkable inventions. Often, it is the patient accumulation of small, consistent, and deliberate acts that allows human networks to endure. The Silk Road thrived because of repeated attention to detail, calm observation, and steady care, performed by individuals whose actions might otherwise have gone unnoticed, but whose cumulative effect connected continents, cultures, and generations. And so, as we reflect on the movement of silk and spices across mountains and deserts, we are reminded of the power of quiet, persistence, every careful knot tied, every load balanced, every animal tended, every jar inspected, and every meal shared contributed to the continuity of trade and human connection. The Silk Road reminds us that slow, deliberate rhythms, patience, and attention to ordinary detail can shape history as profoundly as any dramatic event or grand achievement. Through these reflections, we might ask, how did the careful, repeated routines of traders and travelers influence not only commerce, but also culture, knowledge, and social connection? What lessons might the patient, methodical rhythms of the Silk Road offer for understanding the endurance of human networks across time and space? And in observing these slow, deliberate journeys, what can we learn about the quiet, cumulative power of ordinary acts to shape extraordinary outcomes? As the sun sets over distant mountain passes and deserts, caravans settle into inns or shaded oases, animals rest, and travelers prepare for the next stage of their journey. The flow of goods continues, steady and patient, guided by repetition, care, and calm observation. In these unassuming routines, we witness the enduring rhythm that allowed silk, spices, and countless other commodities to traverse continents, connecting people, ideas, and cultures across centuries. As we continue our gentle journey along the Silk Road, we turn our attention to the quieter, everyday aspects of caravan life. Beyond the movement of goods, much of the history of this network is shaped by the routines, meals, and social interactions of those who traveled day after day, week after week, across deserts, mountains, and plains. The rhythm of life for traders and their animals was deliberate, practical, and, in its steadiness, essential to the endurance of the Silk Road. Food was central to the daily routine. Travelers prepared meals carefully, balancing preservation with nutrition, since the journey often spanned weeks or months with limited access to fresh supplies. Dried meats, grains, and legumes formed the staple diet. Bread, often baked before departure, was carried in tightly wrapped bundles to protect it from moisture and pests. Rice or millet might be boiled when water was available, supplemented by small amounts of dried fruits or nuts, providing both energy and variety. Meals were simple and repetitive, but they were carefully planned to sustain health and strength over long distances. Water, the most critical resource, dictated much of daily life. Travelers carried water in leather or clay containers, rationing it carefully. At each oasis or resting place, they refilled supplies, ensuring animals had sufficient hydration and that people could cook, clean, and drink. The flow of water not only influenced travel schedules but also determined the location of temporary camps. Even small details, such as the careful sealing of water jars or monitoring for contamination, were repeated continuously and quietly, preserving both health and trust in the caravan's provisions. Meals were often prepared communally. A small group of travelers might gather over a portable fire, boiling grains or simmering legumes while sharing news of recent journeys. The act of cooking and eating together reinforced social bonds and provided moments of respite. Even minor tasks, like slicing dried fruits or arranging bread, were performed deliberately, emphasizing both nourishment and order. These small, repeated practices created a rhythm of life that travelers could rely on across unfamiliar terrain. Animals, of course, were integral to these routines. Camels, horses, and donkeys required feeding, watering, grooming, and rest. Travelers rotated responsibilities, ensuring that each animal was tended without overburdening any single individual. Simple, practical remedies, such as herbal poultices for minor injuries or straw bedding to prevent sores, were applied methodically. The cumulative effect of these daily acts ensured both animal and human endurance, making slow, steady progress across deserts and mountains possible. Travelers maintained careful schedules. The day often began before dawn with the preparation of food, inspection of animals, and packing of goods. Midday was reserved for rest and minor maintenance, checking harnesses, repairing tools, and examining stored goods for damage. Late afternoon and evening were devoted to travel toward the next oasis or inn, with camps set up as the sun dipped toward the horizon. Even these unremarkable routines had profound importance. They sustained life, preserved goods, and created predictable patterns that made long journeys feasible. Simple equipment played an outsized role in daily life. Clay pots, iron kettles, woven mats, and small knives were used repeatedly, maintained with care, and passed between travelers. Each item had a practical purpose, and even small innovations, such as a reinforced strap for carrying water or a more efficient method of rolling silk, spread gradually through observation. The quiet ingenuity of travelers contributed to the slow evolution of daily practices, ensuring that routines remained effective and sustainable. Social routines were similarly deliberate. Travelers exchanged information about upcoming terrain, water sources, and the condition of inns. Advice was shared in calm, measured tones, emphasizing practicality rather than urgency. Children and apprentices observed these exchanges, absorbing knowledge that would guide their own journeys in the future. Through repeated participation, new generations learned the subtle, methodical skills required for successful travel, from packing delicate goods to preparing meals efficiently and tending animals with care. The preparation and storage of food also reflected environmental awareness. Grains were kept in dry, shaded areas. Dried fruits were wrapped to prevent exposure to moisture, and perishable items were used first. Travelers understood the importance of careful organization. A single mistake in handling provisions could disrupt a day's schedule or compromise the health of humans and animals alike. Even these quiet, repetitive tasks contributed to the continuity of life on the road, reinforcing the steady, patient rhythm of travel. Daily routines also included minor maintenance tasks. Tents or shelters were inspected, ropes tightened, and mats arranged for both comfort and practicality. These acts, repeated across countless caravans, created order and predictability, reducing the likelihood of disruption during the long, slow marches between oases. Travelers developed a keen sense of observation, noting small changes in terrain, animal behavior, or weather, all of which influenced decisions and ensured a smoother journey. Hygiene, though simple, was observed carefully. Travelers washed hands and faces at available water sources, cleaned cooking implements, and tended to minor injuries promptly. Animals received similar attention, with hooves checked, harnesses adjusted, and minor wounds treated methodically. These routines, performed quietly and without ceremony, preserved both health and morale, contributing to the overall endurance of the caravan. Seasonal rhythms influenced both diet and travel patterns. Spring and autumn offered favorable weather for movement, while summer heat and winter cold required adjusted schedules and careful planning of provisions. Travelers monitored the environment closely, learning to anticipate changes and adapt routines accordingly. Even subtle observations, such as the position of the sun, the direction of wind, or the appearance of vegetation, informed practical decisions about meals, rest, and travel pace. The steady repetition of these daily practices had cultural implications as well. Travelers shared recipes, techniques for food preservation, and knowledge of local edible plants. Small innovations, such as a method for drying fruit more efficiently or preparing grains for long storage, spread gradually, enriching the collective knowledge of those moving along the Silk Road. Over time, these quiet, methodical exchanges shaped not only survival, but also cultural practices that traveled with the goods themselves. Food and drink also facilitated moments of reflection. Travelers would pause in the shade of a tree or near a quiet stream, consuming a simple meal while observing the surrounding landscape. These pauses provided not only physical nourishment, but also mental rest, allowing travelers to notice patterns, plan the next stage of travel, and connect with companions. In this calm rhythm, daily life on the road was both practical and quietly contemplative, emphasizing continuity over haste. Even the most routine tasks, kneading dough, boiling grains, arranging mats, feeding animals, contributed to the slow accumulation of trust, order, and experience. These minor, repeated actions created a predictable environment, reducing uncertainty and enabling traders and travelers to navigate the long distances of the Silk Road with confidence. The quiet diligence of these routines sustained both commerce and culture, proving that history often progresses through repetition rather than spectacle. As the sun begins to set and lanterns are lit across campsites, travelers finish meals, tend animals one last time, and prepare for rest. The rhythm of the day concludes in gentle repetition, ready to begin again with the next dawn. In observing these ordinary, steady practices, we gain insight into the lives of those who sustained trade and travel across centuries. Their unremarkable routines, meals prepared, animals tended, goods organized, were the foundation upon which the Silk Road endured. And so, we pause in quiet reflection, recognizing that the slow, measured routines of caravan life, food prepared with care, water managed thoughtfully, animals tended diligently, and simple social interactions observed patiently, were essential to the movement of people, goods, and culture. How did these daily practices influence the broader flow of trade and human connection? What might they reveal about the patience, foresight, and quiet ingenuity of those who traveled the Silk Road? Even in the repetition of ordinary tasks, we see the persistence of human endeavor, the careful maintenance of life, and the understated ways in which history unfolds. The rhythm of meals, drink, and daily life in caravans illustrates the subtle but enduring forces that connected distant lands, sustained trade, and shaped culture across centuries. As we continue along the Silk Road, it becomes clear that the daily routines of travelers were as important as the goods they transported. Beyond silk, spices, and other commodities, the rhythms of meals, rest, and minor tasks shaped the endurance and efficiency of caravans. In this section, we explore the practical details, subtle adaptations, and social interactions that allowed travelers to maintain steady progress across deserts, mountains, and plains. Morning often began with quiet preparation. Before the sun had fully risen, travelers checked their animals, adjusted loads, and prepared simple meals for themselves and the caravan. Water was drawn from containers, inspected for cleanliness, and rationed carefully. Bread, dried fruits, and boiled grains provided sustenance for both humans and animals. The repetition of these acts established a rhythm, a predictable pattern that allowed the caravan to move reliably, even through unfamiliar terrain. Animals required constant attention. Camels were led to drink, fed grains or forage, and brushed to remove dust and debris. Horses and donkeys received similar care, their hooves inspected for cracks or injuries. Travelers applied herbal remedies for minor ailments, checked harnesses, and ensured loads were balanced to prevent strain. Even small adjustments, tightened strap, a shifted bundle, or a rearranged crate prevent future damage and ensure continued progress. These repeated, deliberate actions maintained the backbone of the caravan. Meals were often communal and deliberately paced. Travelers gathered around small fires or shaded areas to boil grains, heat dried meats, or steep herbs for tea. These moments provided both nourishment and the opportunity to exchange news of road conditions, water sources, or inns ahead. Children and apprentices observed and participated in these routines, absorbing practical knowledge for future journeys. The repetition of cooking, sharing, and cleaning reinforced the rhythm of life on the road and created subtle social cohesion. Caravans adapted to environmental conditions with patience and observation. In deserts, midday heat enforced long rests. Under temporary shelters, while early mornings and late afternoons were reserved for travel. In mountainous regions, travelers moved slowly, navigating steep passes and rocky paths with care. These adjustments ensured the safety of both people and animals, demonstrating how deliberate pacing and environmental awareness were crucial to the success of long-distance trade. Minor maintenance tasks were integrated seamlessly into daily life. Tents were inspected, mats and bedding arranged, ropes checked, and containers examined for wear. Travelers performed these tasks methodically, ensuring that equipment remained functional for the journey ahead. Even routine acts such as sweeping a courtyard, securing a bundle, or checking the alignment of animal loads contributed to order and predictability, reducing the likelihood of disruption. Water management remained central to routine. Travelers not only rationed water carefully but also monitored the animals' intake, checked containers for leaks, and planned routes around available sources. Even a small misjudgment could have consequences for health, pace, or schedule. The quiet diligence of observing and managing this resource exemplified the careful planning that characterized caravan life. Social interactions were understated but meaningful. Travelers exchanged advice on the best locations for rest, shortcuts through difficult terrain, and techniques for preserving food or tending animals. Villagers at inns or oases offered additional insights based on local knowledge. These exchanges were calm, practical, and repeated regularly, creating a network of shared experience that reinforced both survival and social cohesion across regions. Record-keeping, though simple, was integral. Merchants noted the quantity and condition of goods, the location of stops, and the timing of each stage of the journey. Even minor notations, such as a jar of spices that needed repacking or a slight injury to a camel, contributed to future planning. These repeated, methodical entries allowed knowledge to accumulate and be transferred across generations, ensuring continuity and reliability. Meals were adapted to available resources and climate. Travelers boiled grains, heated dried meats, or stewed legumes, adjusting portions and ingredients based on season, quantity of water, and remaining supplies. Dried fruits and nuts supplemented the diet, providing both energy and variety. Even small attentiveness, supplies, checking for spoilage, or sharing portions equitably ensured physical endurance and maintained morale. Children and apprentices absorbed knowledge through observation and participation. They learned to prepare meals, handle animals, and maintain equipment. They watched elders inspect goods, adjust loads, and manage water. These repeated hands-on lessons ensured that expertise was preserved, extended across generations, and adapted to new routes or challenges. The quiet transmission of knowledge was as essential to the Silk Road as any trade or commodity. Rituals of rest and hygiene, though modest, reinforced the rhythm of life. Hands and faces were washed, cooking implements cleaned, and minor injuries treated. Animals were groomed, hooves checked, and bedding refreshed. These routines, performed quietly and consistently, protected health, maintained energy, and prevented minor issues from becoming serious problems. Over time, the steady repetition of such acts created a resilient, reliable system for sustaining long-distance travel. Seasonal changes continued to shape routines. Spring passes through mountains allowed careful movement as snow melted, while summer required early departures and careful rest to avoid heat. Autumn dictated adjustments for harvest availability, and winter slowed travel, emphasizing maintenance and preparation. Travelers integrated observation of the environment into every task, from meal preparation to load balancing, creating a rhythm synchronized with nature itself. Trade exchanges along the route were deliberate and patient. Travelers shared not only goods, but also knowledge, routes, water sources, inns, and minor techniques for caring for animals or preserving food. These repeated exchanges reinforced trust and reliability, enabling caravans to operate effectively over months or even years. Even subtle advice on packing a fragile jar or adjusting a load for balance good make a tangible difference in the journey's success. The cumulative effect of these daily routines was profound. By repeating small, practical acts, prepare meals, tending animals, checking supplies, adjusting loads, caravans maintained continuity, trust, and efficiency across hundreds of miles. These quiet, methodical rhythms ensured that people, animals, and goods arrive safely at distant markets, sustaining trade, culture, and social networks. Reflecting on the slow, steady pace of caravan life, we can appreciate how ordinary, repeated actions shaped the endurance of the Silk Road. Patience, careful attention to detail, and reliance on routine were as essential as the goods themselves. The simple rhythms of food, drink, and daily tasks created a stable foundation for long-distance travel, enabling trade, cultural exchange, and human connection across vast and challenging landscapes. Even in the repetition of ordinary routines, there is meaning. Every meal prepared, every animal tended, every load balanced, and every small observation contributes to the continuity of human networks. The daily life of caravans illustrates the subtle but enduring ways in which ordinary acts sustain extraordinary outcomes. How did these quiet routines influence the broader patterns of commerce, culture, and knowledge? What might they reveal about patience, diligence, and human ingenuity in sustaining long-distance connections? As evening descends and travelers finish meals, tend animals, and prepare for rest, we see the rhythm of life continue, quiet but purposeful. In these unremarkable but essential routines, history unfolds steadily, connecting people, animals, goods, and cultures across centuries. As we bring our quiet examination of caravan life to a close, it becomes clear that the endurance of the Silk Road depended not only on the goods carried, but also on the steady, deliberate routines of those who traveled it. Silk, spices, and other commodities moved across mountains and deserts, but they were accompanied by the rhythms of daily life. Meals prepared with care, animals tended patiently, water managed thoughtfully, and minor tasks repeated steadily. Over days, weeks, and months, caravans arriving at towns or oases represented the culmination of countless small efforts. Bread remained intact, grains and legumes had been boiled or stored carefully, and dried fruits retained flavor and nutrition. Animals arrived in generally good health, their loads balanced and their spirits maintained through the repetitive care of travelers. Every aspect of this arrival, the unpacking of goods, the inspection of animals, the preparation of meals, was the result of a disciplined, steady rhythm of activity that sustained life and trade across long distances. Daily routines, though unremarkable in isolation, contributed cumulatively to the success of caravans. Travelers woke early, checked animals, prepared meals, inspected goods, and set out at a deliberate pace. Midday rests, evening preparations, and careful attention to minor details such as tightening a strap, rotating food stores, or checking water containers ensured the continuity of travel. These repeated, modest acts created a stable framework that allowed caravans to function reliably, even under challenging conditions. Food and drink remained central not only to physical sustenance, but also to social cohesion. Communal meals fostered conversation, exchange of knowledge, and observation of subtle lessons from elders. Apprentices learned how to handle fragile goods, tend animals, and prepare simple meals. Travelers shared practical advice on routes, water sources, and seasonal variations. This continuous, understated flow of knowledge reinforced both individual skill and the collective resilience of the caravan. Animals, carefully tended through feeding, grooming, and monitoring of minor injuries, were indispensable partners in travel. Camels, horses, and donkeys were not merely beasts of burden. They were the slow, steady engines of commerce. The attention devoted to their care reflected the interdependence between humans and animals. The subtle acts of observation, checking a hoof, adjusting a harness, providing straw bedding enabled sustained progress, demonstrating that the quiet diligence of caretakers was as crucial as any broader strategy or trade agreement. The rhythm of daily life also integrated environmental awareness. Travelers adapted to seasonal patterns, early morning marches in desert heat, cautious climbs in snowy mountain passes, and rest periods timed according to water availability. These adjustments ensured safety and efficiency, reinforcing a pattern of deliberate, measured action. Even small observations, such as the scent of nearby water, the direction of wind, or the condition of vegetation, were incorporated into practical decisions, revealing the attentive patience that characterized caravan culture. Minor maintenance remained a recurring feature of daily life. Tents were inspected, ropes checked, mats and bedding arranged, and cooking equipment cleaned and repaired. Each routine task contributed to the smooth functioning of the caravan, preventing small issues from escalating into larger problems. The steady repetition of these practices ensured that travelers and animals could continue their journey without unnecessary disruption, reinforcing a sense of order and predictability in daily life. Hygiene and care, though simple, were consistently observed. Travelers washed hands and faces, cleaned cooking implements, and treated minor injuries promptly. Animals received similar attention, with grooming, hoof care, and minor wound treatment performed methodically. These quiet, repeated routines preserved health, maintained energy, and allowed both humans and animals to endure the extended journey. The understated diligence of these acts contributed to the broader resilience of the Silk Road network. Social learning, too, relied on repetition and observation. Children and apprentices absorbed knowledge through participation in daily tasks, from meal preparation to animal care and load management, observing elders' careful inspections, adjustments, and record keeping. They learned skills that would enable future journeys. This gradual, experiential transmission of expertise ensured continuity across generations, preserving the practical knowledge that sustained long-distance travel and trade. The cumulative effect of these daily routines was profound. Meals, water management, animal care, minor repairs, and repeated observation reinforced the reliability and efficiency of caravans. Trust was built not only between merchants and buyers, but also among travelers themselves, fostering cohesion and mutual reliance. Even the most mundane tasks, rolling a loaf of bread, adjusting a jar, or tying a strap, contributed to the larger system that allowed trade, culture, and knowledge to flow steadily across continents. Seasonal cycles continued to shape life on the road. Spring facilitated mountain passages as snow melted. Summer demanded careful pacing to avoid heat. Autumn influenced provisions and planning, and winter emphasized rest, maintenance, and preparation. Travelers integrated these patterns into their routines, creating a rhythm aligned with natural cycles. This awareness of the environment, combined with consistent practice, allowed the slow but continuous movement of goods and people. Trade, while the visible purpose of the journey, was inseparable from these daily practices. Caravans carried not only silk, spices, metals, and textiles, but also practical knowledge, social habits, and cultural information. Recipes, preservation techniques, animal care practices, and minor innovations spread quietly among travelers, communities, and markets. This subtle cultural diffusion, achieved through repeated, deliberate routines, illustrates the broader significance of everyday life on the Silk Road. As caravans settled for the evening, finishing meals, tending animals, and arranging supplies for the night, the rhythm of daily life drew to a temporary close. Travelers rested, reflecting on the day's progress, while apprentices and children absorbed lessons for the next stage of the journey. The steady repetition of routines, simple, unremarkable, yet essential, ensured that goods remained intact, animals healthy, and knowledge transmitted reliably. In reflecting on caravan life, we recognize that history often unfolds quietly, through ordinary acts repeated consistently over time. The endurance of the Silk Road depended not only on long-distance travel or valuable goods, but on the patient diligence, careful observation, and methodical routines of countless individuals. Meals prepared, animals tended, water managed, and minor repairs performed day after day formed the invisible foundation upon which centuries of trade and cultural exchange rested. Even in the repetition of these seemingly mundane routines, there is significance. Every loaf of bread carried, every jar sealed, every strap tightened, and every meal shared contributed to the continuity of commerce and human connection. Travelers' quiet perseverance allowed distant regions to remain linked, ideas and goods to flow steadily, and generations of knowledge to accumulate. These ordinary acts, repeated across time and space, shaped history as profoundly as any dramatic event. As night falls over oases, inns, and desert encampments, travelers rest, animals breathe quietly, and the rhythm of daily life pauses before beginning again with the dawn. The slow, deliberate repetition of meals, drink, animal care, and minor tasks ensures continuity, stability, and endurance. Through this quiet lens, we can appreciate the profound resilience, patience, and ingenuity of those who sustained the Silk Road, recognizing that even ordinary, repeated routines hold extraordinary historical significance. And so, in observing the rhythm of daily life on the road, food prepared with care, animals tended patiently, water measured thoughtfully, and simple tasks repeated steadily, we gain insight into the quiet power of consistency. The daily practices of caravans illustrate how ordinary actions, patiently and methodically performed, created a network of endurance, trust, and human connection across vast distances. What might these routines teach us about patience, foresight, and the subtle ways in which history unfolds? How does the accumulation of ordinary acts allow societies to thrive across time and space? In the stillness of the night, as travelers rest and animals quietly settle, the enduring rhythm of life on the Silk Road continues. Each dawn will bring meals, water, and care, Each day will reinforce the slow, steady movement of people, goods, and knowledge. In this repetition, the legacy of caravan culture is quietly preserved, reminding us that history often moves not in sudden bursts, but in the patient, deliberate rhythm of ordinary life. As we continue our gentle exploration of the Silk Road, we turn our attention to the quiet but essential spaces that punctuated long journeys, oases, and inns. While caravans move slowly across deserts, mountains, and plains, these locations offered rest, replenishment, and minor maintenance, allowing travelers, animals, and goods to endure the long distances between markets. The rhythm of life at these rest stops, though understated, played a critical role in sustaining trade, knowledge, and human connection. Oases were natural havens in otherwise harsh landscapes. They provided water, shade, and vegetation for both humans and animals, creating spaces where the steady pace of travel could pause without jeopardizing the journey. Travelers approached these green spots with care, organizing animals to graze, replenishing water containers, and unpacking goods for inspection. Even a brief pause required methodical planning: which animals would drink first, how to arrange supplies, where to pitch tents, and how to protect perishable provisions from heat or moisture. The quiet diligence of these actions ensured that the caravan could resume travel smoothly after a period of rest. Inns, often simple structures built from local materials, served a similar purpose. They provided shelter from sun, wind, and occasional storms, and offered travelers the opportunity to rest, prepare food, and tend animals in a controlled environment. Though modest by modern standards, these inns were thoughtfully organized. Spaces for cooking, storage, animal stalls, and human lodging were carefully maintained, with attention to cleanliness, ventilation, and safety. Travelers quickly learned which inns were reliable, where water could be found, and which hosts could be trusted to assist with minor repairs or guidance. Meals at oases or inns followed deliberate routines. Travelers gathered in shaded areas or small courtyards, arranging simple stoves or portable fires to prepare grains, boiled legumes, or dried meats. Water was carefully measured, ensuring that both humans and animals received sufficient hydration. Even the placement of utensils, pots, or mats was guided by habit and experience, reinforcing a rhythm that travelers could rely upon. Shared meals were also moments of quiet social exchange. Advice about terrain, weather, or local resources passed easily from one traveler to another, often without formal conversation. These small exchanges accumulated over time, enhancing collective knowledge, and safety. Animal care remained central to every stop. Grazing, watering, grooming, and resting were carried out methodically, with attention to even minor details. A camel's hoof might be examined for small cracks, a donkey's load adjusted for balance, or a horse's harness tightened. Travelers applied simple remedies, herbal poultices, straw bedding, or bandages when minor issues arose. The repetitive care of animals at oases and inns ensured that the caravan could continue its journey without interruption, highlighting the interdependence between humans and animals in sustaining long-distance travel. Inspection and maintenance of goods were routine but crucial. Silk, spices, metalwork, and other commodities were unpacked, examined for damage, and repacked as necessary. Even small imperfections, such as slight moisture on a jar or fraying of a cloth bundle, were addressed promptly to prevent further deterioration. These repeated practices performed at each stop along the route created a cumulative system of reliability, building confidence among merchants and buyers that goods would arrive intact after long journeys. Daily schedules at oases and inns followed a measured rhythm. Morning hours were often devoted to preparing meals and organizing supplies. Midday offered rest and minor maintenance, checking ropes, repairing tools, and tending animals. Late afternoon and evening provided opportunities for further travel, planning light chores, and preparation of sleeping areas. This regular rhythm, repeated across countless stops along the Silk Road, ensured both continuity and predictability, reducing uncertainty in a journey that could otherwise feel unpredictable. Even simple hygiene practices were integrated into the routine. Travelers washed hands and faces at available water sources, cleaned cooking equipment, and tended minor injuries. Animals were groomed, hooves checked, and minor wounds treated with care. These repeated, understated acts preserved health, maintained energy, and allowed both humans and animals to endure the long, repetitive journey. Social interactions at oases and inns, though quiet, were significant. Travelers exchanged information about the next stages of travel, shared minor innovations, and offered advice about local customs or environmental conditions. Hosts provided guidance, sometimes sharing knowledge of alternative routes, water sources, or seasonal hazards. Apprentices and children observed these exchanges carefully, absorbing practical lessons for their own journeys. In this way, knowledge was transmitted organically, quietly reinforcing the resilience of Silk Road travel. Seasonal rhythms shaped life at these stops. In spring, oases offered fresh vegetation for animals emerging from winter scarcity, while summer required careful rationing of water and food. Autumn brought preparation for harsher weather, and winter emphasized maintenance, rest, and careful planning. Travelers adapted to these seasonal variations, integrating environmental awareness into their daily routines at oases and inns. Routine maintenance was a constant feature of life at these stops. Tents and shelters were inspected, mats and bedding arranged, ropes tightened, and cooking equipment cleaned. These small tasks, repeated regularly, contributed to order and predictability, reducing the likelihood of disruptions and ensuring the caravan could resume travel efficiently. Even minor innovations, such as a more durable strap or a better method of stacking supplies, spread gradually, enhancing the collective knowledge of travelers. The cumulative effect of these repeated, measured routines was profound. Meals prepared carefully, animals tended patiently, water rationed thoughtfully, and goods inspected consistently ensured that travelers could move steadily across vast distances. The quiet diligence of these actions reinforced trust between merchants, confidence in buyers, and reliability in the broader trade network. The unremarkable routines of daily life at oases and inns created the foundation upon which the Silk Road thrived. Reflecting on these stops, we see that they were far more than physical locations. They were nodes of continuity, observation, and social cohesion. Travelers rested, animals recovered, goods were preserved, and knowledge was transmitted. Each pause in the journey reinforced the rhythm of travel, contributing to the long-term endurance of commerce, culture, and human networks. How did these repeated, ordinary practices shape the reliability of the Silk Road? What might they reveal about the quiet, cumulative impact of daily routines on history? As the sun sets over an oasis, travelers finish meals, tend animals one last time, and prepare sleeping areas. Lanterns or small fires light the shaded spaces, while the rhythm of daily life slows before beginning again at dawn. In observing the steady, methodical routines of oases and inns, we recognize the subtle but enduring ways in which ordinary acts sustain long-distance travel, trade, and human connection. As our journey continues, we can observe the routines and quiet rhythms that defined life at oases and inns along the Silk Road. These spaces were far more than mere pauses in travel. They were hubs of care, maintenance, and observation, ensuring that travelers, animals, and goods could endure the slow pace of long-distance trade. By examining these routines in detail, we gain insight into the subtle mechanisms that sustained life and commerce across vast and challenging landscapes. Morning at an oasis or in was deliberate and methodical. Travelers woke early, often before dawn, to tend animals, check water supplies, and prepare simple meals. Bread, dried fruits, boiled grains, and occasionally preserved meats were measured carefully and shared among caravan members. Water was inspected for cleanliness and rationed with precision, as both human and animal survival depended upon it. Even minor adjustments, such as rotating containers, securing lids, or adjusting the arrangement of food bundles, were repeated daily to maintain consistency and reliability. Animal care remained the primary focus. Camels, horses, and donkeys were led to grazing areas, given water, and groomed meticulously. Hooves were inspected for cracks, minor injuries treated with herbal remedies, and harnesses adjusted for balance. Travelers learned to anticipate potential problems before they escalated. A loose strap, a small wound, or uneven load distribution could affect not only the animal's health, but also the progress of the caravan. These repeated routines demonstrated a patient diligence, a careful attention to detail that was essential for survival. Meals, while simple, followed careful protocols. Cooking fires were arranged safely, pots and kettles cleaned, and food portioned according to need. Travelers often shared minor techniques for preparing grains or legumes, heating dried meats without burning them, and arranging communal meals efficiently. Apprentices observed and participated in these routines, gaining hands-on knowledge that would prepare them for future journeys. Even these quiet, repetitive tasks contributed to social cohesion, reinforcing trust and cooperation within the caravan. Inspections of goods were methodical and continuous. Silk, spices, ceramics, and other commodities were unpacked, examined for damage or moisture, and repacked carefully. Each item was handled deliberately, with small adjustments made to prevent deterioration. Over time, these repeated inspections established a sense of reliability among merchants, traders, and buyers, ensuring that the flow of goods across long distances could continue without interruption. The attention given to minor imperfections, while seemingly mundane, preserved both value and confidence in the trade network. Daily maintenance extended beyond animals and goods. Tents and shelters were inspected, mats arranged, and ropes checked for wear. Cooking equipment was cleaned, and minor repairs performed promptly. Even the simplest acts, tightening a strap, reinforcing a post, or stacking firewood, neat to the orderly functioning of the caravan. These routines, repeated across countless stops along the Silk Road, ensured continuity, safety, and predictability in travel. Water management was central to all activities. Travelers monitored the consumption of both humans and animals, checked containers for leaks, and planned the next leg of the journey according to available water sources. Decisions regarding how much water to carry, where to refill, and which animals to prioritize required experience and careful observation. Even subtle mistakes could have far-reaching consequences, demonstrating that the quiet diligence of water management was as critical as any larger trade strategy. Interactions among travelers, hosts, and locals were deliberate and understated. Advice was exchanged about road conditions, terrain, and seasonal hazards. Hosts shared local knowledge about alternative routes, water sources, and safe resting places. These exchanges were calm and practical, emphasizing observation and experience. Rather than urgency, apprentices and children observed attentively, learning skills that would allow them to replicate routines and strategies in future journeys. Over time, these quiet interactions reinforced collective knowledge, trust, and social cohesion. Seasonal awareness influenced routines in subtle but significant ways. In spring, travelers paid attention to melting snow in mountainous regions, anticipating slippery slopes and swelling streams. Summer heat required early departures and midday rest, while autumn emphasized preparation for scarce resources and long nights. Winter necessitated more extended periods of rest, careful management of supplies, and attention to heating and shelter. These adjustments, integrated into daily routines, allowed caravans to maintain a steady pace across variable landscapes and climates. Hygiene, though modest, was consistently observed. Travelers washed hands and faces at water sources, cleaned cooking implements, and tended minor injuries. Animals received similar care, grooming, hoof inspection, and minor treatment of wounds. These repeated routines, though simple, preserved health, maintained morale, and prevented small issues from becoming serious problems. Even in the absence of spectacle, the quiet diligence of these acts ensured that both humans and animals could continue the journey safely and efficiently. Learning through observation was a key feature of daily life at oases and inns. Apprentices watched elders handle meals, care for animals, and inspect goods. They absorbed techniques for cooking, packing, and minor repairs, acquiring practical knowledge through repeated exposure. Over time, this slow, cumulative learning ensured the continuity of expertise, allowing future generations to travel safely and effectively along the Silk Road. Social bonds formed quietly but steadily. Shared meals, collaborative tasks, and small exchanges of advice fostered cooperation and mutual support. Travelers relied on one another to complete chores, tend animals, and maintain goods. Even minor gestures, such as offering a portion of food, assisting with a heavy bundle, or advising on animal care, reinforced trust and collective responsibility. These subtle interactions, repeated consistently, were as vital to the success of the caravan as any material resource. The cumulative effect of these routines and interactions was profound. The repeated, deliberate acts of food preparation, animal care, water management, inspection of goods, and minor maintenance created a stable framework that sustained life, commerce, and culture along the Silk Road. Each small, ordinary action contributed to a network of endurance and reliability, demonstrating the power of quiet, methodical work in shaping historical outcomes. Reflecting on these daily practices, we see that the success of long-distance trade depended not only on valuable goods, but also on the steady rhythms of life at rest stops. Oases and inns provided more than water or shelter. They were hubs of observation, maintenance, learning, and social connection. Travelers could pause safely, tend their animals, preserve their goods, and exchange knowledge, ensuring that the rhythm of the Silk Road continued uninterrupted. Even the simplest, most repeated routines, preparing a meal, securing a load, adjusting a harness, or sharing advice, were essential. Over time, these acts accumulated into a resilient system, one that allowed human networks, commerce, and culture to endure across vast distances. In observing these small, deliberate actions, we recognize the quiet ingenuity, patience, and care that sustained the Silk Road. How did these everyday practices influence the broader reliability and continuity of trade? What might they reveal about the subtle ways in which ordinary routines shape history? As evening falls over an oasis or inn, travelers finish meals, tend animals, and prepare sleeping areas. Fires burn low, lanterns cast a warm glow, and the rhythm of daily life pauses, ready to begin again at dawn. In these understated routines, we see the accumulation of knowledge, care, and experience that allowed the Silk Road to endure for centuries. The quiet repetition of ordinary tasks sustained extraordinary outcomes, illustrating the enduring impact of deliberate, methodical action. As we conclude our exploration of oases and inns along the Silk Road, we can appreciate how these quiet, understated spaces shaped the rhythm of long-distance travel. They were far more than mere pauses in the journey. They were hubs of care, maintenance, social exchange, and observation, where the ordinary routines of daily life ensured the endurance of people, animals, and goods across vast distances. The arrival at an oasis or inn was a moment of both relief and responsibility. Travelers carefully organized animals to graze or rest, replenished water supplies, and inspected goods for damage. Even seemingly minor adjustments, strap, moving a bundle of grain, or checking a container for moisture were repeated meticulously. These small acts, performed day after day across countless stops, created a foundation of reliability upon which the Silk Road depended. Meals at these rest stops were both practical and social. Travelers prepared grains, boiled legumes, and dried meats, all with deliberate care. Water was measured, firewood arranged, and cooking utensils cleaned before and after use. While simple, these routines were essential for maintaining health and energy. They also provided opportunities for quiet conversation and the exchange of practical knowledge, advice about terrain, local resources, or minor innovations in food preparation or animal care. Through these repeated, understated interactions, collective wisdom accumulated and traveled along the trade routes. Animals, central to every caravan, received attentive care at oases and inns. Camels, horses, and donkeys were given water, fed, and groomed, with minor injuries treated promptly. Hooves were examined, harnesses adjusted, and loads rebalanced. The careful repetition of these routines ensured that the caravan could continue its journey without disruption. Travelers quickly learned to anticipate small problems, preventing them from becoming larger obstacles and reinforcing the trust and interdependence between humans and animals. Inspection and maintenance of goods were equally methodical. Silk, spices, ceramics, and other commodities were unpacked, examined, and repacked with precision. Even slight imperfections, moisture, fraying, or minor damage were addressed promptly. These repeated inspections, performed at each stop along the route, contributed to the overall reliability of trade, ensuring that goods arrived in markets intact and merchants maintained their reputation. Such quiet diligence, though unremarkable, in isolation, formed the backbone of commerce along the Silk Road. Daily schedules at oases and inns followed a deliberate rhythm. Morning hours were devoted to meals, preparation, and animal care. Midday provided rest and minor maintenance, including inspection of equipment, tents, and bedding. Late afternoon and evening offered opportunities to plan the next stage of the journey and prepare sleeping areas. This steady rhythm, repeated across countless stops, created predictability and order, reducing uncertainty in a journey that could otherwise feel unpredictable and arduous. Hygiene and care were quietly observed, but consistent. Travelers washed hands and faces, cleaned cooking implements, and tended minor injuries. Animals were groomed and examined, hooves and loads checked, and small treatments applied where necessary. These simple routines, repeated consistently, preserved health and energy, ensuring the well-being of both humans and animals. The accumulation of these ordinary actions across time allowed the long-distance networks of the Silk Road to function. Reliably, social learning continued at these rest stops. Apprentices and children observed the routines of experienced travelers, how meals were prepared, animals tended, and goods inspected. They absorbed practical knowledge slowly, through repetition and participation, gaining the skills necessary for future journeys. This quiet, incremental transmission of expertise ensured continuity across generations and reinforced the cumulative wisdom embedded within caravan culture. Seasonal awareness remained critical. Spring brought fresh grazing and the opportunity to cross melting mountain passes. Summer heat required early departures, careful rest, and water management. Autumn emphasized preparation for scarce resources, while winter focused on maintenance, rest, and careful planning. Travelers adjusted routines subtly to align with these cycles, integrating environmental observation into every task. This alignment with natural rhythms allowed caravans to maintain a steady, sustainable pace across diverse landscapes. Interactions among travelers, hosts, and local inhabitants were understated yet meaningful. Advice about routes, water sources, terrain, and local customs was exchanged calmly and deliberately. Hosts provided practical support, offering shelter, guidance, and minor services such as animal care or equipment repair. Travelers learned to trust these networks, developing social cohesion and mutual reliance that reinforced both safety and efficiency. Even minor gestures, shared portion of food, assistance with a bundle, or guidance on handling an animal strengthened the bonds that sustained the Silk Road over time. The cumulative impact of these routines was profound. By repeating modest, deliberate acts, preparing meals, tending animals, inspecting goods, adjusting equipment, travelers created a stable framework that supported commerce, knowledge exchange, and social connection. Oases and inns were not only physical spaces but also nodes of continuity, where ordinary routines reinforced reliability and resilience. In these quiet spaces, the rhythm of the Silk Road was maintained across centuries. Reflecting on these practices, we see that history often unfolds quietly through repetition and care rather than dramatic events. The endurance of the Silk Road depended on the patient diligence of travelers, the steady rhythm of routines, and the cumulative effect of ordinary, repeated actions. Meals, water, animal care, inspections, and minor maintenance all contributed to a system of resilience that allowed trade and cultural exchange to flourish. Even the simplest acts, securing a strap, sharing advice, arranging a meal, or tending a wound, played a role in sustaining long-distance networks. These repeated routines preserved life, protected goods, and transmitted knowledge across generations. In observing the quiet rhythm of oases and inns, we can appreciate the subtle ingenuity, patience, and care that underpinned the success of the Silk Road. How did these daily practices ensure reliability across vast distances? What can they teach us about the understated forces that shape history over time? As night falls and travelers rest, animals settle quietly, and fires burn low. The rhythm of daily life pauses before beginning again at dawn. These quiet spaces, oases, and inns provided more than physical relief. They were centers of observation, maintenance, learning, and social connection. Through repetition, careful attention, and patient diligence, ordinary routines accumulated into extraordinary resilience. The slow, steady flow of life at these stops ensured that the Silk Road endured, linking distant lands, cultures, and people over centuries. In this quiet reflection, we see the profound significance of ordinary acts: meals prepared with care, animals tended patiently, water managed thoughtfully, and equipment maintained meticulously. Each repeated action, though unremarkable in itself, contributed to the larger rhythm of life, sustaining trade, culture, and human connection across vast distances. Even in their quietness, these routines reveal the extraordinary endurance and subtle ingenuity of those who traveled the Silk Road, reminding us that history is often shaped by the patient accumulation of small, deliberate acts. As we continue along the Silk Road, our attention shifts to one of its most famous commodities, silk. Yet the journey of silk was far from glamorous. It was slow, methodical, and dependent on the careful work of countless individuals who tended mulberry trees, raised silkworms, and processed delicate fibers before the fabrics ever reached a distant market. Understanding the step-by-step progression of silk production and transportation allows us to appreciate the quiet rhythms and daily diligence that sustained this remarkable trade. Silk began its life in the carefully tended mulberry groves of China. Trees were pruned and watered systematically, ensuring fresh leaves for silkworms. These leaves were gathered daily, sometimes multiple times a day, to feed the small larvae. The silkworms themselves required constant attention. Their cocoons were monitored, excess moisture avoided, and temperature carefully managed to prevent spoilage. Even minor deviations in these routines could result in imperfect silk or damaged fibers, highlighting the slow and meticulous nature of this early production process. Once the silkworms had spun their cocoons, laborers harvested them carefully. The timing was crucial. The threads were delicate and required gentle handling to avoid breakage. Cocoons were boiled or treated to release the fine silk filaments, which were then wound into skeins. Each step demanded patience, dexterity, and careful observation. Small, repeated tasks entangling fibers, adjusting tension, or maintaining clean containers ensured that the silk retained its strength and luster. Over time, these routines accumulated into a consistent production cycle, producing a material prized both for its beauty and utility after production. Silk was dyed, woven, and often patterned with simple or intricate designs. Dyers worked with natural pigments, sometimes derived from plants, minerals, or insects, adjusting proportions and exposure times to achieve consistent colors. Weavers maintained tension and alignment in looms, producing lengths of fabric with care and precision. Apprentices learned these routines through observation and repetition, gradually acquiring the skills necessary to sustain production over generations. In this way, knowledge was transmitted quietly, without the need for dramatic instruction, ensuring continuity and stability in silk manufacture. Once fabrics were prepared, they entered the long, slow journey across the Silk Road. Silk was carefully packed into bundles, often wrapped in protective layers to prevent moisture or abrasion during travel. Travelers, merchants, and caravan managers attended to these bundles meticulously, checking for tears, dampness, or uneven packing. Even minor adjustments, tightening cords, rotating bundles, or rearranging cargo ensured that silk would arrive in markets intact and maintain its value. These repeated routines, though quiet and methodical, were essential for preserving the integrity of the product across hundreds or even thousands of miles. Daily handling of silk during travel was deliberate. Merchants checked bundles during morning and evening routines, adjusting positioning, ensuring protection from sun or rain, and noting any areas of concern. Caravans paused at oases or inns to inspect silk, sometimes unwrapping small sections to examine the quality. Travelers balanced attention to the fabric with care for animals, food, and other goods, integrating each task into a steady rhythm that preserved both the cargo and the health of the caravan. Trade routes were long and arduous, often passing through deserts, mountains, and rivers. Silk traveled in small, manageable bundles, with each segment of the journey carefully organized to prevent damage. Animals carrying silk were guided methodically, loads adjusted for balance, and travelers rested according to predictable schedules. Even minor disruptions, sudden gust of wind, unexpected rainfall, or a shift in cargo required calm, measured responses. Repetition of careful handling, day after day, was the quiet guarantee of silk's survival across vast distances. At markets, silk was unpacked, inspected, and displayed with care. Merchants arranged bundles by color, texture, and weave, allowing buyers to examine the fabric without compromising its quality. Even in bustling trade hubs, these routines were calm and deliberate. Silk was folded carefully, dusted gently, and handled with steady hands. The patience and diligence observed in production and travel carried forward to this stage, ensuring the material's allure remained intact. Social and economic networks were reinforced through these routines. Merchants exchanged advice on the best storage methods, packing techniques, and routes that minimized risk. Apprentices learned through observation and participation, noting the handling of delicate fibers, the maintenance of storage containers, and the pacing of travel. Each small act, repeated over time, ensured that silk production and trade continued without interruption, creating a rhythm of commerce that spanned continents. Seasonal awareness influenced silk transport. Summer heat required careful shading and monitoring for moisture, while winter cold necessitated protection against frost and damp. Travelers adjusted their pace according to terrain, weather, and the condition of animals, integrating environmental observation into daily routines. Even minor adjustments, repositioning bundles, altering travel times, or providing additional insulation, preserved the integrity of silk and maintained the rhythm of commerce along the route. The cumulative effect of these routines was profound. Silk's journey, though slow and meticulous, connected communities, facilitated cultural exchange, and sustained economies across vast regions. Every cocoon tended, every skein wound, every bundle packed, and every careful adjustment along the route contributed to a network of reliability that allowed silk to maintain its status as a prized commodity. The quiet diligence of countless individuals, working in repetition over time, ensured that these fabrics traveled safely across deserts, mountains, and rivers. Reflecting on the journey of silk, we can see the power of ordinary, repeated acts, the steady rhythms of production, careful handling, and patient travel ensured that this delicate material reached distant markets while retaining its beauty and value. Silk's slow journey illustrates how meticulous routines, practiced consistently across generations, sustained trade, knowledge, and human connection along the Silk Road. What might this reveal about the patient, methodical work underlying all long-distance trade? How did the quiet repetition of ordinary tasks shape the endurance of commerce and culture across centuries? As night falls over workshops, caravan camps, and distant markets, the rhythm of production and travel pauses, only to resume with the dawn. Silkworms feed quietly on mulberry leaves, looms hum gently with weaving, and merchants inspect bundles of fabric with steady hands. Across continents, the slow, methodical care of countless individuals sustains a continuous flow of silk, connecting lands, economies, and cultures in ways that are often invisible yet enduring. In observing the quiet journey of silk, we recognize the extraordinary impact of ordinary routines. Each act of careful production, inspection, packing, and handling, though unremarkable on its own, contributed to the resilience, reliability, and continuity of trade across vast distances. The slow, deliberate journey of silk reminds us that history is often built upon patience, repetition, and the steady accumulation of small, meticulous acts. As we follow the quiet path of silk along the Silk Road, we begin to notice not only the material itself, but also the routines and practices that ensured its safe and steady journey. Silk, delicate and valuable, required careful handling at every stage, in workshops, during transport, and at marketplaces. It was not the grandeur of the fabric alone that sustained trade, but the patient, methodical repetition of ordinary tasks by countless individuals. Once silk was woven and dyed, it was prepared for transport with meticulous care. Bundles were wrapped in protective layers, often using paper, cloth, or straw to cushion the delicate fibers. Merchants and caravan managers attended to these bundles daily, checking for signs of wear or moisture. Small adjustments, cords rotating bundles to prevent compression, or repositioning cargo to avoid sun or wind, were performed quietly but systematically. These repeated practices, though unremarkable in themselves, created reliability across vast distances. Caravans carrying silk moved at deliberate, measured paces. Animals were carefully loaded, with weight distributed evenly to prevent strain or damage. Camels, horses, and donkeys were led and guided, observed for signs of fatigue or discomfort. Travelers tended to small issues promptly. A slightly frayed strap, a loose load, or a minor hoof injury could affect both animal welfare and the safety of silk. By attending to these details methodically, travelers ensured that both animals and cargo arrived intact. Daily routines included inspections at regular intervals. Morning and evening checks were common, often accompanied by minor adjustments to bundles or equipment. Silk could be shifted slightly to prevent compression, moisture monitored to avoid damage, and protective wrappings replaced if necessary. Travelers recorded observations, sometimes mentally, sometimes on simple tally sheets or notes, preserving continuity and allowing for small corrections over the course of the journey. The quiet repetition of these practices was essential to sustaining trade over months of travel. Travelers also integrated knowledge of the terrain and climate into their routines. Crossing deserts, mountains, and river valleys required observation of subtle environmental cues. Shifts in wind, temperature, or humidity could influence the handling of silk and the care of animals. Travelers adjusted packing, timing, and pace according to these factors, creating a rhythm that balanced progress with preservation. Even minor choices, resting in shaded areas, delaying movement during a sudden downpour, or adjusting the order of loads reflected the careful, deliberate approach that characterized Silk Road commerce. Oases and inns continued to play a vital role in silk transportation. Travelers paused to rest, tend animals, and inspect goods. Silk bundles were unpacked briefly, examined, and repacked with precision. Meals were prepared methodically, water managed carefully, and minor maintenance performed on tents, ropes, and equipment. These stops provided not only physical rest, but also opportunities to reinforce routines and ensure continuity. The cumulative effect of these pauses was the sustained quality and safety of silk across long journeys. Interactions with local merchants, hosts, and fellow travelers were deliberate and understated. Advice about routes, storage, and handling techniques was exchanged calmly and practically. Apprentices observed these exchanges, absorbing knowledge through repetition and participation. Hosts sometimes assisted with minor repairs, provided additional supplies, or shared environmental insights. These quiet interactions strengthened social cohesion, ensuring that travelers could rely on networks of support and information across unfamiliar regions. Transport over rivers, mountains, and deserts required additional attention. Bridges, ferries, and narrow mountain paths demanded careful placement of silk bundles and cautious guidance of animals. Travelers adjusted pacing, repositioned cargo, and monitored animal behavior to maintain balance and prevent damage. Even subtle observations, such as the slight sway of a pack or the texture of riverbanks, guided decisions that preserved silk quality. These repetitive practices, executed day after day, reinforced the reliability of the entire trade network. Markets, both large and small, presented further opportunities for methodical care. Silk was unpacked for inspection by buyers, arranged neatly, and handled gently to maintain texture and sheen. Merchants observed patterns in demand, color preference, and fabric quality, adjusting their practices accordingly. Even in bustling market spaces, the quiet repetition of careful handling maintained the integrity of silk and preserved the reputation of traders. Over time, these repeated routines contributed to a cumulative knowledge of trade and customer expectations. Seasonal rhythms influenced both transport and handling. Summer heat necessitated shading, hydration for animals, and careful monitoring of fabric condition. Autumn travel emphasized preparation for longer nights and potential moisture. Winter required insulation, timing adjustments, and careful management of supplies. Spring offered opportunities for smoother passage as rivers receded and mountains thawed. Travelers integrated these seasonal considerations into daily routines, ensuring both steady progress and the preservation of delicate goods. Learning through observation remained central. Apprentices absorbed practical knowledge gradually: how to pack silk, tend animals, handle minor damage, and adjust to environmental challenges. These repeated hands-on lessons ensured the transmission of skills across generations. Even minor details, how to tie a cord without slipping, how to layer, fabric for protection, or how to pace an animal over a steep incline were memorized through careful, repeated practice. Knowledge accumulated quietly over time, forming a resilient foundation for trade. The cumulative effect of these routines was profound. Silk's slow journey relied not on spectacle, but on repetition, diligence, and attention to detail. The quiet work of countless individuals, from silkworm caretakers and weavers to caravan managers and merchants, created a system of reliability that allowed silk to traverse continents. Ordinary, repeated acts, inspecting, packing, adjusting, observing, formed the invisible backbone of commerce, connecting cultures and economies across vast distances. Reflecting on these practices, we see that patience, methodical care, and consistency were as crucial as wealth or demand in sustaining trade. The slow, deliberate journey of silk illustrates how ordinary routines, repeated meticulously over time, enabled extraordinary outcomes. The diligence of countless hands, repeated day after day, preserved delicate fabrics, protected economic networks, and facilitated cultural exchange across continents. How did these small, repeated routines shape the broader reliability of trade? What does the quiet work of silk merchants reveal about the cumulative power of ordinary acts in history? As night falls over caravan camps, workshops, and distant markets, silk rests quietly in its protective wrappings. Fires burn low, animals breathe calmly, and travelers attend to minor tasks before sleep. The rhythm of careful observation, meticulous handling, and deliberate travel pauses only to resume with the dawn. Across continents and centuries, the slow journey of silk persists as a testament to patient diligence, repeated routines, and the quiet ingenuity of those who sustained trade along the Silk Road. As we conclude the journey of silk across the Silk Road, we can pause to appreciate the quiet but enduring work that sustained this trade. Silk was more than a luxurious material. It was the product of patient labor, methodical routines, and careful observation carried out by countless individuals over generations. From mulberry groves to distant markets, the slow, deliberate processes that governed production, handling, and transport reveal a remarkable story of steady diligence. The life of silk began with the careful cultivation of mulberry trees. Leaves were harvested with precision, silkworms tended with attention, and cocoons harvested at just the right time. Each of these steps required careful observation, repeated routines, and patient hands. Small adjustments ensuring the right temperature, preventing moisture, and handling delicate fibers with care preserved the integrity of silk. These tasks, though unremarkable in isolation, accumulated over time, producing a material that could withstand a long, slow journey across continents. Weaving, dyeing, and patterning added additional layers of care. Dyers managed pigments carefully, adjusting mixtures to achieve consistent hues. Weavers maintained tension on looms, creating lengths of fabric with precise alignment. Apprentices learned by observing and repeating these tasks, gradually acquiring the skills necessary to sustain production. Knowledge accumulated quietly, transmitted from one generation to the next without urgency, demonstrating that continuity was as important as speed in the world of textile production. Once prepared, silk embarked on its long journey along the Silk Road. Bundles were wrapped with care, adjusted repeatedly, and positioned on camels, horses, or donkeys to maintain balance and prevent damage. Travelers conducted inspections at regular intervals, adjusting, packing, monitoring moisture, and attending to minor imperfections. Even small acts tightening a cord, rotating a bundle, or shifting weight had cumulative significance, ensuring that silk remained intact despite months of travel across deserts, mountains, and rivers. The rhythm of travel was deliberate and steady. Caravans moved at measured paces, integrating rest, animal care, and minor maintenance into each day. Oases and inns provided essential pauses, allowing travelers to check cargo, tend animals, and replenish water and food. Daily routines were repeated consistently, creating reliability and reducing uncertainty. The quiet diligence of these repeated actions ensured the survival of both material and caravan, highlighting the subtle ingenuity embedded in ordinary practices. Social networks also played a role in sustaining trade. Travelers exchanged advice on handling silk, navigating routes, and preparing for seasonal conditions. Hosts offered guidance, minor repairs, or assistance with supplies. Apprentices observed these interactions, learning through repeated exposure and participation. Even minor gestures, helping carry a bundle, sharing knowledge about environmental hazards, or adjusting a load strengthened trust and continuity across the network of traders. These subtle, repeated acts accumulated into a robust system of support that allowed commerce to endure. Markets marked the final stages of silk's long journey. Merchants displayed fabric carefully, handling each length with steady hands to preserve sheen and texture. Buyers examined silk deliberately, noting color, weave, and quality, even amidst the bustle of trade. The routines established from production through travel persisted. Careful handling, methodical inspection, and patient observation. These repeated practices ensured that silk maintained its value, demonstrating the cumulative power of quiet diligence in sustaining both economy and reputation. Seasonal variations continued to influence trade. Summer heat demanded shading and careful water management, while winter cold required insulation and altered travel schedules. Spring and autumn offered opportunities for smoother movement, though still demanding attention to environmental details. These subtle adjustments, integrated into the rhythm of daily routines, ensured the resilience of silk transport. Travelers adapted methodically, preserving the integrity of delicate fabric while maintaining the pace of commerce. Reflecting on silk's journey, it becomes clear that history often relies on repetition, patience, and careful observation. The slow, deliberate actions of countless individuals feeding silkworms, adjusting bundles, tending animals, and handling fabric formed a network of resilience that allowed trade to continue across vast distances. The quiet accumulation of ordinary tasks ensured not only the survival of silk, but also the persistence of knowledge, cultural exchange, and economic continuity across continents. Even seemingly insignificant acts had profound impact. A tightened cord, a carefully rotated bundle, or a minor adjustment to a loom contributed to the survival of silk and the reliability of trade networks. The repetition of these acts, day after day, across years and generations, allowed a delicate material to travel thousands of miles, connecting distant peoples, economies, and cultures. These understated practices reveal the subtle ingenuity, patience, and methodical care that underpin historical endurance. As night falls over workshops, caravan camps, and distant markets, silk rests quietly in protective wrappings. Fires burn low, animals breathe steadily, and travelers tend minor tasks before resting themselves. Tomorrow will bring repetition, checking bundles, tending animals, monitoring environmental conditions, but the cumulative effect of yesterday's careful work remains. Across continents and centuries, the slow, deliberate journey of silk demonstrates how ordinary routines can sustain extraordinary outcomes. By observing the journey of silk, we recognize the quiet labor that shaped historical networks. Each repeated action, feeding a silkworm, inspecting a bundle, adjusting a strap, or sharing knowledge, accumulated into a resilient system of production and trade. Ordinary diligence, repeated consistently, enabled commerce, cultural exchange, and human connection to flourish along the Silk Road. It reminds us that history is often shaped not by spectacle or urgency, but by patience, repetition, and careful attention to detail. In this calm reflection, we see the enduring value of small, deliberate acts. The slow journey of silk illustrates the cumulative impact of ordinary routines, demonstrating that quiet, steady diligence can preserve material, knowledge, and cultural connections over centuries. The rhythm of care, from workshop to caravan, from oasis to marketplace, sustained a network that linked continents, cultures, and generations. The Silk Road's story, in this way, is not only about the movement of goods, but about the patient accumulation of human effort, observation, and quiet ingenuity. As we continue our gentle journey along the Silk Road, we turn our attention to another class of commodities that moved slowly yet profoundly across continents: spices and preservatives. These everyday substances, though small and unassuming, shaped diets, extended the shelf life of food, and quietly connected distant communities. Their slow journey depended on careful handling, routine maintenance, and the methodical practices of merchants, travelers, and artisans alike. Spices such as cinnamon, cardamom, pepper, and cloves were cultivated in specific regions, each with its own climate, soil, and traditional knowledge. Careful attention was required at every stage of production: drying, cleaning, sorting, and packing. Even minor mistakes, excess moisture, inadequate drying, or mixing of different grades could reduce quality and value. Laborers repeated these tasks consistently, ensuring that spices retained their flavor, aroma, and potency during transport across hundreds or thousands of miles. Preservatives, often simple substances such as salt, vinegar, or dried herbs, were prepared with equal care. Salt, for instance, might be harvested from shallow pans, sun-dried, and sorted to remove impurities. Vinegar was stored in tightly sealed containers, often monitored for clarity, acidity, and strength. Herbs were dried carefully, tied in bundles, and stored in cool, dry spaces. The repetition of these processes ensured that food could endure long journeys, bridging temporal and spatial distances without spoiling. Once prepared, spices and preservatives were packaged for transport. Merchants wrapped them carefully in cloth, paper, or small containers, ensuring that they were protected from moisture, pests, and contamination. Bundles were labeled, sometimes with simple marks indicating grade, origin, or quantity. These small routines, sorting, wrapping, marking, and stacking, were repeated systematically at every stage, contributing to the reliability and consistency of trade. Over time, these mundane acts became second nature, forming the backbone of long-distance commerce. Travelers carrying spices integrated these routines into daily life. Morning and evening inspections were common, checking for leaks, dampness, or broken containers, adjusting bundles for balance, and rotating goods to prevent crushing. Caravans moved at measured paces, animals carefully loaded to preserve both cargo and comfort. Minor adjustments, such as tightening a knot rearranging bundles, or sheltering spices from sudden rain were executed repeatedly, preserving the quality of goods over long distances. Rest stops, oases, inns, and way stations played a key role in preserving spices and preservatives. Travelers unpacked and examined goods, ensuring that nothing had spoiled or become damaged. Protective wrappings were replaced as necessary, animals watered and fed, and minor maintenance performed on equipment and containers. Even simple measures, like shading bundles from sun or avoiding contact with damp ground, contributed to the cumulative reliability of trade. These pauses allowed both human and material participants to rest, recover, and prepare for the next stage of the journey. Social learning and observation were integral to the movement of spices. Apprentices watched carefully as elders sorted, cleaned, and packaged spices. They noted subtle differences between grades, recognized the signs of moisture damage, and learned how to balance loads for transport. Hosts and local traders often offered guidance about handling and storage, sharing knowledge quietly and practically. Over time, these repeated interactions accumulated into a body of practical expertise that ensured continuity across generations. Environmental awareness influenced routines profoundly. Desert heat, mountain chill, and river humidity all affected how spices and preservatives were handled. Travelers adjusted timing, storage, and placement of goods according to weather and terrain. Simple acts, such as covering containers during midday heat, elevating them above damp floors, or repositioning bundles to avoid excessive pressure, were repeated across every caravan. The quiet repetition of such practices ensured that flavor and quality survived long, challenging journeys. Markets at the end of the Silk Road emphasized inspection and presentation. Merchants displayed spices in neat piles, carefully handling each to preserve aroma and appearance. Buyers examined color, texture, and scent, often using subtle cues to judge quality. Even in bustling trade spaces, routines of careful handling persisted. Bundles were turned gently, dust removed, and small quantities measured precisely. This repetition, ingrained through long experience, maintained the reliability and reputation of traders and ensured the continued flow of spices. Across regions, daily routines were structured around predictability. Morning inspections, midday rest, and evening checks created a rhythm that travelers could rely upon. Animals were watered and fed systematically, loads adjusted as needed, and small repairs performed on containers or ropes. Meals were prepared with care, ensuring that both humans and animals received adequate nutrition. The repeated, deliberate nature of these routines provided stability in otherwise unpredictable travel, contributing to the success of long-distance trade. Even minor hygiene practices mattered. Travelers washed hands before handling food-related goods, cleaned small tools, and tended to minor injuries. Animals carrying spices were groomed, hooves inspected, and loads adjusted for comfort. These understated routines preserved health, prevented spoilage, and maintained the rhythm of travel. Over time, the repetition of such ordinary tasks accumulated into reliable systems that sustained trade and human networks along the Silk Road. The slow spread of taste and flavor was not only a matter of logistics, but also of cultural continuity. Spices introduced new flavors, cooking techniques, and preservation methods to regions far from their origin. Each small bundle that arrived intact carried with it knowledge, ritual, and habit ingredients that would slowly influence diets, recipes, and culinary culture. The cumulative effect of these repeated, deliberate acts was a quiet but profound shaping of everyday life across continents. Reflecting on this slow spread, we see the power of ordinary, repeated routines, the patient care given to each spice, the consistent attention to preservation, and the deliberate handling during transport all contributed to the enduring flow of taste and flavor. Travelers, merchants, and artisans relied on repetition, observation, and methodical practice to ensure that fragile goods reached distant communities safely. In these quiet actions, the Silk Road reveals its most understated ingenuity. How did these small, repeated routines shape cultural and culinary networks across regions? What might they teach us about the cumulative effect of ordinary labor in history? As night falls over caravan camps and distant markets, spices rest quietly in their wrappings, preserved through careful attention and the rhythm of daily routines. Travelers finish their meals, tend animals one last time, and prepare sleeping areas. Tomorrow will bring inspection, adjustment, and the next stage of travel. Across deserts, mountains, and rivers, the steady, methodical journey of spices continues, a quiet but enduring link between lands, peoples, and generations. As we follow spices along the Silk Road, it becomes clear that their movement was governed by patient, methodical routines. Spices were small, delicate, and easily affected by moisture, heat, or rough handling. Their safe passage relied on repeated care at every stage: sorting, packing, transporting, and inspecting. Each act, though ordinary and often unnoticed, contributed to the reliability of trade and the steady spread of taste and flavor across continents at the point of origin. Spices were prepared with meticulous attention. Cinnamon bark was carefully peeled and dried, cardamom pods separated and sorted by size, and pepper berries cleaned and sun-dried. Workers repeated these steps daily, checking for imperfections, removing damaged pieces, and arranging spices for optimal preservation. Small variations, humidity, sun exposure, or handling could affect quality, so routines were executed consistently, often by groups trained to maintain exacting standards. Over time, these repeated practices ensured that spices would retain flavor and value during their long journey. Preservatives, including salt, vinegar, and dried herbs, required equally careful handling. Salt harvested from pans was dried, sifted, and packed into containers, each bundle inspected multiple times. Vinegar was monitored in barrels or ceramic jars for clarity and strength, while dried herbs were tied in small bundles, kept cool, and stored in dry areas. Even minor adjustments, such as replacing damaged wrappings or rotating containers to prevent uneven settling, were repeated daily. This consistent attention ensured that food preservation materials arrived intact and functional. Once packaged, spices were integrated into caravans. Bundles were stacked carefully, sometimes separated by cloth or straw for additional protection. Animals carrying goods were loaded methodically, with careful attention to weight distribution. Morning and evening inspections were routine. Travelers checked for moisture, shifted loads to maintain balance, and repaired minor tears in wrappings. The repeated practice of these tasks became second nature, ensuring continuity and reliability along the journey. Environmental conditions influenced every routine. Deserts presented heat, sand, and sudden wind. Mountains offered cold, rain, and uneven terrain. Rivers required careful handling during crossings. Travelers adapted their routines to meet these challenges, covering spice bundles during the heat of the day, elevating containers above damp ground, or adjusting pacing to prevent strain on animals. Even subtle adjustments, repeated consistently, preserved the quality of spices and ensured steady progress. Rest stops along the route, oases, inns, and small villages served as crucial points of inspection and maintenance. Travelers unpacked small quantities of spices to check for damage, replaced protective wrappings, and rotated bundles to prevent crushing. Animals rested, feed and water replenished, and minor repairs made to containers or ropes. These repeated pauses allowed both humans and cargo to recover and ensured that each stage of the journey began with attention to detail. Over time, such routines accumulated into a resilient network of care. Interactions among travelers, merchants, and local hosts reinforced knowledge and consistency. Advice was exchanged on best packing techniques, storage solutions, and routes that minimized risk. Apprentices observed these interactions carefully, noting how seasoned merchants handled fragile cargo and adjusted to environmental challenges. Minor gestures, assisting with a heavy bundle, sharing water, or offering advice on rotation reinforced trust and social cohesion. Repetition of these small acts across years contributed to the endurance and reliability of the spice trade. Daily schedules structured routines around predictability. Morning inspections, midday rest, and evening checks became habitual, creating a rhythm that allowed travelers to anticipate tasks and respond to minor issues before they became serious. Animals were fed, watered, and guided carefully. Bundles of spices were shifted, checked, and maintained. Tools and wrappings were inspected and repaired as needed. This steady repetition of routine provided security and reliability across long journeys. Market preparation mirrored these careful routines. Merchants unpacked spice bundles, arranging them by type, grade, or origin. Buyers examined color, texture, aroma, and freshness, with merchants gently handling each portion to maintain quality. Even amidst the bustle of trade centers, the quiet repetition of inspection, display, and careful handling preserved value and reputation. The cumulative effect of these repeated practices ensured continuity and trust across distant communities. Seasonal changes shaped routines subtly but significantly. Summer heat required shading and frequent moisture checks. Winter cold necessitated insulation and modified travel schedules. Spring and autumn offered more stable conditions but still demanded awareness of precipitation, river levels, and temperature shifts. Travelers integrated these considerations into every daily routine, adjusting packing, pacing, and inspection practices to maintain the integrity of fragile cargo. Repetition of these adjustments contributed to a resilient system of transport. Learning and apprenticeship remained central to the movement of spices. Young travelers and assistants absorbed knowledge through repeated observation. How to sort spices by quality, wrap bundles securely, handle animals carrying delicate cargo, and adapt to environmental challenges. Over time, these repeated lessons ensured that skills were preserved and transmitted across generations. Even seemingly minor details, how to tie a cord without slipping, how to layer spices for protection, or how to pace animals through uneven terrain accumulated into reliable expertise, sustaining trade across centuries. The cumulative effect of these routines was remarkable. Spices and preservatives, small and easily spoiled, were able to travel thousands of miles due to the quiet diligence of countless individuals. Repetition, observation, and careful adjustment at every stage from production through transport to market ensured that flavor and utility arrived intact. The ordinary, methodical acts of sorting, packing, rotating, inspecting, and maintaining created a system of reliability upon which commerce, diet, and culture depended. Reflecting on these practices, we see that patience and consistency underpinned the slow spread of taste across the Silk Road. The careful attention given to fragile spices and preservatives ensured that they could reach distant communities safely, influencing culinary habits, preservation techniques, and daily life. Each small, repeated act, though unremarkable on its own, accumulated into a resilient system that connected regions, cultures, and generations. How did these understated routines shape not only trade but also cultural exchange and culinary traditions? What can the quiet work of spice merchants teach us about the cumulative impact of ordinary diligence in history? As night falls over caravan camps, oases, and distant markets, spices rest quietly in their wrappings. Travelers finish evening routines, tending animals, checking loads, and preparing sleeping areas. Fires burn low, and the rhythm of careful attention pauses, only to resume with the dawn. Across deserts, mountains, and river valleys, the steady, methodical journey of spices continues, a quiet but enduring thread linking lands, peoples, and generations. As we bring the journey of spices and preservatives along the Silk Road to a close, it becomes clear that their slow movement was shaped less by grandeur than by quiet, consistent diligence. These small, everyday commodities depended on patient labor, careful handling, and methodical routines performed by countless individuals. Each bundle of cinnamon, cardamom, pepper, or salt carried with it the cumulative effort of hands that nurtured, sorted, packed, and transported goods across vast distances. At the point of origin, laborers ensured that spices were properly prepared. Cinnamon bark was peeled carefully, cardamom pods sorted by size, and pepper berries cleaned meticulously. Herbs were dried with precision, salt sifted to remove impurities, and vinegar monitored for clarity and acidity. Every act was repeated with consistency, ensuring that even the smallest details were attended to. This patient repetition was crucial. Minor errors in drying, wrapping, or storage could compromise quality, yet careful diligence preserved the integrity of the cargo. Transport routines carried these practices forward. Bundles were packed securely, labeled for origin or grade, and stacked with attention to weight and balance. Animals carrying spices were guided carefully, loads adjusted regularly, and travelers inspected their cargo daily. Morning and evening routines included checking for moisture, rotating bundles, and repairing minor tears in wrappings. These seemingly small acts, repeated consistently, allowed fragile goods to endure long journeys across deserts, mountains, and river valleys. Oases, inns, and way stations provided crucial pauses for maintenance. Travelers unpacked small portions to inspect for damage, replaced protective wrappings, and adjusted cargo to prevent compression. Animals rested, feed and water replenished, and equipment received minor repairs. These repetitive routines reinforced the rhythm of travel and ensured that each stage of the journey began with careful attention. Over time, these pauses accumulated into a reliable system of care that preserved both people and goods. Social learning and quiet observation were central to this system. Apprentices and young travelers absorbed knowledge by watching seasoned merchants how to sort spices, handle delicate cargo, adjust to environmental conditions, and maintain daily routines. Advice was shared calmly among travelers and hosts, often through demonstration rather than instruction. Minor gestures, like assisting with a bundle or offering tips on animal pacing, reinforced collective knowledge. Repetition of these small practices across years ensured the persistence of expertise and the reliability of trade. Markets at the end of the Silk Road emphasized careful handling and presentation. Merchants arranged spices neatly, displayed small portions for inspection, and handled goods gently to preserve aroma, texture, and color. Buyers examined bundles deliberately, noting subtle differences in quality and appearance. Even amidst the bustle of trading centers, routines of careful inspection, rotation, and handling persisted. These repeated practices preserved value, maintained reputation, and ensured trust between buyers and sellers. Seasonal rhythms continued to influence routines. Summer heat required shading and moisture checks. Winter cold demanded insulation and adjustments in travel schedules. Spring and autumn brought more favorable conditions, but still required awareness of rainfall, river levels, and temperature. Travelers adapted each task, packing, loading, rotating, or inspecting according to these conditions. Repetition of these seasonal adjustments, day after day, contributed to the resilience of trade networks and the preservation of delicate goods. Daily rhythms reinforced reliability. Morning inspections, midday rest, and evening checks became habitual. Animals were fed and guided carefully, cargo adjusted, and small repairs performed consistently. Meals and water were distributed methodically. These repeated acts created predictability and structure, providing both travelers and goods with stability across unpredictable environments. The quiet, repeated diligence of each day accumulated into a system that allowed spices to traverse continents safely. The cumulative effect of these ordinary routines was extraordinary. Spices and preservatives, small and easily spoiled, connected distant regions through careful attention, repetition, and patient labor. Knowledge of handling, packing, and travel was transmitted quietly across generations, forming a resilient network that supported commerce, diet, and cultural exchange. Every act, trapping a bundle, rotating cargo, tending an animal, inspecting goods, contributed to this invisible infrastructure. Reflecting on these practices, it becomes clear that the slow spread of taste and flavor depended on consistent care, patience, and repetition. These routines ensured that spices arrived intact, influencing culinary habits, preservation methods, and daily life far from their origins. The quiet, methodical work of travelers and merchants sustained cultural connections across continents. How did these understated practices shape the culinary and cultural landscapes of distant regions? What might the cumulative effect of ordinary diligence reveal about the endurance of trade and human networks? As night falls, spices rest quietly in wrappings at caravan camps, inns, and markets. Travelers finish their evening routines, tending animals, adjusting bundles, and preparing sleeping areas. Fires burn low, the wind whispers through tents and trees, and the rhythm of care pauses briefly, only to resume with the dawn. Across deserts, mountains, and river valleys, the patient, methodical journey of spices continues, a quiet but enduring link between lands, people, and generations. In this calm reflection, we see that ordinary routines, repeated inspections, careful packing, attentive handling, and subtle environmental adjustments were the foundation of successful long-distance trade. The slow spread of spices and preservatives reminds us that history is often shaped by persistence, attention, and quiet diligence rather than dramatic events. Through patient repetition, the Silk Road sustained commerce, culture, and connection, allowing the subtle flavors of distant lands to reach tables thousands of miles away. Even minor acts rotating a bundle, replacing a protective wrapping, adjusting an animal's load contributed to continuity and reliability. Over time, these repeated, deliberate practices accumulated into a resilient system, demonstrating the quiet power of methodical care. The journey of spices and preservatives teaches us that patience, observation, and repetition can shape outcomes. On a continental scale, quietly influencing culture, trade, and daily life over centuries. As our exploration of the Silk Road continues, we shift our focus to two essential resources, salt and metals. Both were vital for everyday life, influencing food preservation, trade, and economic stability across distant regions. Their slow movement along the Silk Road was guided not by haste or spectacle, but by careful routines, repeated practices, and methodical attention to detail. Understanding how salt and metals traveled helps us appreciate the quiet diligence that sustained these networks for centuries. Salt, though common in many households, was a critical commodity for preserving food. In regions far from the sea or salt flats, access to salt required trade and careful handling. Salt was often harvested from shallow pans, evaporated under the sun, and packed meticulously for transport. Workers sifted the granules to remove impurities, sometimes drying them further to prevent clumping. Even minor variations in humidity or packaging could affect quality, so laborers repeated these tasks with consistent attention. The steady, repetitive work ensured that salt could travel safely over long distances without losing its preservative qualities. Metals, including copper, tin, lead, and iron, were transported in raw or semi-processed forms. They were mined carefully, cleaned, and sometimes cast or hammered into bars for ease of transport. Each bar was inspected for uniformity, weight, and integrity. Small imperfections could reduce value or complicate further use, so repeated checks were essential. Workers and merchants developed routines for stacking, labeling, and transporting metals to minimize damage. These repetitive practices ensured that metal could reach distant markets intact, ready for use in tools, coins, and everyday objects. Once prepared, salt and metals were packaged for travel. Salt was wrapped in protective layers of cloth or straw to prevent contamination or moisture absorption. Metals were bound into manageable bundles, sometimes separated by wood or other protective materials to avoid scratches and corrosion. Traders carefully labeled bundles, noting weight, origin, or grade. Daily routines of inspection, adjustment, and repacking became second nature, reinforcing reliability throughout the journey. These repeated acts, while quiet and methodical, formed the backbone of long-distance trade. Caravans carried salt and metals along well-established routes. Animals were loaded thoughtfully, with weight distributed evenly to preserve both cargo and comfort. Morning and evening checks were standard practice, bundles inspected for damage, loads adjusted for balance, and minor repairs carried out on wrappings or containers. Travelers integrated these tasks seamlessly into their routines, repeating them consistently day after day. Even minor acts, such as tightening a strap or repositioning a bundle, contributed to the survival of goods over long, challenging distances. Environmental awareness played a critical role in these routines. Deserts required shading and moisture control, while mountainous regions demanded careful balance and attention to temperature. River crossings were slow and deliberate, with bundles protected from water exposure and handled gently. Travelers adjusted routines according to conditions, performing small tasks repeatedly to safeguard salt and metals. Over time, these repeated adjustments accumulated into a reliable system of preservation and transport. Rest stops, oases, inns, or small villages offered opportunities for maintenance and observation. Travelers unpacked small portions to inspect for moisture, corrosion, or damage. Salt and metals were rotated, repacked, or cleaned as necessary. Animals were tended carefully, fed and watered according to routine schedules. Even minor repairs on containers, ropes, or harnesses were performed methodically. These repeated ordinary practices created a rhythm that sustained trade across vast distances. Social interaction reinforced these routines. Merchants, travelers, and hosts shared advice on packing methods, environmental considerations, and routes that minimized risk. Apprentices observed and practiced these methods, gradually absorbing the skills needed to maintain reliability. Even minor gestures, helping shift a bundle, providing water to an animal, or demonstrating a technique for cleaning metal reinforced collective knowledge. Repetition of these practices across generations ensured continuity and efficiency in trade. Market procedures emphasized careful handling and presentation. Salt was displayed in neat piles or small containers, inspected for purity, and sometimes sold by weight. Metals were stacked and arranged for inspection, buyers examining texture, weight, and condition. Merchants handled goods gently, preserving quality while facilitating evaluation. Even in busy trade centers, routines of inspection, adjustment, and careful handling persisted, ensuring trust and consistent outcomes. Over time, these repeated practices contributed to the stability of both trade and reputation. Seasonal considerations influenced routines subtly. Summer heat necessitated shading and moisture control for salt, while winter cold required insulation and attention to freezing or condensation. Metals were sensitive to temperature fluctuations and humidity, requiring careful handling and storage. Travelers integrated these seasonal adjustments into daily routines, adjusting packing, transport, and inspection practices accordingly. The quiet repetition of these tasks ensured that both salt and metals could endure long journeys and maintain value. Daily rhythms structured life along the Silk Road. Morning inspections, midday rest, and evening checks became habitual. Animals were fed and guided methodically, cargo inspected and adjusted, and minor repairs performed consistently. Meals and water were distributed according to predictable patterns. This repetition provided stability in otherwise unpredictable environments, preserving both goods and human participants over extended periods. Learning through observation and apprenticeship remained central to the movement of salt and metals. Young travelers absorbed knowledge by watching elders, noting how to pack, handle, and inspect goods. Subtle skills, such as tying a bundle without slippage, layering salt to prevent moisture absorption, or aligning metal bars to prevent scratches, were transmitted through repeated practice. Over time, these practices formed a resilient foundation for trade that endured across generations. The cumulative effect of these routines was profound. Salt and metals, though ordinary commodities, connected distant regions through careful, repeated labor. Attention to detail, patient observation, and methodical practice ensured that these essentials reached faraway communities intact. Each small act repacking, adjusting, inspecting, or cleaning contributed to a reliable system of trade, demonstrating that ordinary diligence was foundational to the continuity of commerce and culture. Reflecting on the journey of salt and metals, it becomes clear that patience and repetition shaped both material and human networks. The quiet routines of sorting, packing, inspecting, and adjusting allowed fragile or valuable goods to survive long travels, influencing diet, technology, and economic stability across vast distances. How did these understated practices underpin trade systems? What does the careful movement of salt and metals reveal about the cumulative power of ordinary routines in shaping history? As night falls along caravan camps, inns, and distant markets, salt rests quietly in wrappings, metals, stacked and protected. Travelers complete evening routines, tending animals, inspecting cargo, and preparing sleeping areas. Fires burn low, the wind whispers through tents and pathways, and the rhythm of attention pauses until dawn. Across deserts, mountains, and river valleys, the slow, deliberate movement of salt and metals continues, a quiet yet enduring network linking people, economies, and generations. As salt and metals moved along the Silk Road, their journey was defined by quiet repetition, careful observation, and methodical attention. These everyday commodities were deceptively fragile and valuable. Salt could absorb moisture and lose preservative qualities. Metals could corrode, scratch, or bend if handled carelessly. Travelers, merchants, and apprentices relied on repeated routines to safeguard their cargo and maintain the integrity of trade across vast distances. Salt harvesting required meticulous routines at the point of origin. Workers scooped brine from pans, allowed water to evaporate under the sun, and collected the crystallized salt with care. Granules were sifted to remove impurities, dried to prevent clumping, and packed in cloth or straw wrappings. Even minor inconsistencies in drying or storage could compromise quality, so laborers repeated each step with steady attention. The repetition of these routines ensured that salt could endure long journeys across deserts, mountains, and river valleys without losing effectiveness as a preservative. Metals demanded similar care. After mining, copper, iron, lead, and tin were cleaned, sometimes cast into bars or hammered into sheets for transport. Each bar or ingot was inspected for weight, uniformity, and surface integrity. Small imperfections could reduce value or complicate further processing, so repeated checks were routine. Workers carefully stacked, labeled, and secured metals for travel, reinforcing their preservation through deliberate handling. These repeated practices became ingrained, forming an invisible infrastructure that ensured reliability across centuries. When incorporated into caravans, both salt and metals required careful packing. Salt was layered, wrapped, and sometimes separated with straw to avoid moisture absorption. Metals were bundled securely, with protective materials between each bar, to prevent scratches or bending. Animals were loaded thoughtfully, with careful attention to balance and weight distribution. Travelers conducted morning and evening inspections, adjusting loads, checking for damage, and repairing wrappings as needed. Even small acts, tightening a strap, shifting a bundle, or rotating cargo were repeated consistently, maintaining the integrity of the goods. Environmental awareness guided daily routines. Desert heat necessitated shading, monitoring moisture, and careful hydration for both animals and cargo. Mountain paths required balance and caution, with loads adjusted to prevent tipping or crushing. River crossings were slow and deliberate, ensuring that salt remained dry and metals were protected from corrosion. These repeated adjustments, though ordinary in appearance, were crucial to the long-term survival of cargo. Over time, such attention accumulated into a system that reliably transported essentials across vast distances. Rest stops served as vital points for maintenance and inspection. At oases, inns, and villages, travelers unpacked small portions of salt or metals to check for damage, replaced protective wrappings, and adjusted loads for balance. Animals were fed and watered methodically, and minor repairs were performed on containers, ropes, and harnesses. These repeated pauses reinforced the rhythm of travel, ensuring both human and material participants were ready for the next stage. Over centuries, such routines accumulated into a resilient framework, sustaining trade along the Silk Road. Social interaction was central to the preservation of cargo. Merchants and travelers shared advice about packing, storage, and environmental adaptation. Apprentices observed these practices, gradually learning how to maintain goods across long distances. Minor gestures, wandering assistance with a bundle, demonstrating proper wrapping techniques, or advising on water placement reinforced collective knowledge. Repetition of these small actions over years ensured that expertise was transmitted across generations, sustaining reliability along trade networks. Market preparation reflected similar, careful routines. Salt was arranged in neat piles or containers, inspected for purity, and sold by weight. Metals were displayed for inspection, buyers examining texture, weight, and surface condition. Merchants handled each item gently, preserving quality while facilitating evaluation. Even amidst the bustle of markets, routines of inspection, rotation, and careful handling persisted. These repeated practices maintained both trust and value, ensuring continuity and reputation for merchants over long periods. Seasonal conditions required subtle but consistent adjustments. Summer heat demanded shading, monitoring, and frequent checks for moisture absorption. Winter cold necessitated insulation for salt and metals, while spring and autumn brought variable precipitation and temperature. Travelers integrated these seasonal considerations into daily routines, adjusting packing, storage, and transport methods accordingly. The repetition of such practices ensured the resilience of goods across fluctuating environmental conditions. Daily rhythms structured life along the Silk Road. Morning inspections, midday rest, and evening checks became habitual. Animals were fed and guided carefully, cargo inspected, and minor repairs carried out consistently. Meals and water were distributed predictably, creating a sense of stability amidst the unpredictability of travel. This steady repetition of routine ensured that both goods and travelers could endure long journeys, bridging thousands of miles with care and consistency. Learning through observation and participation remained crucial. Apprentices absorbed skills by watching seasoned merchants how to wrap salt, stack metals, adjust loads, and inspect for minor imperfections. Subtle lessons: how to prevent moisture absorption in salt, rotate metal bars to avoid scratches, or balance a load across uneven terrain were transmitted through repeated practice. Over time, these quiet routines ensured continuity and resilience, forming the foundation for trade networks that persisted across generations. The cumulative effect of these ordinary actions was extraordinary. Salt and metals, essential for food preservation, tools, and economic stability, could traverse vast distances because of methodical, repeated care. Each small actuary packing, adjusting, inspecting, or cleaning contributed to the reliability of the system, allowing fragile and valuable commodities to reach distant communities intact. Ordinary diligence, repeated consistently, sustained commerce, technology, and human connection along the Silk Road. Reflecting on these routines, it becomes apparent that patience and repetition shaped both material and human networks. The careful handling of salt and metals enabled trade, preserved essential resources, and connected cultures. Quiet diligence ensured that fragile or valuable goods survived long journeys, influencing daily life, diet, and technology across continents. How did these understated practices underpin the stability of trade networks? What might the careful movement of ordinary commodities reveal about the power of repetition in history? As night falls along caravan routes, inns, and markets, salt rests quietly in wrappings, metals stacked securely. Travelers finish evening routines, tending animals, adjusting loads, and preparing sleeping areas. Fires burn low, the wind moves gently across tents and pathways, and the rhythm of careful attention pauses briefly before resuming with dawn. Across deserts, mountains, and river valleys, the slow, methodical movement of salt and metals continues, a quiet but enduring network linking people, economies, and generations. As we conclude the journey of salt and metals along the Silk Road, it becomes clear that their movement depended not on spectacle or speed, but on patient, methodical routines. These essential commodities shape daily life, diet, and technology across vast regions. Yet their success was the result of countless ordinary actions repeated carefully over time. By observing these routines, we gain insight into how ordinary diligence preserved resources, facilitated trade, and connected communities across continents. Salt, small but essential, was harvested, dried, sifted, and packaged with care. Workers repeated these steps consistently, ensuring that the mineral remained pure, dry, and ready for transport. Even minor deviations, excess moisture, inadequate wrapping, or improper handling could compromise its preservative properties. Over generations, laborers and apprentices developed habits and routines to safeguard quality, repeating the same practices until they became second nature. These repeated acts allowed salt to survive long journeys across deserts, mountains, and rivers, reaching communities far from the source. Metals required similar attention, from mining and cleaning to casting, stacking, and packing. Each stage involved careful inspection and methodical handling. Workers checked for imperfections, adjusted bundles for balance, and protected surfaces from corrosion or damage. Each act, though simple, contributed to the survival of the material. Travelers integrated these practices into daily routines, inspecting loads, adjusting straps, and maintaining protective wrappings. Over time, repetition ensured the reliability and resilience of metals as they traveled to distant markets, ready to be transformed into tools, currency, or household objects. Transport along the Silk Road relied on predictable routines. Caravans moved at deliberate paces, integrating morning and evening inspections, midday rest, and animal care into each day. Salt bundles were checked for moisture, rotated to prevent settling, and repacked as needed. Metal bars were inspected for scratches or bending, adjusted for balance, and secured for the next stage of travel. Even minor adjustments, repeated daily, ensured that fragile or valuable goods survived the long journey intact. The quiet rhythm of these routines formed The foundation of successful trade networks. Environmental conditions influenced every action. Desert heat demanded shading and frequent moisture checks for salt. Mountainous terrain required careful weight distribution and attention to balance. River crossings necessitated slow, deliberate handling to prevent damage. Travelers adjusted routines subtly, performing repeated tasks to protect cargo and maintain stability. These small, ordinary actions accumulated over time, preserving goods and ensuring that trade could continue even under challenging conditions. Rest stops, whether at oasis inns or villages, offered opportunities to maintain both goods and animals. Travelers unpacked small quantities of salt or metal to inspect for damage, replaced protective wrappings, and adjusted loads for balance. Animals were tended systematically, fed and watered according to routine. Minor repairs were carried out on harnesses, ropes, and containers. Each repetition reinforced the rhythm of care, creating a dependable system for long-distance transport. Over generations, these simple routines ensured continuity, reliability, and stability in trade. Social learning played a central role in sustaining these networks. Apprentices and young travelers learned by observation how to pack, inspect, and handle commodities, how to rotate loads, how to adapt routines to environmental conditions. Advice and small demonstrations from experienced merchants and hosts were repeated quietly, transmitted across generations. Even subtle gestures, offering guidance, assisting with a bundle, or sharing a tip on animal carry, enforced the collective knowledge essential for consistent trade. Market procedures mirrored these careful routines. Merchants displayed salt in neat piles or containers, inspecting purity and quantity, while metals were arranged to show weight, condition, and integrity. Buyers examined goods deliberately, noting subtle differences in quality. Merchants handled items with care, preserving both appearance and function. Even in busy trade centers, repeated acts of inspection, rotation, and adjustment maintained trust and value. These seemingly ordinary routines reinforced both economic reliability and social cohesion across distant regions. Seasonal changes required ongoing adaptation. Summer heat, winter cold, and variable spring or autumn conditions influenced packing, storage, and inspection practices. Travelers adjusted routines accordingly, shading salt, insulating metals, or modifying travel schedules. Repetition of these seasonal adjustments over years ensured that essential commodities survived environmental fluctuations. Maintaining continuity in trade and resource distribution, daily rhythms structured the journey along the Silk Road. Morning inspections, midday rest, and evening checks became habitual. Animals were cared for methodically, loads were inspected and adjusted, and minor repairs were performed consistently. Meals and water were distributed predictably. This steady repetition created a rhythm of care that preserved goods, animals, and human participants over long distances. The cumulative effect of these ordinary acts allowed trade to function reliably across continents and centuries. Learning through repetition and observation ensured continuity. Young travelers absorbed practical skills: how to wrap salt, protect metals, adjust loads, and inspect for minor imperfections. Subtle techniques, rotating bundles, layering materials for protection, balancing cargo were transmitted through repeated practice. These ordinary, methodical routines accumulated over generations, forming a resilient foundation for commerce and connecting regions across vast distances. The slow, deliberate journey of salt and metals demonstrates the power of ordinary diligence. These essential commodities, seemingly mundane, shaped economies, diets, and technologies through careful, repeated practices. Each small act in inspecting, adjusting, rotating, or repacking contributed to the reliability and continuity of trade. Networks. Ordinary routines, repeated consistently, formed the invisible infrastructure that allowed communities separated by hundreds or thousands of miles to remain connected. Reflecting on the journey of salt and metals, we see that patience, repetition, and careful attention were as important as the commodities themselves. By following predictable routines, travelers preserved fragile or valuable goods, transmitted practical knowledge, and maintained the stability of commerce over centuries. How did these understated practices underpin long-distance trade and cultural exchange? What can we learn about the power of methodical, repeated effort in shaping human history? As night falls over caravan camps, inns, and distant markets, salt rests quietly in protective wrappings, metals stacked carefully and shielded from damage. Travelers complete evening routines, tending animals, adjusting loads, and preparing sleeping areas. Fires burn low, the wind moves gently across tents and pathways, and the rhythm of attentive care pauses briefly before resuming with dawn. Across deserts, mountains, and river valleys, the slow, deliberate movement of salt and metals continues, a quiet yet enduring network, linking people, economies, and generations. In this calm reflection, we see that the ordinary, repeated actions of countless individuals sustained not only the commodities themselves, but also the networks that connected distant lands. From the careful drying of salt to the methodical stacking of metals, each act accumulated into a resilient system of trade. The slow spread of these essential resources reminds us that history often depends on patience, observation, and repetition, rather than dramatic events. Through quiet diligence, salt and metals shaped economies, daily life, and the enduring connections between communities across the Silk Road. As we continue our slow journey along the Silk Road, we turn our attention to a quiet but profoundly influential pair of commodities: paper and ink. Unlike spices, metals, or salt, these items carried ideas, records, and culture rather than physical nourishment. Their movement across continents depended not only on careful handling, but also on patient routines, methodical preparation, and the steady work of artisans, scribes, and merchants. In examining the spread of paper and ink, we glimpse how knowledge traveled, transformed, and persisted through ordinary yet deliberate practices. Paper, originating in China centuries before the Silk Road reached its fullest scope, required meticulous preparation. Mulberry bark, hemp, and other plant fibers were harvested, cleaned, soaked, and beaten into pulp. Workers repeated each step carefully, ensuring that fibers were evenly processed and free from impurities. The pulp was then spread onto screens, pressed, dried, and sometimes polished to create a smooth, durable surface. Each step, repeated methodically, produced sheets of consistent quality, suitable for writing, drawing, or record keeping. Even minor deviations, uneven pressing, insufficient drying, or leftover daybreak could reduce durability or usability, making repetition and attention to detail essential. Ink, often made from soot, plant extracts, or minerals, also demanded careful preparation. Soot was collected, sometimes mixed with water, oils, or plant gums, and ground repeatedly to create fine, uniform particles. Minerals or plant extracts were processed and blended to ensure consistent color and adherence. To paper, artisans tested small samples, adjusted consistency, and repeated grinding until the ink met the desired quality. This patient, repetitive practice was crucial. Inconsistent ink could smear, fade, or fail to adhere, compromising the transmission of knowledge across distances. Once prepared, paper and ink were packaged with care for transport. Sheets of paper were stacked neatly, sometimes separated by protective layers of cloth or plant fibers to prevent damage during travel. Ink was stored in sealed containers, often small ceramic or metal vessels, to preserve consistency and prevent leakage. Traders labeled bundles for origin, quality, or intended use. Every inspection, adjustment, or wrapping was repeated as needed to maintain integrity. These ordinary, methodical routines formed the foundation of knowledge transmission across distant lands. Caravans moved deliberately, aware that paper and ink were fragile and susceptible to environmental conditions. Morning and evening inspections included checking stacks of paper for moisture, folding or warping, and verifying that ink containers remained sealed. Loads were balanced carefully on pack animals to prevent crushing or shifting, even small. Adjustments, repeated daily, ensured that these delicate goods arrived intact. Travelers incorporated these routines into their schedule, integrating careful handling with regular pauses, hydration for animals, and attention to weather and terrain. Environmental awareness shaped the journey of paper and ink. Humidity could warp paper, heat could dry it excessively, and sudden rain could damage bundles. Ink containers required protection from temperature fluctuations and jostling that could cause leakage. Travelers adapted routines to meet these conditions, covering paper with cloth, storing ink carefully among protective padding, and adjusting lower distribution to prevent tipping. Repetition of these protective acts, day after day, allowed knowledge to survive over long distances. Rest stops along the route, oases, inns, and caravanserais provided opportunities for inspection and minor maintenance. Travelers unpacked small quantities of paper to check for damage or warping, rotated stacks to prevent compression, and resealed ink containers. Animals were cared for according to habitual routines, fed, watered, and rested. Tools and wrappings were inspected and repaired as needed. These repeated practices reinforced the rhythm of care that sustained the movement of knowledge over vast distances. Apprenticeship and social observation were central to the transmission of expertise. Young scribes, merchants, or assistants learned by watching experienced artisans how to handle fragile paper, how to prepare ink consistently, and how to pack and transport materials for maximum preservation. Advice and demonstrations were repeated, quietly reinforcing skills across generations. Even small gestures showing how to layer paper sheets for protection or test ink consistency contributed to the steady accumulation of practical knowledge. Markets and centers of trade emphasized careful handling and presentation. Paper was displayed neatly, sometimes with calligraphy or markings to indicate quality. Ink containers were inspected for seal integrity and color consistency. Buyers and sellers handled items delicately, preserving both appearance and functionality. Despite the activity and noise of markets, routines of inspection, rotation, and adjustment persisted. Repeated, careful practices ensured trust, reliability, and the continuity of knowledge as it traveled from region to region, seasonal and environmental. considerations required subtle adjustments. Paper and ink were sensitive to humidity, temperature, and sunlight. Summer heat demanded shading and ventilation. Winter cold required insulation to prevent brittleness. Spring and autumn required attention to fluctuating moisture levels. Travelers integrated these adjustments into daily routines, repeating them systematically to preserve integrity. Over time, these cumulative practices ensured that knowledge could survive across long distances and varied climates. Daily rhythms created predictability and stability. Morning inspections, midday rest, and evening checks became habitual. Paper was examined, ink containers rotated or resealed, and loads adjusted. Animals were cared for methodically, tools maintained, and minor repairs performed consistently. This repeated attention allowed both goods and travelers to endure the uncertainties of long-distance travel. The quiet diligence of daily routines, repeated over weeks and months, created resilience and reliability through repetition and observation. Knowledge was transmitted alongside the physical goods themselves. Apprentices learned subtle techniques, how to layer paper sheets, pack ink securely, and adjust loads to prevent damage. Small gestures, quietly repeated across generations, ensured that expertise persisted. Over time, these practices accumulated into a resilient system, sustaining the movement of knowledge along the Silk Road. The cumulative effect of these ordinary repeated acts was extraordinary. Paper and ink, fragile yet essential, carried ideas, records, and culture across vast distances. Each act, packing, inspecting, adjusting, sealing, or rotating, contributed to a reliable system of knowledge transmission. The quiet diligence of travelers and artisans allowed communities separated by hundreds or thousands of miles to exchange information, preserve records, and share ideas. Reflecting on these practices, it is clear that patience, repetition, and careful attention were as important as the goods themselves. Paper and ink survived centuries, not through haste, but through methodical, repeated care. The ordinary routines of handling, inspection, and protection ensured that knowledge could travel safely and reach distant communities intact. How did these understated practices shape the spread of culture, literacy, and administration across continents? What can the careful movement of paper and ink reveal about the quiet power of ordinary diligence in history? As night falls over caravan camps, inns, and distant markets, stacks of paper rest quietly, wrapped and protected. Ink containers sit sealed, their contents preserved for future use. Travelers complete evening routines, tending animals, inspecting cargo, and preparing sleeping areas. Fires burn low, the wind whispers across tents and pathways, and the rhythm of care pauses briefly before resuming with the dawn. Across deserts, mountains, and river valleys, the slow, deliberate journey of paper and ink continues, a quiet, enduring network connecting people, ideas, and generations. In this calm reflection, we see that the ordinary, repeated actions of countless individuals sustained not only the physical goods themselves, but also the ideas they carried. The patient care, meticulous attention, and quiet repetition involved in moving paper and ink enabled the deliberate spread of knowledge across continents. Through these understated practices, the Silk Road became more than a network of trade, became a conduit for culture, learning, and human connection. As paper and ink journeyed along the Silk Road, their movement relied on quiet repetition, methodical routines, and careful attention to even the smallest details. Unlike spices, metals, or salt, These materials were extremely sensitive to moisture, pressure, and temperature. A single drop of water could warp a sheet of paper, while excessive heat could dry it too quickly, causing brittleness. Ink could thicken, leak, or fade if mishandled. The survival of these delicate commodities depended on the cumulative effect of countless ordinary actions, repeated with patience over long distances. Preparation at the point of origin demanded methodical, consistent work. Paper artisans carefully selected fibers, cleaned them of impurities, and soaked them for extended periods. Pulp was beaten repeatedly to achieve even consistency before being spread on screens and pressed. Each sheet was inspected, dried under controlled conditions, and sometimes polished to create a smooth writing surface. Artisans repeated these processes countless times, ensuring uniformity and durability. Any lapse could compromise quality, but steady attention ensured that each batch met established standards. Ink preparation also required repetition and precision. Soot or mineral pigments were collected, ground, and blended with plant gums or oils to achieve uniform color and consistency. Small test samples were used to verify quality, and adjustments were made as necessary. Artisans repeated these steps until the ink met precise standards suitable for writing on paper or silk. This careful, iterative practice was crucial. Inconsistent ink could smear, fade, or fail to adhere, undermining the purpose of the documents it was meant to create. Once prepared, paper and ink were packaged carefully for transport. Sheets of paper were stacked and separated with protective layers to prevent damage from shifting, compression, or moisture. Ink was stored in small, sealed containers to prevent leakage and evaporation. Traders labeled bundles, noting origin, quality, and intended destination. Every inspection, adjustment, and wrapping was repeated as necessary to maintain integrity. These ordinary methodical routines formed the foundation for the safe and reliable movement of knowledge across regions. Caravans moved with deliberate caution. Animals carried paper and ink on carefully arranged loads, with attention to balance and stability. Morning and evening inspections were routine. Stacks of paper were examined for warping, and ink containers were checked for secure seals. Loads were adjusted to prevent shifting or compression, and protective wrappings were replaced or reinforced when necessary. Even small adjustments, repeated daily, ensured that delicate goods survived the unpredictable conditions of the silk. Road. Environmental awareness shaped these routines at every step. Desert heat required shading paper and monitoring moisture levels. Sudden rainfall could be absorbed by bundles, so coverings were adjusted repeatedly. Mountains presented cold and uneven terrain, requiring careful balancing of loads and protection. From condensation, river crossings demanded slow, deliberate handling, ensuring that neither paper nor ink was exposed to water. Travelers repeated these protective measures consistently, day after day, preserving the integrity of the goods across varied conditions. Rest stops provided opportunities for inspection and maintenance. Caravanserais inns and small villages allowed travelers to unpack small portions of paper to examine for damage, rotate stacks to prevent compression, and reseal ink containers. Animals were fed and rested according to routine schedules. Minor repairs to harnesses, ropes, and wrappings were performed methodically. These repeated actions reinforced the rhythm of care that ensured both human and material participants could continue safely along the route. Apprenticeship and social observation played a key role in the survival of paper and ink. Young travelers and scribes learnt by watching experienced merchants and artisans. They absorbed knowledge about stacking, packing, and inspecting paper, as well as preparing and sealing ink containers. Demonstrations and advice were repeated quietly, creating a cumulative body of practical knowledge. Even minor gestures, showing how to layer sheets for protection, rotate ink containers to avoid settling, or adjust bundles for balance reinforcement. The transmission of skills across generations. Markets and trade centers demanded careful handling despite bustling activity. Paper was displayed in neat stacks or small packets, often with indications of quality or origin. Ink containers were inspected for seal integrity and color consistency. Buyers and sellers handled these goods delicately, preserving function and appearance. Even in crowded marketplaces, repeated routines of inspection, adjustment, and rotation ensured trust, reliability, and continuity in trade networks. Over time, these ordinary practices maintained the steady flow of knowledge across regions. Seasonal variations required subtle, consistent adjustments. Paper was sensitive to humidity, requiring shading and careful ventilation during hot months, and insulation during cold periods to prevent brittleness. Ink containers needed protection from freezing or excessive heat. Travelers integrated these seasonal adjustments into their daily routines, repeating protective measures systematically to ensure that both paper and ink arrived intact. Such repetition, although ordinary, formed a resilient framework for long-distance transmission. Daily rhythms structured life for travelers carrying paper and ink. Morning inspections, midday rest, and evening checks became habitual. Paper was examined, stacked, and rotated. Ink containers were resealed and repositioned. Loads were adjusted for balance, animals were cared for methodically, and minor repairs were performed consistently. Meals and water were distributed predictably. The quiet repetition of these routines provided stability and reliability across unpredictable distances, ensuring the survival of delicate materials over weeks and months. Through observation and repetition, knowledge was transmitted alongside the physical goods. Apprentices learned subtle skills for packing, handling, and inspecting paper and ink. Small gestures, carefully lifting a bundle, adjusting a container, testing ink consistency were repeated across generations. These ordinary practices accumulated into a resilient system, sustaining the movement of knowledge across vast distances and varied conditions. The cumulative impact of these careful, repeated routines was profound. Paper and ink, fragile yet essential, enabled the spread of ideas, records, and culture across continents. Each small act stacking, inspecting, adjusting, sealing contributed to a reliable system of knowledge transmission. The quiet diligence of countless travelers and artisans allowed communities separated by hundreds or thousands of miles to exchange information, preserve records, and share ideas over generations. Reflecting on these routines, it becomes evident that patience, repetition, and methodical attention were as important as the goods themselves. Paper and ink survived centuries not through speed or grandeur, but through repeated, ordinary practices. These routines ensured that knowledge could travel safely, reach distant communities, and remain usable for generations. How did these understated practices shape the flow of literacy, bureaucracy, and culture across Eurasia? What can we learn from the careful, deliberate transport of fragile materials about the quiet power of ordinary diligence in history? As night settles over caravan camps, inns, and distant markets, Stacks of paper rest quietly, protected from moisture and compression. Ink containers sit sealed and undisturbed, awaiting their next use. Travelers complete evening routines, tending animals, inspecting loads, and preparing sleeping areas. Fires burn low, the wind moves softly across tents and pathways, and the rhythm of attentive care pauses briefly before resuming with dawn. Across deserts, mountains, and river valleys, the slow, deliberate journey of paper and ink continues, a quiet, enduring network connecting people, ideas, and generations. In this calm reflection, we see that the ordinary, repeated acts of countless individuals sustained not only fragile materials, but also the knowledge they carried. The patient care, meticulous attention, and quiet repetition involved in moving paper and ink enabled the deliberate spread of culture, learning, and human connection along the Silk Road. Through these understated practices, the exchange of ideas became as enduring and reliable as the movement of goods themselves. As we draw the journey of paper and ink along the Silk Road to a close, it is remarkable to consider how these fragile commodities shaped the movement of ideas across continents. Unlike spices or metals, paper and ink carried culture, administration, literature, and philosophy. Their survival and dissemination relied not on speed or spectacle, but on careful, repeated routines practiced by artisans, travelers, and merchants over centuries. The ordinary diligence of these individuals ensured that knowledge could travel safely across deserts, mountains, and rivers, reaching distant communities intact at the point of origin. Paper artisans continued their deliberate routines. Fibers were cleaned, beaten, and soaked repeatedly to achieve uniform pulp. Sheets were pressed, dried, polished, and stacked with precision. Each sheet was inspected for consistency, and any imperfection prompted repetition of preparation steps. These repeated practices, while quiet and methodical, ensured durability and usability, allowing paper to withstand long journeys without damage. Similarly, ink artisans prepared pigments with patient care, grinding and blending materials until they achieved uniform consistency. Small test samples were examined, adjustments made, and processes repeated as necessary. These ordinary routines were essential to the long-term preservation of knowledge. Once prepared, paper and ink were packaged for travel with the same careful attention. Paper stacks were separated by protective layers to prevent crushing, and bundles were wrapped for insulation against moisture and heat. Ink containers were sealed and cushioned to prevent leakage and contamination. Every inspection, adjustment, and wrapping was repeated as needed, forming a rhythm of care that reinforced reliability. The quiet repetition of these steps, though unremarkable in isolation, accumulated over long journeys to ensure that fragile materials survived intact. Caravan travel demanded similar methodical care. Loads were balanced carefully on pack animals. Morning and evening inspections were routine, and adjustments were made consistently to prevent shifting or compression. Paper and ink were checked repeatedly, minor repairs performed, and environmental conditions monitored. Travelers adjusted routines to protect against heat, cold, rain, or humidity. These ordinary practices, repeated day after day, created a resilient system that allowed knowledge to travel thousands of miles without degradation. Environmental awareness was a constant guide. Paper was sensitive to moisture, requiring shading during hot seasons and insulation during cold periods. Ink could thicken, leak, or dry prematurely if mishandled. Travelers monitored conditions continuously, adjusting placement, repacking bundles, and rotating loads as needed. Repeated attentiveness, rather than speed or urgency, preserved both the physical integrity of materials and the intellectual content they carried. Rest stops along the route provided opportunities for inspection and maintenance. Inns and villages allowed travelers to unpack small portions of paper, examine stacks for warping, reseal ink containers, and adjust loads. Animals were fed, watered, and rested according to habitual routines and minor repairs to containers. Ropes or harnesses were performed systematically. These repeated practices reinforced the rhythm of care that sustained the movement of fragile knowledge across vast distances. Learning and social observation played a central role in transmitting expertise. Apprentices observed experienced scribes and merchants as they packed, handled, and inspected materials. Demonstrations were repeated quietly, ensuring skills were absorbed and preserved. Small gestures stacking paper to prevent warping, rotating ink containers, adjusting bundles for balance were repeated across generations, gradually forming a resilient foundation for the safe transport of knowledge. Markets and trade centers reflected these careful practices. Paper was displayed neatly, sometimes with markings indicating quality, origin, or intended use. Ink containers were inspected for seal integrity and color consistency. Buyers and sellers handled goods with gentle care, maintaining function and appearance. Even amidst the bustle of marketplaces, repeated routines of inspection, rotation, and adjustment ensured trust, reliability, and continuity in the trade of knowledge. Seasonal and environmental variations required subtle but consistent adjustments. Paper needed shading during hot months, insulation during cold months, and ventilation during humid periods. Ink required protection from freezing or excessive heat. Travelers repeated these adjustments systematically, day after day, ensuring that materials arrived intact regardless of fluctuating conditions. Over time, these ordinary acts accumulated into a resilient system capable of sustaining long-distance exchange. Daily routines structured life along the Silk Road. Morning inspections, midday rest, and evening checks became habitual. Paper stacks were examined and rotated, ink containers resealed, and loads adjusted for balance. Animals were cared for methodically, minor repairs performed, and meals and water distributed predictably. The quiet repetition of these routines created stability, allowing both goods and travelers to endure the uncertainties of long-distance journeys. Through repetition and observation, knowledge itself was transmitted alongside the physical materials. Apprentices and travelers learned subtle skills, gradually internalizing practices that ensured the safe transport of paper and ink. Small gestures, quietly repeated across generations, created a cumulative system of expertise. These ordinary routines, repeated consistently, ensured the continuity of culture, administration, and literacy across regions separated by hundreds or thousands of miles. The cumulative effect of these quiet, repeated acts was profound. Paper and ink, fragile yet essential, carried ideas, culture, and knowledge across continents. Each small act, inspecting, adjusting, sealing, stacking, contributed to a reliable system of information transmission. The steady diligence of countless individuals allowed communities to share records, texts, and ideas, linking civilizations across time and space. Ordinary repetition, when performed carefully over generations, shaped the intellectual and cultural landscape of Eurasia. Reflecting on this journey, It is clear that patience, observation, and repetition were as important as the materials themselves. Paper and ink survived centuries, not through dramatic events, but through steady, methodical care. Their movement preserved culture, supported administration, and facilitated the spread of knowledge. How did these understated practices shape literacy, governance, and intellectual exchange across continents? What does the careful, repeated handling of fragile materials reveal about the quiet yet enduring power of ordinary diligence in history? As night falls across caravan camps, inns, and distant markets, stacks of paper rest quietly, wrapped and protected. Ink containers sit sealed, their contents preserved for the next stage of the journey. Travelers complete evening routines, tending animals, inspecting cargo, and preparing sleeping areas. Fires burn low, the wind whispers gently through tents and pathways, and the rhythm of attention pauses briefly before resuming with dawn. Across deserts, mountains, and river valleys, the slow, deliberate journey of paper and ink continues. Quiet, enduring network connecting people, ideas, and generations. In this calm reflection, we recognize that the ordinary, repeated acts of countless individuals sustained not only fragile materials, but the knowledge they carried. Patient care, meticulous attention, and quiet repetition enabled the deliberate spread of culture, learning, and human connection along the Silk Road. Through these understated practices, ideas traveled safely across continents, demonstrating that history is often shaped by the quiet diligence of everyday routines rather than dramatic events. The legacy of paper and ink is a testament to the enduring power of ordinary care, repeated consistently in connecting human societies over time and space. As our slow journey along the Silk Road continues, we turn to another quiet yet essential category of goods, clothing and textiles. While paper and ink carried ideas, and salt and metals sustained daily needs, textiles were intimately woven into the fabric of everyday life. They served practical purposes, protection from climate, comfort, and modesty as well as aesthetic ones, reflecting local culture, status, and tradition. Their movement across regions depended on careful preparation, methodical handling, and routine inspection, revealing a subtle yet profound layer of trade that shaped human life for centuries. Textile production began long before goods reached the Silk Road. Fibrous cotton, silk, wool, hemp, and flax were harvested, cleaned, and spun into threads through slow, repetitive processes. Silk production, particularly in China, required delicate attention. Silkworm cocoons were carefully unraveled, fibers spun into fine threads, and threads dyed in natural pigments derived from plants, minerals, or insects. Each step was repeated methodically, ensuring consistency in strength, color, and texture. Minor deviations could lead to weak threads, uneven dyeing, or imperfections in the fabric, highlighting the importance of patient, repeated practice. Weaving and sewing were similarly meticulous. Looms were set up with precision, threads arranged according to pattern or function, and weaving progressed at a steady, deliberate pace. Simple patterns required consistent repetition, while more complex motifs demanded careful attention to symmetry and tension. Completed fabrics were examined for uniformity, repaired if necessary, and sometimes finished with additional treatments, softening, polishing, or adding decorative elements. These repeated actions, though ordinary, created durable textiles suitable for long-distance transport and daily use. Dyeing processes were slow and methodical. Fabrics were soaked in baths of plant or mineral pigments, then repeatedly agitated, drained, and dried. Colors were tested, adjustments made, and the process repeated until the desired shade and saturation were achieved. Temperature, timing, and consistency were carefully monitored. Even a single lapse could result in uneven coloring, fading, or weakening of fibers. Through patient repetition, artisans produced textiles that were both beautiful and durable, capable of withstanding the rigors of transport along the Silk Road. Once prepared, textiles required careful packaging for travel. Fabrics were folded, rolled, or bundled according to size and weight. Protective layers of cloth, straw, or paper were added to prevent moisture, dust, or damage. Merchants labeled bundles with origin, material, and quality. Every inspection, adjustment, and wrapping was repeated systematically to ensure integrity. The repetition of these small but essential steps allowed textiles to survive the journey across deserts, mountains, and river valleys without losing functionality or aesthetic appeal. Caravan travel required deliberate handling of textiles. Loads were balanced carefully on pack animals, with heavier bundles placed low and lighter or more delicate rolls positioned on top. Morning and evening inspections included checking for moisture, compression, or signs of wear. Wrappings were reinforced, bundles repositioned, and minor repairs performed. Even subtle adjustments, repeated daily, ensured that delicate fabrics reached markets and destinations intact. Travelers incorporated these routines into their daily rhythm, balancing cargo care with attention to animals, rest stops, and environmental conditions. Environmental awareness guided each step of textile transport. Heat, moisture, cold, and wind could all damage fabrics. Silk, for example, was sensitive to prolonged exposure to sunlight, which could weaken fibers and fade colors. Wool required careful protection from moisture, which could lead to mildew or shrinkage. Cotton, while more resilient, still benefited from layered packing and shading during transit. Travelers repeated protective measures consistently, ensuring that textiles arrived in usable condition for local communities or long distance. Markets. Rest stops offered opportunities for routine maintenance and inspection. Caravanserais, inns, and villages allowed travelers to unpack small quantities of fabric to check for damage, fold or roll bundles more carefully, and adjust protective layers. Animals were fed and rested according to habitual schedules. Minor repairs, whether stitching small tiers or reinforcing wrappings, were performed methodically. These repeated actions reinforced the rhythm of care, ensuring both human and material participants remained ready for the next stage of the journey. Apprenticeship and observation were crucial in sustaining expertise. Young weavers, merchants, or assistants learned by watching experienced artisans handle, pack, and inspect textiles. Demonstrations were repeated quietly, emphasizing techniques for folding, wrapping, and protecting fabrics from environmental hazards. Small gestures, adjusting a bundle, checking for moisture, reinforcing wrappings were repeated across generations, ensuring that practical knowledge persisted. Through these ordinary practices, expertise accumulated, forming a reliable system. For textile transport, markets and trade centers required careful handling and presentation. Textiles were displayed in neat piles, rolls, or bundles, with labels or markings indicating material, quality, or origin. Buyers examined fabrics carefully, testing texture, color, and strength. Merchants handled goods delicately, preserving both functionality and appearance. Even amid busy marketplaces, repeated routines of inspection, rotation, and protection maintained trust, reliability, and continuity in trade networks. Over time, these ordinary practices ensured the steady flow of textiles across regions. Seasonal and environmental conditions required subtle adjustments. Hot, humid climates demanded shading and ventilation for silk. Cold or wet conditions required insulation for wool and cotton. Travelers integrated these adjustments into daily routines, repeating protective measures consistently. Minor adjustments accumulated into a stable system, enabling textiles to reach distant markets without losing value or durability. The quiet repetition of these practices underscores the resilience of human care and sustaination in sustaining trade networks. Daily rhythms structured life along the Silk Road. Morning inspections, midday rest, and evening checks became habitual. Bundles of textiles were examined, folded, or rolled. Protective layers adjusted, and minor repairs performed. Animals were fed and watered according to routine. Meals and rest periods were predictable. The steady repetition of these routines ensured stability for both goods and travelers, allowing fragile materials to endure long journeys. Through repetition and observation, knowledge about textile care was transmitted alongside the goods themselves. Apprentices and travelers absorbed techniques for folding, wrapping, adjusting, and inspecting fabrics. Small gestures, quietly repeated across generations, reinforced practical skills. Over time, these ordinary practices accumulated into a resilient framework for trade, preserving textiles while also sustaining social and economic networks along the Silk Road. The cumulative impact of these repeated, ordinary acts was profound. Textiles, delicate yet essential, traveled thousands of miles, carrying both practical and cultural significance. Each careful inspection, folding, adjustment, or repair contributed to a reliable system of transport. The quiet diligence of artisans and travelers ensured that communities separated by hundreds or thousands of miles could access materials necessary for clothing, comfort, and cultural expression. Reflecting on these routines, it is clear that patient repetition, careful attention, and methodical handling were as important as the materials themselves. Textiles survived and moved across continents, not through drama or spectacle, but through quiet, persistent effort. How did these understated practices shape fashion, daily life, and social identity across regions? What can the careful, repeated handling of fabrics reveal about the subtle power of ordinary diligence in history? As night falls over caravan camps, inns, and distant markets, rolls of textiles rest quietly, protected from dust, moisture, and sun. Travelers complete evening routines, tending animals, inspecting bundles, and preparing sleeping areas. Fires burn low, and the wind moves gently across tents and pathways. The rhythm of attentive care pauses briefly before resuming with dawn. Across deserts, mountains, and river valleys, the slow, deliberate journey of textiles continues, a quiet, enduring network connecting people, cultures, and generations. In this calm reflection, we see that the ordinary, repeated acts of countless individuals sustained not only fragile materials but also the cultural and practical knowledge they carried. Patient care, meticulous attention, and quiet repetition enabled textiles to travel safely across continents, linking communities and shaping daily life. Through these understated practices, the Silk Road wove together societies, creating enduring connections through the ordinary diligence of everyday trade. As textiles traveled along the Silk Road, their journey depended on careful attention, methodical routines, and the quiet repetition of protective practices. Unlike sturdy metals or preserved foodstuffs, fabrics were delicate and sensitive to environmental conditions. Silk could weaken in excessive heat or humidity. Wool could mildew if damp. Cotton could fray or discolor under repeated exposure to dust or sun. The survival of these materials depended not on speed or spectacle, but on the patient, repeated actions of travelers, artisans, and merchants along the route. Preparation for transport began at the source. Fabrics were carefully folded, rolled, or bundled, often with protective layers of straw, cloth, or paper. The placement of these layers required precision. Too few, and the fabric risked creasing or wear. Too many, and the bundle became cumbersome. Every bundle was inspected, adjusted, and repacked as needed. Merchants and artisans repeated these routines patiently, sometimes testing folds or layers to ensure stability during long journeys. This quiet repetition, though ordinary, ensured the durability and usability of textiles across varied distances and climates. Packing textiles on pack animals required methodical attention. Bundles were arranged to balance weight evenly, with heavier rolls placed low and delicate fabrics on top. Straps, ropes, and harnesses were checked repeatedly for stability. Travelers rotated loads and adjusted bundles during rest stops to prevent compression or shifting. Even minor adjustments, repeated daily, prevented damage and ensured that textiles arrived in good condition. Animals were tended carefully, fed and watered according to habitual schedules, as their well-being directly affected the safety of the cargo. Environmental awareness guided every action. Deserts demanded shading and ventilation for fabrics, particularly for silk, which could weaken in direct sunlight. Mountains brought cold and moisture, requiring careful insulation to prevent dampness from damaging wool or cotton. River crossings required meticulous handling to prevent water from touching textiles. Travelers monitored these conditions continuously, adjusting bundles, replacing wrappings, and repositioning loads as needed. These repeated, quiet actions, day after day, were essential to preserving the quality of fabrics across long distances. Rest stops allowed for routine inspection and minor maintenance. Caravanserais, inns, and villages offered opportunities to unpack a small portion of fabrics to check for creasing, wear, or moisture. Wrappings could be adjusted, bundles repositioned, and minor repairs made. Animals were rested and fed according to habitual routines. Travelers also checked ropes, straps, and containers, making small repairs when necessary. The repetition of these simple practices reinforced the rhythm of care, allowing both goods and travelers to endure the long journey. Apprenticeship played a critical role in sustaining expertise. Young weavers, assistants, and merchants learned by observation and repetition. They absorbed practical knowledge about folding, wrapping, and inspecting textiles. Demonstrations were repeated, often multiple times, so skills were internalized. Subtle gestures, adjusting a bundle, inspecting for moisture, or smoothing a crease were repeated across generations. These ordinary acts accumulated into a resilient body of knowledge, ensuring the continuity of effective handling practices. Across vast trade networks, markets and trade centers required similar diligence. Textiles were displayed neatly, often with careful attention to folding or rolling. Labels indicating origin and quality and protective layers to preserve appearance. Buyers tested fabrics for texture, color, and durability. Merchants handled items delicately, repeating the same careful movements to maintain both function and aesthetics. Even amidst the bustle of markets, these quiet, repeated practices ensured trust, reliability, and continuity in the trade of textiles. Seasonal variations demanded subtle adjustments to routines. In hot, humid months, fabrics required shading and ventilation to prevent weakening or discoloration. During cold or damp seasons, bundles were insulated to avoid condensation or mildew. Travelers incorporated these adjustments into daily practices, repeating protective measures consistently to maintain durability. Minor, ordinary acts repeated across days, weeks, or months accumulated into a reliable system, ensuring that textiles survived the entire journey across continents. Daily rhythms created stability for both goods and travelers. Morning inspections, midday rests, and evening checks became habitual. Bundles were examined, folded, and repositioned. Wrappings were adjusted, minor repairs performed, and loads balanced on animals. Meals, hydration, and rest were predictable. This steady repetition created reliability, allowing fragile fabrics to endure long distances despite unpredictable conditions. Knowledge about textile care was transmitted alongside the goods themselves. Apprentices observed experienced artisans, and travelers absorbing practical skills through repeated exposure. Small gestures, folding a roll carefully, layering protective coverings, or adjusting straps were repeated until internalized. These repeated acts ensured continuity of expertise, allowing each generation to maintain effective handling practices and preserve textiles. During long journeys, the cumulative effect of repeated ordinary practices was profound. Delicate fabrics traveled thousands of miles, reaching distant communities while preserving both practical and cultural significance. Each small act, inspection, adjustment, folding, wrapping, contributed to the reliability of trade. Through the quiet diligence of artisans and travelers, textiles sustained daily life, reflected social status, and enabled cultural expression across diverse regions. Reflecting on the movement of textiles, it is evident that patience, methodical handling, and repeated routines were as important as the materials themselves. Textiles survived centuries, not through dramatic events, but through careful, ordinary diligence. These understated practices shaped daily life, culture, and trade across vast regions. How did these quiet routines influence clothing styles, social identity, and cultural exchange along the Silk Road? What can the repeated care of delicate materials reveal about the power of ordinary diligence in sustaining human networks? As night settles over caravan camps, inns, and distant markets, rolls of textiles rest quietly, protected from sun, moisture, and dust. Travelers complete evening routines, tending animals, inspecting bundles, and preparing sleeping areas. Fires burn low, and the wind moves softly across tents and pathways. The rhythm of attentive care pauses briefly before resuming at dawn. Across deserts, mountains, and river valleys, the slow, deliberate journey of textiles continues, a quiet, enduring network connecting people, cultures, and generations. In this calm reflection, we recognize that the ordinary, repeated acts of countless individuals sustained not only fragile materials, but also the cultural and practical knowledge they carried. Patient care, meticulous attention, and quiet repetition enabled textiles to travel safely across continents, linking communities and shaping daily life. Through these understated practices, the Silk Road wove societies together, creating enduring connections through the ordinary diligence of everyday trade. As we bring the journey of textiles along the Silk Road to a close, it is remarkable to consider the quiet yet profound influence of these materials. Unlike durable metals or preserved foods, textiles were delicate, requiring careful handling, methodical routines, and patient attention at every stage. Their movement depended on repeated acts of care by artisans, merchants, and travelers alike. These ordinary, persistent practices ensured that fabrics survived long journeys across deserts, mountains, and rivers, carrying practical, aesthetic, and cultural significance to countless communities. At the point of origin, artisans continued their careful routines. Fibers were cleaned, spun, and woven with attention to strength, texture, and uniformity. Dyeing was repeated and tested, adjusting shades through slow, methodical steps. Each bundle of finished fabric was inspected, folded, and wrapped, sometimes multiple times, to prevent damage during long-distance transport. These repeated actions, while quiet and ordinary, created textiles that were both durable and culturally meaningful, capable of surviving months of travel across challenging terrain. Packing for transport required similar attention to detail. Rolls of fabric were layered with protective materials, stacked or bundled in a balanced arrangement, and labeled for origin, material, and quality. Wrappings were reinforced, and minor adjustments repeated until every bundle was stable and secure. Travelers monitored environmental conditions closely, shading fabrics in heat, insulating them in cold, and protecting them from moisture. Each repeated accretation of bundles, adjustment of straps, inspection for wear accumulated to preserve the integrity of textiles over long distances. Caravan travel involved deliberate, methodical routines. Bundles were inspected each morning and evening. Animals were cared for according to habitual schedules. Loads were adjusted to maintain balance and stability. Travelers repeated these practices consistently, often pausing to reposition fragile fabrics or check protective wrappings. Even minor gestures, quietly repeated day after day, contributed to the overall survival of textiles and the effectiveness of long-distance trade. Environmental awareness shaped every movement. Silk, wool, and cotton responded differently to heat, moisture, wind, and sun. Travelers monitored these conditions continuously, making subtle adjustments to prevent weakening, fraying, or discoloration. Seasonal variations required repeated modifications to routines, whether shading fabrics during summer heat or insulating them against winter cold. The quiet repetition of these ordinary practices ensured that textiles arrived intact, maintaining their practical and cultural value. Rest stops offered opportunities for careful inspection and minor maintenance. Caravanserais, inns, and villages allowed travelers to unpack small portions of fabric, examine for wear or moisture, and adjust protective layers. Minor repairs were made to torn edges, folds were smoothed, and wrappings reinforced. Animals were rested and fed according to routine schedules, their well-being directly influencing the safety of the cargo. Repetition of these routines created stability, allowing both travelers and textiles to endure the unpredictable challenges of long-distance transport. Apprenticeship and observation remained central to the transmission of knowledge. Young assistants, Weavers and merchants learned through repeated exposure to experienced handlers of textiles. Demonstrations were quietly repeated, emphasizing folding, wrapping, and inspection techniques. Subtle gestures aligning threads, reinforcing rolls. Adjusting protective layers were repeated until internalized. Over generations, these ordinary actions accumulated into a resilient body of practical expertise, sustaining effective textile transport across vast regions. Markets and trade centers reflected the same careful attention. Textiles were displayed neatly, often with labels indicating origin, material, and quality. Buyers tested fabrics, feeling texture, assessing durability, and observing color consistency. Merchants handled textiles delicately, repeating the same careful motions to preserve function and appearance. Even in crowded marketplaces, these quiet, repeated routines reinforced trust, reliability, and continuity in trade networks, ensuring that textiles continued to travel safely from region to region. Seasonal and environmental variations demanded continuous adjustment. Fabrics were protected from sun, rain, humidity, and cold. Protective wrappings were reinforced, bundles repositioned, and folds adjusted. Travelers incorporated these subtle adjustments into daily routines, repeating them consistently to ensure durability. Minor, repeated actions over days, weeks, or months accumulated into a reliable, resilient system that allowed textiles to survive even the longest journeys. Daily rhythms structured life along the Silk Road. Morning inspections, midday breaks, and evening checks became habitual. Bundles were rotated, folds smoothed, and protective layers adjusted. Animals were fed and cared for methodically, meals distributed predictably, and minor repairs performed routinely. The steady repetition of these ordinary practices provided stability, allowing textiles to endure long journeys while also supporting the routines of travelers. Through repetition and observation, knowledge about textiles was transmitted alongside the materials themselves. Apprentices and travelers absorbed techniques for handling, inspecting, and packing fabrics. Small gestures lining a roll, adjusting a strap, layering protective coverings were repeated until internalized. These ordinary acts, quietly practiced across generations, created a resilient system that preserved both practical and cultural knowledge across continents. The cumulative effect of these repeated routines was profound. Textiles traveled thousands of miles, sustaining daily life, reflecting social status, and enabling cultural expression. Each small act, inspection, folding, adjustment, wrapping, contributed to the reliable transport of delicate fabrics. The quiet diligence of artisans and travelers allowed communities to access materials essential for clothing, comfort, and aesthetic expression. Ordinary repetition, performed carefully over generations, shaped not only trade networks but also daily life and cultural identity. Reflecting on the journey of textiles, it becomes clear that patience, methodical care, and repeated routines were as important as the materials themselves. Fabrics survived centuries, not through dramatic events, but through ordinary, persistent attention. These understated practices shaped clothing, social identity, and cultural exchange along the Silk Road. How did the quiet, repeated care of textiles influence fashion, daily life, and community practices across regions? What does this careful handling reveal about the enduring power of ordinary diligence in human history? As night falls over caravan camps, inns, and distant markets, rolls of textiles rest quietly, protected from sun, dust, and moisture. Travelers complete evening routines, tending animals, inspecting bundles, and preparing sleeping areas. Fires burn low, and the wind moves softly across tents and pathways. The rhythm of attentive care pauses briefly before resuming at dawn. Across deserts, mountains, and river valleys, the slow, deliberate journey of textiles continues, a quiet, enduring network connecting people, cultures, and generations. In this calm reflection, we see that the ordinary, repeated acts of countless individuals sustained not only fragile materials, but also the cultural and practical knowledge they carried. Patient care, meticulous attention, and quiet repetition enabled textiles to travel safely across continents, linking communities and shaping daily life. Through these understated practices, the Silk Road wove societies together, creating enduring connections through the ordinary diligence of everyday trade. The legacy of textiles is a testament to the quiet power of methodical care in connecting human societies across time and space. As our slow journey along the Silk Road continues, we turn to a more practical but equally essential category of trade goods: food, specifically preserved foods. Unlike textiles or paper, which carried ideas and cultural meaning, food carried the quiet, daily necessities of life. Sustaining long-distance travelers required careful preparation, methodical preservation, and routine inspection, ensuring that nourishment remained safe and edible over weeks or months of travel. Salt was one of the most vital commodities. Not only a seasoning, salt also acted as a preservative, enabling meat, fish, and other perishable foods to last longer without spoilage. Salt extraction was a slow and deliberate process. In some regions, miners worked methodically to extract crystalline deposits from the earth. In others, seawater or brine lakes were evaporated under sunlight over days or weeks, producing coarse salt crystals. These routines required patience and repetition, as even minor lapses could reduce yield or produce uneven quality. Once extracted, salt was prepared for trade. Crystals were sorted according to size and purity, then bundled or packed into containers, designed to prevent moisture absorption. Travelers and merchants checked packages repeatedly, ensuring that containers were sealed and bundles stable. Minor adjustments, repacking loose salt, reinforcing wrappings, or removing impurities were performed methodically, forming a quiet, reliable rhythm of care. These ordinary routines ensured that salt remained usable over the long distances of the Silk Road. Dried fruits and vegetables required equally careful handling. Grapes, apricots, apples, and other produce were sliced or prepared, then laid out in the sun or placed in heated drying areas. The process involved repeated inspection, rotating pieces to ensure even drying, removing any damaged or moldy portions, and occasionally adjusting exposure to sunlight or heat. Each step, repeated consistently, contributed to the long-term preservation of food, making it suitable for months of travel. Storage and transport were methodical. Dried fruits were packed in containers or sacks, often with protective layers to prevent moisture or crushing. Salt was stored in sealed bundles or containers, sometimes reinforced with straw or cloth. Every container was inspected repeatedly, ensuring seals were intact, labels were readable, and weight distribution was balanced. These quiet, repetitive practices formed a system of reliability, allowing food to survive the unpredictability of long journeys. Caravan travel demanded careful attention to these provisions. Loads of salt and dried foods were balanced on pack animals, with heavier items placed low and more fragile goods on top. Morning and evening inspections were routine. Packages were checked for signs of moisture, damage, or spoilage. Minor repairs to wrappings or containers were performed methodically. Even subtle adjustments, repeated daily, ensured that essential nourishment remained intact and usable for travelers along the route. Environmental awareness played a crucial role. Salt was sensitive to moisture and could clump or dissolve if exposed to rain or humidity. Dried fruits could become moldy or spoil if damp. Travelers monitored weather conditions continuously, adjusting coverings, repositioning loads, and reinforcing containers as needed. Repetition of these ordinary practices, day after day, created a system of resilience, preserving essential food supplies over long distances. Rest stops offered opportunities for routine inspection and minor maintenance. Caravanserais, inns, and villages allowed travelers to unpack small portions of provisions, checking for moisture, spoilage, or pest damage. Containers were resealed or reinforced as necessary, and damaged portions removed. Animals were rested and fed according to habitual schedules. The repeated care at these stops reinforced the rhythm of attention, ensuring both goods and travelers could continue safely along the Silk Road. Apprenticeship and observation were essential in transmitting knowledge about food preservation. Young travelers or assistants learned by watching experienced merchants handle salt, dried fruits, and other provisions. Demonstrations were repeated quietly, emphasizing inspection, packing, and handling techniques. Subtle gestures, wrappings, rotating contents, or checking for signs of spoilage were repeated until internalized. These ordinary acts accumulated into a resilient body of practical knowledge, sustaining the transport of essential nourishment across generations. Markets and trade centers demanded careful handling and presentation. Salt was displayed in neat stacks or containers, sometimes labeled with origin and quality. Dried fruits were arranged in protective layers, maintaining freshness and appearance. Buyers examined goods carefully, testing for quality, texture, or taste. Merchants handled packages delicately, repeating the same careful movements to preserve function and presentation. Even amid bustling markets, these repeated routines maintained trust, reliability, and continuity in the trade of preserved foods. Seasonal and environmental variations required subtle adjustments to routine. Humid or rainy periods necessitated shading and careful ventilation for dried fruits, while cold or wet conditions required additional insulation for salt. Travelers incorporated these adjustments into daily practices, repeating protective measures consistently. Minor, ordinary acts repeated over days or weeks accumulated into a reliable system, allowing food to survive long journeys and remain safe for consumption. Daily rhythms structured life along the Silk Road, particularly regarding food. Morning inspections, midday meals, and evening checks became habitual. Containers of salt and dried foods were examined, adjusted, and repaired as necessary. Loads were balanced on animals, meals distributed, and minor maintenance performed routinely. This repetition created stability, ensuring that travelers and goods could endure the long distances and unpredictable conditions of the route. Through repeated, ordinary acts, knowledge about food preservation and handling was transmitted alongside the goods themselves. Apprentices observed experienced travelers and merchants, learning techniques for packing, inspection, and care. Small gestures, rotating a sack of dried fruit, adjusting a seal on a salt bundle, were repeated until internalized. These quiet acts accumulated across generations, forming a reliable system for transporting nourishment over great distances. The cumulative effect of these repeated practices was profound. Salt and dried fruits sustained life on long journeys, ensuring that travelers remained nourished and capable of continuing their trade. Each small act, inspection, adjustment, repacking, sealing, contributed to the reliability of food transport. The quiet diligence of artisans, merchants, and travelers allowed communities separated by vast distances to access essential nourishment, preserving daily life, health, and continuity of trade. Reflecting on these routines, it is clear that patience, methodical handling, and repeated care were as important as the food itself. Preserved provisions survived long journeys, not through drama or spectacle, but through ordinary, consistent diligence. How did these quiet routines influence diet, daily life, and cultural practices along the Silk Road? What can the careful handling of preserved foods reveal about the understated power of ordinary attention in sustaining human societies? As night settles over caravan camps, inns, and distant markets, sacks of salt and containers of dried fruits rest quietly, protected from moisture and pests. Travelers complete evening routines, tending animals, inspecting loads, and preparing sleeping areas. Fires burn low, the wind moves softly across tents and pathways, and the rhythm of attentive care pauses briefly before resuming with dawn. Across deserts, mountains, and river valleys, the slow, deliberate journey of preserved foods continues a quiet, enduring network, sustaining life, trade, and connection. In this calm reflection, we recognize that the ordinary, repeated acts of countless individuals sustained not only fragile foodstuffs, but also the practical knowledge required to transport them. Patient care, meticulous attention, and quiet repetition enabled nourishment to travel safely across continents, linking communities and supporting life along the Silk Road. Through these understated practices, the simple act of preserving and moving food became a quiet yet essential foundation for enduring human networks. As preserved foods traveled along the Silk Road, their journey depended on steady, methodical attention. Unlike durable metals or textiles, salt and dried fruits were sensitive to environmental changes, requiring careful handling, repeated inspection, and adjustments at every stage. These quiet routines, repeated consistently, ensured that nourishment remained safe and edible over weeks or months, sustaining travelers and communities along the route. Salt, though robust compared to other provisions, demanded vigilance. Crystalline deposits could clump or dissolve if exposed to moisture, so containers were inspected repeatedly during travel. Bundles were repositioned or reinforced when signs of leakage appeared. Even minor lapses could reduce quality or usability, making careful, repeated attention essential. Travelers incorporated these checks into their daily routines, forming a rhythm of reliable care that allowed salt to survive long journeys across varied terrain. Dried fruits, more delicate than salt, required additional care. Grapes, apricots, figs, and apples were monitored for signs of moisture, mold, or insect damage. Bundles were rotated, layers adjusted, and protective coverings repaired. Travelers performed these inspections daily, ensuring that minor issues were addressed before they became significant problems. The repeated diligence of these ordinary practices preserved not only the edibility of fruits, but also their taste. texture, and cultural value as delicacies or trade goods. Environmental awareness guided handling practices. Heat, cold, humidity, or dust could affect preserved foods differently. Salt needed protection from moisture, while dried fruits required shielding from both dampness and direct sunlight. Travelers monitored weather conditions and adjusted containers, wrappings, and placements accordingly. Each adjustment, repeated consistently over days and weeks, formed a resilient system that allowed nourishment to reach distant markets safely. Rest stops provided opportunities for inspection and maintenance. Caravanserais, inns, and villages allowed travelers to unpack small portions of provisions for examination. Damaged or spoiled items were removed, bundles resealed, and protective layers adjusted. Animals were tended according to habitual schedules, as their well-being directly influenced the safety and stability of cargo. Repeated attention to these details reinforced the rhythm of care, ensuring that both travelers and goods could continue safely along the Silk Road. Apprenticeship played a vital role in transmitting practical knowledge. Young assistants learned by observing the handling of salt, dried fruits, and other preserved foods. Demonstrations were repeated, emphasizing inspection, packing, and adjustment techniques. Subtle gestures, tilting a bundle to check for moisture, tightening a seal, or rotating contents were repeated until internalized. These quiet, ordinary acts accumulated over generations, creating a resilient system for moving nourishment reliably across vast distances. Markets and trade centers reflected similar practices. Salt was displayed in neat piles, sometimes with quality labels, while dried fruits were arranged carefully to maintain freshness and appearance. Buyers examined goods by touch and sight, testing for quality and texture. Merchants handled items delicately, repeating careful movements to preserve function and presentation. Even amid the bustle of crowded marketplaces, these repeated routines maintained trust and continuity in trade networks, ensuring that preserved foods remained reliable commodities. Seasonal and environmental variations demanded ongoing adjustments. Humid or rainy periods required shading and ventilation for dried fruits, while cold or damp seasons required extra insulation for salt. Travelers incorporated these adjustments into daily routines, repeating protective measures consistently. Minor actions, repeated day after day, accumulated into a system capable of preserving nourishment for weeks or months over long distances. Daily rhythms structured both human and material life. Morning inspections, midday meals, and evening checks became habitual. Containers were examined, wrappings adjusted, and minor repairs made. Loads were balanced on pack animals, animals tended to, and meals distributed predictably. These ordinary routines created stability, allowing fragile foodstuffs to endure the unpredictable challenges of long-distance trade. Through repeated, methodical practices, knowledge about food preservation and handling was transmitted alongside the goods themselves. Apprentices observed experienced travelers and merchants, internalizing techniques through repeated exposure. Small gestures, rotating a bundle, resealing a sack, adjusting a layer of protection were repeated until they became instinctive. These ordinary acts, quietly practiced across generations, ensured that essential nourishment could travel safely across continents. The cumulative effect of these practices was remarkable. Salt and dried fruit sustained life on long journeys, providing nourishment, energy, and comfort to travelers. Each minor act of inspection, adjustment, or repair contributed to the reliable transport of food. Through the quiet diligence of artisans, merchants, and travelers, communities separated by vast distances could access provisions essential for daily life, trade, and survival. Ordinary repetition, performed carefully over time, became the foundation of a resilient food supply system along the Silk Road. Reflecting on these routines, we see that patience, careful attention, and repeated handling were as important as the preserved foods themselves. Salt and dried fruits survived centuries not through spectacle or drama, but through quiet, consistent diligence. These understated practices influenced diet, daily life, and cultural habits across regions. How did these repeated routines shape the way communities stored, shared, and consumed food? What might the careful preservation of provisions reveal about the subtle power of ordinary human attention in sustaining societies over time? As night falls over caravan camps, inns, and distant marketplaces, containers of salt and dried fruits rest quietly, protected from moisture, pests, and damage. Travelers complete evening routines, tending animals, inspecting loads, and preparing sleeping areas. Fires burn low, and the wind moves gently across tents and pathways. The rhythm of attentive care pauses briefly before resuming at dawn. Across deserts, mountains, and river valleys, the slow, deliberate journey of preserved foods continues a quiet, enduring network sustaining life, trade, and connection. In this calm reflection, it becomes clear that ordinary, repeated acts of care enabled nourishment to travel safely across continents. Patient attention, meticulous handling, and quiet repetition allowed essential foods to reach distant communities, supporting daily life and trade along the Silk Road. Through these understated practices, the simple act of preserving and transporting food became a quiet yet vital foundation for human connection and continuity. As we bring the story of preserved foods along the Silk Road to a close, it is striking to consider the quiet yet essential role they played in sustaining travelers and communities. Salt, dried fruits, and other preserved provisions were not merely trade goods. They were lifelines, sustaining life across deserts, mountains, and river valleys. Their safe arrival depended on careful handling, methodical routines, and repeated inspection at every stage of the journey. Salt, with its crystalline structure, was a reliable preservative, but even it required attention. Packages were checked for moisture, clumping, or leakage. Bundles were reinforced, containers resealed, and minor adjustments made daily. Travelers incorporated these checks into habitual routines, forming a quiet rhythm of care that ensured salt retained its utility over long distances. This patient diligence allowed communities along the Silk Road to access a consistent and reliable source of nourishment and seasoning. Dried fruits were even more delicate, requiring continuous vigilance. Grapes, apricots, figs, and apples were inspected for signs of moisture, spoilage, or insect damage. Bundles were rotated, protective layers adjusted, and damaged pieces removed. Travelers repeated these routines daily, ensuring that minor issues were addressed before they could compromise the entire supply. The repeated attention to these ordinary tasks preserved the edibility, texture, and taste of fruits, making them suitable for long journeys and distant markets. Environmental awareness shaped every step of preservation and transport. Heat, humidity, cold, and dust could affect different foods in distinct ways. Salt required protection from moisture, while dried fruits needed shielding from both dampness and sunlight. Travelers adjusted coverings, repositioned bundles, and reinforced wrappings consistently, ensuring resilience despite changing conditions. These quiet, repeated measures created a system capable of sustaining nourishment over weeks or months. Rest stops provided opportunities for careful inspection and maintenance. Caravanserais, inns, and villages allowed travelers to unpack small portions of food, checking for damage or spoilage. Wrappings were resealed, protective layers adjusted, and minor repairs made to containers or bundles. Animals were rested and fed according to habitual routines, as their well-being directly affected the safety of provisions. Repetition of these simple acts reinforced a rhythm of attention, enabling both goods and travelers to continue safely. Apprenticeship and observation ensured the transmission of practical knowledge. Young travelers and assistants learned by watching experienced merchants handle salt and dried fruits. Demonstrations were repeated quietly, emphasizing inspection, careful packing, and adjustment techniques. Subtle gestures, rotating a bundle, checking seals, adjusting layers were repeated until internalized. Over generations, these ordinary acts accumulated into a resilient system for moving nourishment reliably across vast regions. Markets and trade centers required similar care. Salt was displayed in neat piles, labeled for quality and origin. Dried fruits were arranged to maintain freshness and appearance. Buyers examined goods carefully, testing for texture, flavor, and quality. Merchants handled each item delicately, repeating careful movements to preserve function and presentation, even amidst the bustling activity of markets. These repeated routines reinforced trust, reliability, and continuity in the trade of preserved foods. Seasonal and environmental variations required ongoing adjustments. Humid or rainy periods necessitated shading and ventilation for dried fruits, while cold or damp conditions required additional insulation for salt. Travelers incorporated these adjustments into daily routines, repeating protective measures consistently. Minor actions, repeated over days or weeks, accumulated into a system capable of preserving nourishment for the entire journey. Daily rhythms structured life along the Silk Road, particularly regarding food. Morning inspections, midday meals, and evening checks became habitual. Containers were examined, wrappings adjusted, and minor repairs performed. Loads were balanced on animals, animals were fed, and provisions distributed predictably. This repetition created stability, allowing fragile foodstuffs to endure long journeys despite unpredictable conditions. Through repeated, methodical acts, knowledge about preservation and handling was transmitted alongside the goods themselves. Apprentices absorbed techniques through repeated observation, internalizing skills such as rotating, sealing, and adjusting containers. These quiet acts, practiced across generations, ensured that essential nourishment could travel safely across continents, sustaining daily life and trade along the Silk Road. The cumulative effect of these ordinary practices was significant. Salt and dried fruit sustained travelers, providing energy and comfort. Each minor act, inspection, adjustment, repacking, or sealing contributed to the reliable transport of food. The quiet diligence of merchants, travelers, and artisans allowed communities separated by great distances to access nourishment essential for survival and daily life. These repeated, ordinary routines became the foundation of a resilient system, ensuring continuity and connection across regions. Reflecting on these routines, we recognize that patience, methodical handling, and repeated care were as important as the preserved foods themselves. Salt and dried fruits survived centuries, not through drama or spectacle, but through ordinary, consistent attention. These understated practices influenced diet, social habits, and cultural exchange. How did these repeated routines shape culinary practices and daily life along the Silk Road? What might the careful preservation of food reveal about the quiet power of ordinary human diligence in sustaining societies over time? As night settles over caravan camps, inns, and distant marketplaces, containers of salt and dried fruits rest quietly, protected from moisture, pests, and damage. Travelers complete evening routines, tending animals, inspecting loads, and preparing sleeping areas. Fires burn low, and the wind moves gently across tents and pathways. The rhythm of attentive care pauses briefly before resuming at dawn. Across deserts, mountains, and river valleys, the slow, deliberate journey of preserved foods continues a quiet, enduring network sustaining life, trade, and connection. In this calm reflection, it becomes clear that ordinary, repeated acts of care enabled nourishment to travel safely across continents. Patient attention, meticulous handling, and quiet repetition allowed essential foods to reach distant communities, supporting daily life and trade along the Silk Road. Through these understated practices, the simple act of preserving and transporting food became a quiet yet vital foundation for human connection and continuity. The legacy of preserved foods is a testament to the enduring power of ordinary diligence in sustaining life and society. As our journey along the Silk Road continues, we turn our attention to another quietly essential element of trade: the animals that carried goods across vast distances. Camels, horses, donkeys, and mules were far more than mere beasts of burden. They were silent partners in the intricate network of trade that connected continents. Their role was indispensable, and their care required methodical routines, repeated attention, and patient observation. Camels, often called the ships of the desert, were particularly suited for long journeys across arid regions. They could travel for days without water, carry heavy loads, and navigate sandy terrain with remarkable stability. Yet, their endurance did not negate the need for careful management. Caravan leaders monitored camels' health daily, observing gait, appetite, and energy levels. Bundles were carefully balanced on their backs, with repeated adjustments to straps and saddles to prevent chafing or injury. Minor misalignments could lead to discomfort, fatigue, or slowed progress, so methodical attention was vital. Horses and mules complemented camels on regions where terrain was more variable. Horses were valued for speed and agility, mules for strength and sure-footedness. Both required daily attention to feed, water, and hoof care. Travelers checked for signs of fatigue, injuries, or swelling, repeating grooming and cleaning routines consistently. Loads were adjusted to maintain balance, and reins and harnesses were inspected for wear. Even minor gestures, quietly repeated, contributed to the endurance and reliability of these animals. Donkeys, often overlooked but indispensable, carried lighter loads or served as support animals in more challenging terrain. Their sure-footedness on rocky paths or narrow mountain trails made them valuable partners. Daily routines included inspection of hooves, adjustment of packs, and provision of feed and water. Travelers repeated these routines with patience, ensuring that animals remained capable of navigating difficult terrain while sustaining the flow of trade. Caravan animals required regular rest. Morning and evening schedules included periods for grazing, drinking, and stretching. Stops were planned according to environmental conditions, terrain, and the condition of the animals. Even during periods of rest, travelers remained attentive, checking for subtle signs of fatigue, dehydration, or discomfort. The repeated observation and care at these moments contributed to the animal's ability to sustain long journeys, quietly supporting the trade network with reliability and endurance. Packing and load distribution were methodical. Merchants and caravan leaders balanced goods carefully, taking into account the strength, size, and condition of each animal. Heavier items were placed low, lighter or fragile goods on top. Reins, straps, and saddles were checked and adjusted repeatedly to prevent slipping or injury. Minor corrections were made daily, sometimes multiple times, ensuring that animals remained comfortable and capable of carrying their burdens across deserts, mountains, and river valleys. Environmental awareness guided every aspect of animal care. Camels were shielded from excessive sun in hot deserts, horses and mules were protected from mud or slippery paths, and donkeys were guided carefully along steep trails. Travelers continuously monitored conditions, adjusting travel pace, positioning, and protective coverings as needed. These quiet, repeated practices ensured the animal's health and efficiency, forming a resilient system capable of sustaining trade across diverse regions. Rest stops offered opportunities for additional care. Caravanserais, inns, and villages allowed travelers to unpack small portions of cargo, attend to animals' needs, and perform routine inspections. Hooves were cleaned, saddles adjusted, water and feed provided, and minor injuries tended. The repetition of these routines reinforced the rhythm of care, allowing animals and humans alike to continue the journey safely. Apprenticeship and observation were essential in transmitting knowledge about animal care. Young assistants learned by watching experienced handlers adjust loads, groom animals, and monitor health. Demonstrations were repeated quietly, emphasizing observation of gait, posture, and responsiveness. Subtle gestures, adjusting a strap, smoothing a saddle pad, or guiding an animal along a tricky path were repeated until internalized. These ordinary acts accumulated into a resilient body of practical expertise, sustaining the effectiveness of caravan animals across generations. Markets and trade centers also reflected careful animal management. Animals arrived at destinations, carrying loads of textiles, food, or other goods. Merchants and handlers ensured that animals were rested, watered, and fed before unloading cargo. Even in crowded or bustling areas, repeated routines of observation, adjustment, and care maintained the animal's health and readiness. These quiet practices enabled the continuation of trade, preserving both the goods and the living carriers that transported them. Seasonal variations required subtle adjustments in routines. Hot summers demanded additional water and shading for camels and horses. Cold winters required insulation or protective coverings. Travelers incorporated these adjustments into daily care, repeating routines to ensure animals remained healthy and capable. Minor, ordinary acts, repeated consistently, accumulated into a resilient system, supporting long-distance trade and the movement of goods. Daily rhythms structured both human and animal life along the Silk Road. Morning inspections, midday feeding, and evening checks became habitual. Loads were balanced, hooves checked, and animals groomed. Travelers and handlers followed predictable routines, distributing meals, rest, and attention according to the needs of the animals and the demands of the journey. This steady repetition provided stability, allowing animals to endure long distances while supporting the flow of trade reliably. Through repeated methodical practices, knowledge about animal care was transmitted alongside the goods they carried. Apprentices absorbed techniques through repeated observation, internalizing skills such as adjusting loads, monitoring health, and managing environmental challenges. These ordinary, quietly repeated acts ensured that caravan animals remained reliable partners, sustaining trade and human life across vast distances. The cumulative effect of these practices was remarkable. Caravan animals carried thousands of miles of goods, supporting both daily survival and long-term trade networks. Each minor act, inspection, adjustment, feeding, or rest contributed to the reliability of the journey. Through the quiet diligence of travelers, merchants, and handlers, communities separated by deserts, mountains, and river valleys remained connected. Ordinary repetition, performed carefully over generations, became the foundation for sustained trade across the Silk Road. Reflecting on these routines, it becomes evident that patience, careful observation, and repeated attention were as important as the animals themselves. Camels, horses, mules, and donkeys survived centuries of travel, not through spectacle but through the quiet diligence of those who cared for them. How did these repeated routines influence the organization of trade, daily life, and the rhythms of travel along the Silk Road? What can careful, persistent animal care reveal about the understated power of ordinary human attention in sustaining societies? As night falls over caravan camps, inns, and distant trade centers, animals rest quietly, their burdens arranged carefully, and their needs tended. Travelers complete evening routines, inspecting animals, adjusting loads, and preparing sleeping areas. Fires burn low, and the wind moves gently across tents, pathways, and open plains. The rhythm of attentive care pauses briefly before resuming at dawn. Across deserts, mountains, and river valleys, the slow, deliberate work of caravan animals continues a quiet, enduring network supporting life, trade, and human connection. In this calm reflection, it is clear that ordinary, repeated acts of care enabled caravan animals to sustain the Silk Road. Patient observation, methodical attention, and quiet repetition allowed essential goods to travel safely across continents. Through these understated practices, animals became silent partners in trade, linking communities, preserving daily life, and shaping enduring human networks along one of history's most remarkable trade routes. As we continue to explore the role of caravan animals along the Silk Road, it becomes clear that their survival and efficiency depended on steady, methodical attention. Camels, horses, mules, and donkeys were resilient and strong, yet their endurance relied on repeated observation, careful handling, and the quiet repetition of ordinary practices. These routines, repeated day after day, allowed animals to carry goods safely across deserts, mountains, and river valleys, sustaining long-distance trade and human life. Camels, often the central figures in desert caravans, required careful attention to hydration, feeding, and load balance. Though they could travel for days without water, their long-term endurance depended on occasional rest and consistent care. Travelers observed gait, posture, and energy levels daily, repeating inspections to detect fatigue or early signs of injury. Loads were adjusted to maintain stability, with straps, saddles, and padding checked repeatedly. Even subtle misalignments could cause discomfort or slow progress. so meticulous repetition was essential. Horses and mules, favored for speed and sure-footedness, required their own routines. Daily care included cleaning hooves, checking for swelling or injury, feeding, and ensuring adequate rest. Travelers adjusted packs, reins, and harnesses consistently, often multiple times per day. Observing animals' behavior became a practiced skill. A slight limp, a change in appetite, or subtle restlessness indicated the need for immediate adjustment. The quiet, repeated vigilance of handlers ensured that horses and mules remained capable partners throughout long journeys. Donkeys, though smaller and often carrying lighter loads, were indispensable on rocky or steep terrain. Their surety and reliability made them essential for certain routes. Daily routines included checking hooves, adjusting packs, and ensuring proper hydration. Travelers repeated these routines methodically, reinforcing habits that protected the animals and maintained efficiency. Even seemingly minor acts, repeated consistently, had a cumulative effect. Sustaining the journey across challenging terrain, environmental awareness was critical to animal care. Heat, cold, wind, and rain influenced the condition and performance of camels, horses, mules, and donkeys. Travelers adjusted loads, provided shading or insulation, and modified travel schedules according to conditions. Seasonal changes required additional adaptations. Water rationing during hot summers, extra blankets in cold winters, and careful navigation of muddy or slippery paths during rainy seasons. Each adjustment, quietly repeated, contributed to the resilience of the caravan, and the animals continued. Effectiveness, rest stops, and caravanserais provided opportunities for detailed care. Animals were watered, fed, and allowed to stretch or graze. Hooves were cleaned and inspected for wear or injury. Saddles, straps, and padding were adjusted or repaired. Travelers repeated these routines daily, sometimes multiple times, reinforcing the rhythm of attentive care. Even during moments of rest, handlers remained vigilant, ensuring animals were ready for the next stage of the journey. Apprenticeship played a crucial role in passing down knowledge of animal care. Young travelers learned by observing experienced handlers, repeating demonstrations and internalizing techniques. Subtle gestures, smoothing a saddle, adjusting a strap, observing posture or gait were practiced repeatedly until instinctive. These ordinary acts, quietly performed, ensured that the skills required to maintain caravan animals endured across generations. Knowledge of feeding schedules, load distribution, and environmental adjustments became as routine as the journey itself. Markets and trade centers also required careful attention to animals. Upon arrival, camels, horses, and donkeys were tended to before unloading goods. Travelers checked for signs of fatigue, injury, or dehydration. Even amid crowded marketplaces, repeated routines of inspection, care, and adjustment maintained the animal's health and readiness. These quiet practices reinforced the reliability of trade, ensuring that both animals and the goods they carried remained safe. Challenges were constant, but managed through repetition and attention. Harsh desert conditions, rocky mountain paths, and sudden weather changes demanded adaptability. Minor injuries, blisters, or fatigue required immediate care. Travelers repeated routines of inspection, adjustment, and rest, reinforcing the resilience of both animals and humans. Even mundane activities, repositioning a pack, smoothing a strap, or checking a hoof, were repeated methodically to prevent cumulative problems over the journey. Daily rhythms structured life around caravan animals. Morning inspections, midday feeding, and evening checks became habitual. Loads were balanced, hooves cleaned, and animals groomed. Travelers distributed attention predictably, reinforcing both efficiency and the animal's well-being. These repeated routines created stability, allowing caravan animals to endure long distances while reliably transporting essential goods. The cultural significance of animals along the Silk Road was quietly profound. Camels symbolized endurance and adaptability, often appearing in stories, art, and local practices. Horses represented speed and status, while mules and donkeys reflected reliability and practicality. Their care was not merely functional but integrated into the rhythms of daily life, trade, and cultural exchange. Repeated acts of care, feeding, grooming, adjusting loads reflected a human understanding of animals as vital partners in sustaining life and commerce. Through these repeated methodical practices, knowledge about animal management was transmitted alongside goods themselves. Apprentices internalized techniques through observation and repetition, ensuring that skills endured across generations. Subtle, ordinary gestures, adjusting a strap, rotating a load, observing posture accumulated into a resilient system, sustaining trade and human connection over vast distances. The cumulative effect of these practices was remarkable. Caravan animals carried goods across deserts, mountains, and river valleys, supporting life and commerce along the Silk Road. Each minor act, inspection, adjustment, feeding, or rest contributed to reliable transport. Through the quiet diligence of travelers and handlers, communities separated by great distances remained connected. Ordinary repetition, performed carefully over generations, created a resilient network capable of sustaining trade for centuries. Reflecting on these routines, we recognize that patience, careful observation, and repeated attention were as important as the animals themselves. Camels, horses, mules, and donkeys survived centuries of travel, not through spectacle, but through quiet diligence. How did these repeated routines shape trade organization, travel schedules, and daily life along the Silk Road? What can careful, persistent animal care reveal about the understated power of ordinary human attention in sustaining societies over time? As night settles over caravan camps, inns, and distant trade centers, animals rest quietly, their burdens arranged carefully and needs attended. Travelers complete evening routines, inspecting animals, adjusting loads, and preparing sleeping areas. Fires burn low, and the wind moves gently across tents, pathways, and open plains. The rhythm of attentive care pauses briefly before resuming with dawn. Across deserts, mountains, and river valleys, the slow, deliberate work of caravan animals continues a quiet, enduring network supporting life, trade, and human connection. In this calm reflection, it becomes clear that ordinary, repeated acts of care enabled caravan animals to sustain the Silk Road. Patient observation, methodical attention, and quiet repetition allowed essential goods to travel safely across continents. Through these understated practices, animals became silent partners in trade, linking communities, preserving daily life, and shaping enduring human networks along one of history's most remarkable trade routes. As we bring the story of caravan animals along the Silk Road to a close, it becomes evident just how essential these silent partners were to the network of trade that connected distant communities. Camels, horses, mules, and donkeys were more than vehicles for goods. They were living participants in a careful, repeated system of observation, attention, and routine. Their endurance and reliability were the product of ordinary acts, quietly, repeated by generations of travelers and handlers. Camels, often referred to as the ships of the desert, were capable of carrying heavy loads across long stretches without water. Yet their strength did not remove the need for methodical care. Daily inspections of gait, posture, and energy allowed travelers to detect signs of fatigue or minor injury before they became serious. Loads were carefully balanced, straps adjusted, and saddles checked repeatedly. Even subtle misalignments could slow progress or cause discomfort, demonstrating that the quiet, consistent attention of humans was inseparable from the animals. Performance, horses and mules, essential in regions with varied terrain, required their own routines. Grooming, feeding, hoof care, and rest were repeated daily. Reins, harnesses, and saddles were checked and adjusted, sometimes multiple times per day. Observing slight changes in behavior, restlessness, uneven gait, or decreased appetite, handlers to intervene early. These repeated, ordinary actions maintained the health and endurance of animals critical to trade and travel. Donkeys, though smaller and less celebrated, were equally important. Their sure-footedness on rocky trails and steep passes made them indispensable. Daily routines included checking hooves, adjusting packs, and ensuring proper hydration. Repeated care ensured that donkeys remained capable, reliable partners, supporting the movement of goods in areas inaccessible to larger animals. Even small, quietly repeated acts accumulated into a system of resilience across the caravan. Environmental awareness guided every interaction with animals. Travelers adjusted loads, provided shade, and modified travel schedules according to heat, cold, rain, and wind. Seasonal changes demanded additional adaptation, rationed water during summer heat, extra blankets in winter, careful navigation of muddy or slippery paths. Each adjustment, repeated consistently, contributed to the overall endurance and well-being of the caravan, allowing animals to continue carrying essential goods over vast distances. Rest stops provided opportunities for detailed care. Caravanserais, inns, and villages allowed travelers to water, feed, and groom animals. Hooves were inspected, saddles and packs adjusted, and minor injuries tended to. Repetition of these routines reinforced the rhythm of care, ensuring that both animals and humans could continue safely along the route. Even during periods of rest, quiet observation remained central to preserving endurance and health. Apprenticeship ensured the transmission of knowledge about animal management. Young travelers observed experienced handlers repeating demonstrations until gestures, smoothing a saddle, adjusting straps, observing posture and gait were internalized. Over generations, these ordinary, repeated acts built a resilient body of knowledge, ensuring that caravan animals could reliably support trade, travel, and cultural connection along the Silk Road. Markets and trade centers required ongoing care for animals. Upon arrival, camels, horses, mules, and donkeys were rested, fed, and examined before unloading goods. Even in crowded marketplaces, handlers repeated inspection routines, maintained hydration and feed schedules, and adjusted loads as necessary. These quiet, consistent practices reinforced reliability, ensuring that both animals and cargo remained safe, capable, and ready for subsequent journeys. Challenges were constant but managed through patient repetition. Harsh deserts, steep mountains, sudden weather shifts, and minor injuries required methodical care and adaptation. Repeated inspection, adjustment, and rest allowed animals to recover and continue. Even minor gestures, realigning a pack, smoothing a strap, checking a hoof were repeated consistently, preventing cumulative problems and preserving the efficiency of the caravan daily rhythms structured life. Along the Silk Road for both humans and animals, morning inspections, midday feeding, and evening checks became habitual. Loads were balanced, hooves cleaned, and animals groomed. Travelers distributed attention predictably, reinforcing both efficiency and the animal's well-being. The repetition of these routines provided stability, allowing animals to endure long distances while supporting the movement of goods reliably. The cultural significance of caravan animals was quiet but meaningful. Camels symbolized endurance, an adaptation appearing in art, stories, and local practices. Horses represented speed and status, while mules and donkeys embodied reliability and practicality. Their care was integrated into the rhythms of daily life, trade, and cultural exchange. Ordinary, repeated acts of care reflected human understanding of animals as partners in sustaining life, commerce, and connection. Through these repeated, methodical routines, knowledge about animal care traveled alongside the goods themselves. Apprentices internalized techniques through observation and repetition, ensuring skills endured over generations. Subtle, ordinary gestures, adjusting straps, observing posture, rotating loads accumulated into a resilient system, sustaining trade and human connection across vast distances. The cumulative effect of these ordinary practices was remarkable. Caravan animals carried goods across deserts, mountains, and river valleys, supporting both daily survival and long-distance trade. Each minor act, inspection, adjustment, feeding, or rest contributed to the reliable transport of goods and the continuity of life along the Silk Road. Through the quiet diligence of travelers and handlers, communities separated by great distances remained connected. Ordinary repetition, carefully performed across generations, created a resilient network that endured for centuries. Reflecting on these routines, we see that patience, careful observation, and repeated attention were as important as the animals themselves. Camels, horses, mules, and donkeys survived centuries of travel not through spectacle but through ordinary diligence. How did these repeated routines shape trade, organization, travel schedules, and daily life along the Silk Road? What can careful, persistent animal care reveal about the subtle power of ordinary human attention in sustaining societies over time? As night falls over caravan camps, inns, and distant trade centers, animals rest quietly, their burdens arranged carefully and their needs attended. Travelers complete evening routines, inspecting animals, adjusting loads, and preparing sleeping areas. Fires burn low, and the wind moves softly across tents, pathways, and open plains. The rhythm of attentive care pauses briefly before resuming at dawn. Across deserts, mountains, and river valleys, the slow, deliberate work of caravan animals continues, a quiet, enduring network supporting life, trade, and human connection. In this calm reflection, we recognize that ordinary, repeated acts of care enabled caravan animals to sustain the Silk Road. Patient observation, methodical attention, and quiet repetition allowed goods to travel safely across continents. Through these understated practices, animals became silent partners in trade, linking communities, preserving daily life and shaping enduring human networks along one of history's most remarkable routes. Their legacy is a testament to the enduring power of ordinary diligence in sustaining life and society. As we continue our slow journey along the Silk Road, we pause to consider another often overlooked element of trade and travel: the inns and caravanserais that dotted the route. These resting places were more than simple shelters. They were quiet, methodical hubs of human and animal activity, essential for sustaining long-distance trade. Their design, operation, and daily routines reflect the understated importance of stability, repetition, and practical care along the Silk Road. Caravanserais were typically built at regular intervals along trade routes, often spaced according to a day's journey for pack animals. They were simple yet purposeful structures: thick walls for protection, open courtyards for animals, and rooms or platforms for travelers and goods. The architecture emphasized function over luxury, providing a reliable environment for rest, recovery, and maintenance. Travelers could rely on these quiet hubs for essential needs, whether feeding animals, inspecting cargo, or taking a brief respite from long days of travel. Animals were central to caravanserai life. Courtyards were arranged to accommodate camels, horses, mules, and donkeys, with spaces allocated for feeding, watering, and resting. Travelers and handlers repeated daily routines of inspection, hoof care, and load adjustment. Even during the quiet hours of night, the rhythm of attentive care continued. Animals were fed, watered, and checked before dawn. These repeated acts ensured that pack animals remained capable of continuing their long journeys safely. Human routines were equally methodical. Travelers and merchants performed daily inspections of baggage, ensuring that goods remained intact and properly arranged. Containers of salt, dried fruits, textiles, or other commodities were unpacked, examined, and repacked as needed. Minor repairs to wrappings or harnesses were carried out methodically, reinforcing the quiet rhythm of preparation and maintenance. These ordinary acts, repeated consistently, maintained the reliability of both goods and animals across the Silk Road. Meals and nourishment were also structured around repetition. Inns and caravanserais offered basic food to travelers: simple grains, bread, boiled or dried foods, and occasionally fresh produce. Meals were prepared in predictable routines, often cooked over open fires or in communal kitchens. Travelers followed daily schedules for feeding themselves and their animals, repeating the same rhythms from one stop to the next. This predictability contributed to both physical sustenance and psychological comfort, offering a sense of stability in the long, slow journey across vast lands. Apprentices and young travelers learned the routines of caravanserais through observation and repetition. Simple acts, setting up bedding, arranging goods, tending animals, or preparing meals, were demonstrated repeatedly until internalized. These ordinary practices accumulated into a shared knowledge of travel, care, and organization. By quietly following established patterns, newcomers learned the rhythm of life along the Silk Road, ensuring that essential skills and routines persisted across generations. Caravanserais were also centers of practical exchange. Merchants, travelers, and locals shared information about routes, weather conditions, and supplies. This exchange was often quiet, observational, and routine rather than dramatic. A note passed, a question asked, a recommendation repeated from one traveler to another. These interactions, though understated, reinforced the stability of the trade network and allowed knowledge about distant regions to travel alongside goods. Environmental awareness guided the operation of inns and caravans. Courtyards were designed to provide shade, shelter from wind, and drainage for rain. Rooms and storage areas were positioned to maintain dry conditions for goods. Daily routines included cleaning, organizing, and minor repairs. Travelers and innkeepers repeated these acts methodically, creating an environment in which both humans and animals could rest safely and goods could remain intact. Rest periods followed predictable rhythms. Morning inspections, midday meals, and evening checks structured the day. Travelers prepared for departure by arranging animals, securing goods, and reviewing routes. These repeated acts created stability, allowing caravans to resume travel with confidence. Even minor details, repeated over time, accumulated into a reliable system for maintaining order, health, and readiness for the journey ahead. Security, too, was integrated into daily routines. Caravanserais often had gates, walls, or watchpoints to deter theft or intrusion. Travelers followed methodical practices. Animals were secured, valuable goods were stored in designated areas, and quiet observation of comings and goings was maintained. Even when activities seemed uneventful, the repetition of careful routines ensured safety for both humans and animals along the Silk Road. Apprenticeship and repetition extended to the preparation of provisions. Meals, bedding, water, and fodder were prepared and arranged consistently. Travelers learned to anticipate needs, ensuring that animals were fed before humans, that goods were inspected before departure, and that personal necessities were organized efficiently. Through repeated exposure, these quiet routines became instinctive, forming a stable foundation for long-distance travel. Caravanserais also served as cultural nodes, connecting travelers from different regions. Languages, customs, and goods met quietly within their walls. Repetition of greetings, customary exchanges, and routine care created a subtle, consistent network of cultural interaction. Over time, these ordinary practices helped maintain social cohesion along the Silk Road, supporting both trade and human connection across vast distances. The cumulative effect of these practices was significant. Caravanserais provided reliable, predictable environments for both humans and animals. Daily routines, repeated with patience and attention, ensured that animals remained healthy, goods stayed intact, and travelers could continue their journeys safely. Even seemingly mundane acts, feeding, cleaning, arranging goods, or checking hooves contributed to the resilience of the entire trade network. Reflecting on these routines, it is clear that repetition, patience, and attention to detail were as essential as the structures themselves. Caravanserais did not rely on grandeur or spectacle, but on quiet, consistent practices that enabled life and trade to continue across challenging terrain. How did these repeated routines influence the organization of travel, the flow of goods, and the rhythms of daily life along the Silk Road? What might they reveal about the understated power of ordinary care in sustaining human networks over centuries? As night falls over caravanserais scattered across deserts, mountains, and river valleys, animals rest quietly, travelers prepare for sleep, and fires burn low. The rhythm of attentive, care-feeding, inspecting, organizing pauses briefly before resuming at dawn. Across the Silk Road, these quiet hubs continue to sustain life, trade, and human connection, their legacy resting not in dramatic events, but in the ordinary. repeated acts that allowed societies to thrive. In this calm reflection, we see that caravanserais were more than shelters. They were deliberate, organized spaces where ordinary, repeated acts of care enabled the Silk Road to function. Patient attention, methodical routines, and quiet repetition allowed travelers, animals, and goods to move safely across continents. Through these understated practices, caravanserais became enduring centers of connection, culture, and commerce along one of history's most remarkable trade routes. As we continue to explore the quiet importance of caravanserais along the Silk Road, it becomes clear that their function depended on consistent, methodical routines. These hubs were designed to sustain both humans and animals, while simultaneously preserving goods, ensuring security, and facilitating cultural exchange. Their operation relied on repeated, ordinary acts, quietly maintained across generations, forming the backbone of long-distance travel. Animals were the central focus of daily routines. Camels, horses, mules, and donkeys were guided into designated courtyards, where they were fed, watered, and tended. Hooves were inspected for injury, saddles and packs adjusted, and minor repairs carried out. Even during periods of rest, travelers observed animals for subtle signs of fatigue, discomfort, or dehydration. These repeated, careful acts ensured that animals remained healthy and capable of resuming long journeys, quietly supporting trade and the movement of goods. Human routines mirrored this methodical care. Travelers inspected baggage carefully, unpacking goods for examination, making minor repairs, and repacking containers. Salt, dried fruits, textiles, and other commodities were arranged to remain intact and protected from moisture, pests, or wear. Travelers and innkeepers repeated these routines consistently, ensuring the reliability of both goods and the people who depended on them. Over time, repetition created a rhythm of preparedness and attention that sustained long trade. Meals and nourishment followed predictable patterns. Innkeepers or local cooks prepared grains, bread, dried foods, and simple stews, while travelers followed regular schedules for eating, ensuring animals were fed first, then humans. Meals were prepared and consumed in quiet routines, repeated day after day. This regularity provided stability and comfort, allowing travelers to rest both body and mind before resuming their journeys. Apprenticeship played a central role in transmitting the practical knowledge of running and using caravanserais. Young travelers and assistants learned through observation and repetition, arranging goods, feeding animals, cleaning stables, and preparing meals. Subtle gestures smoothing bedding, adjusting a saddle, or inspecting hooves were repeated until instinctive. These ordinary acts accumulated into a body of knowledge that persisted across generations, quietly sustaining the Silk Road's infrastructure. Environmental awareness guided the daily operation of caravanserais. Courtyards were designed to provide shade, shelter from wind, and drainage for rain. Rooms and storage areas were positioned to maintain dry conditions for goods. Travelers and innkeepers repeated cleaning, organizing, and minor repairs daily, creating a predictable environment in which animals could rest safely, goods could remain intact, and humans could recover from long journeys. Even minor adjustments, quietly repeated, accumulated into a resilient system. Security routines were also critical. Gates, walls, and watchposts helped prevent theft or intrusion. Travelers and innkeepers followed methodical practices. Animals were secured, valuable goods stored safely, and quiet observation maintained throughout the day and night. Even when activity seemed uneventful, the repetition of careful routines ensured safety for both humans and animals, preserving the trust and reliability of these hubs. Rest periods followed predictable rhythms. Morning inspections, midday meals, and evening checks structured the day. Travelers prepared for departure by arranging animals, securing goods, and reviewing routes. These repeated acts created stability, allowing caravans to resume travel with confidence. Minor details, repeated over time, ensured that both humans and animals were ready for the journey ahead, reinforcing the importance of ordinary care and routine. Caravanserais also facilitated subtle cultural exchange. Travelers from diverse regions, speaking different languages, and carrying unique goods interacted quietly, exchanging information about routes, weather, or market conditions. These interactions were often understated, consisting of repeated greetings, shared advice, and mutual observation. Over time, these ordinary exchanges reinforced social cohesion, allowing knowledge and customs to travel alongside goods across continents. Maintenance of the physical structures was another repeated responsibility. Courtyards were swept, walls repaired, and storage rooms cleaned. Minor improvements, patching leaks, reinforcing doors, adjusting gates were performed methodically. Even seemingly mundane tasks contributed to the resilience and reliability of the caravanserai system, allowing travelers and animals to rest safely and ensuring goods remained protected. Repetition of these practices across generations ensured the continuity of these essential hubs. Through these repeated, methodical routines, the importance of caravanserais extended beyond shelter. They became centers of preparation, maintenance, and reflection, where ordinary acts feeding animals, inspecting goods, arranging supplies sustained the rhythm of long-distance trade. Travelers internalized these routines, carrying knowledge of care, organization, and environmental awareness from one hub to the next. Over time, these understated practices created a resilient network capable of supporting the movement of people, goods, and ideas across vast distances. The cumulative effect of these routines was profound. Caravanserais provided reliable environments for rest, care, and organization, ensuring that travelers and animals could continue their journeys with confidence. Ordinary acts, feeding, cleaning, adjusting, and observing, repeated consistently over days, weeks, and generations, enabled the Silk Road to function across deserts, mountains, and river valleys. Stability arose not from grandeur or spectacle, but from the quiet diligence of ordinary people performing ordinary tasks with care. Reflecting on these routines, we recognize that patience, repetition, and attention to detail were as essential as the walls and gates themselves. Caravanserais did not rely on opulence, but on reliable, repeated practices that allowed life and trade to continue across challenging landscapes. How did these repeated routines influence travel schedules, trade organization, and daily life? Along the Silk Road, what might they reveal about the understated power of ordinary care in sustaining human networks over centuries? As night falls over caravanserais scattered across deserts, mountains, and river valleys, animals rest quietly. Travelers prepare for sleep, and fires burn low. The rhythm of attentive, care-feeding, inspecting, arranging pauses briefly before resuming with dawn. Across the Silk Road, these quiet hubs continued to sustain life, trade, and cultural exchange, their enduring function rooted in ordinary, repeated acts that allowed societies to connect, endure, and thrive. In this calm reflection, we see that caravanserais were more than shelters, they were deliberate, organized spaces in which ordinary, repeated acts of care enabled the Silk Road to function. Patient observation, methodical routines, and quiet repetition allowed travelers, animals, and goods to move safely across continents. Through these understated practices, caravanserais became enduring centers of connection, culture, and commerce along one of history's most remarkable trade routes. As we bring the story of caravanserais along the Silk Road to a close, it is striking to consider how these quiet hubs supported the movement of goods, people, and ideas across vast distances. Caravanserais were more than simple shelters. They were methodical centers of care, maintenance, and organization. Their enduring value lay not in grandeur or spectacle, but in the ordinary, repeated acts that sustained travelers, animals, and trade networks alike. Animals were central to every caravanserai, and their care was carefully integrated into daily routines. Camels, horses, mules, and donkeys were guided into designated areas for feeding, watering, and rest. Hooves were inspected for signs of fatigue or injury, saddles and packs were adjusted, and minor repairs were carried out. These acts, repeated day after day, ensured that animals remained healthy and capable of continuing long journeys. The rhythm of attention to animals was quiet yet essential, forming the foundation for successful travel along the Silk Road. Human routines were equally methodical. Travelers inspected goods carefully, unpacking and repacking commodities such as salt, dried fruits, and textiles to ensure their integrity. Minor repairs were carried out as needed, and supplies were organized for ease of access during the next stage of the journey. These repeated actions reinforced a predictable rhythm of preparation, maintaining both efficiency and safety. Ordinary attention to detail, quietly repeated, allowed trade to continue smoothly across continents. Meals and nourishment followed structured schedules. Innkeepers prepared simple foods, grains, bread, dried or boiled items, while travelers ensured that animals were fed first, followed by humans. The repetition of these routines provided physical sustenance and a sense of stability for travelers weary from long journeys. Consistency became a quiet source of comfort, reassuring both animals and humans that needs would be met. Day after day, mile after mile, apprenticeship and observation ensured that the practical knowledge of caravanserais was passed down. Young travelers learned to follow routines, from arranging goods and preparing meals to tending animals and maintaining sleeping areas. Subtle gestures, smoothing bedding, adjusting straps, monitoring water and feed were demonstrated repeatedly, until they became instinctive. Over generations, these ordinary, repeated acts accumulated into a resilient system, sustaining the functionality of caravanserais along the Silk Road. Environmental awareness guided every aspect of daily operation. Courtyards were organized to provide shade, protection from wind, and drainage during rain. Storage areas were maintained to keep goods dry, and rooms were arranged to provide rest for travelers. Daily routines included cleaning, minor repairs, and adjustments for seasonal changes. Even small acts, quietly repeated, contributed to the resilience of these hubs, allowing both humans and animals to recover, goods to remain intact, and travel to continue. Security was an understated yet constant consideration. Gates, walls, and watch posts provided protection against theft or intrusion. Travelers and innkeepers followed methodical routines to secure animals and goods. observing the movement of people and animals quietly. Even in the absence of dramatic events, repeated vigilance ensured safety, reinforcing the reliability and trustworthiness of caravanserais as hubs along the trade route. Rest periods were carefully structured. Morning inspections, midday meals, and evening checks created a predictable rhythm. Travelers prepared for departure by arranging animals, securing goods, and reviewing routes. These repeated routines ensured that both humans and animals were ready to resume travel safely. Minor, repeated gestures accumulated over time, creating stability and continuity essential to the smooth operation of trade networks. Also played a subtle cultural role. Travelers from diverse regions interacted quietly, exchanging information about routes, weather, and markets. These exchanges were often understated, consisting of repeated greetings, observations, and shared advice. Over time, the repetition of these ordinary social interactions contributed to the movement of knowledge and customs alongside goods, connecting distant cultures in subtle, enduring ways. Maintenance of the physical structures was another form of repeated care. Courtyards were swept, walls repaired, storage areas organized, and minor improvements carried out methodically. Even seemingly mundane tasks, patching leaks, reinforcing gates, adjusting fences, contributed to the resilience and reliability of the caravanserai system. Repetition of these routines ensured that travelers, animals, and goods were consistently protected day after day, year after year. The cumulative effect of these ordinary practices was profound. Caravanserais provided stable, predictable environments where ordinary, repeated acts of care sustained the movement of life and trade. Animals remained healthy, goods intact, and travelers rested and prepared. Through quiet, consistent attention to routine, caravanserais enabled the Silk Road to function smoothly across deserts, mountains, and river valleys. Stability arose not from opulence or drama, but from the enduring power of ordinary diligence. Reflecting on these routines, we see that patient repetition, careful observation, and methodical attention were as crucial as the walls and gates themselves. Caravanserais were quiet hubs where ordinary acts sustained life and trade. How did these repeated routines shape the movement of goods, the organization of travel, and the rhythms of daily life along the Silk Road? What might the consistent repetition of care reveal about the understated power of ordinary human attention in sustaining societies across vast distances? As night falls over caravanserais scattered across deserts, mountains, and river valleys, animals rest quietly, travelers prepare for sleep, and fires burn low. The rhythm of attentive care pauses briefly, ready to resume at dawn. Across the Silk Road, these quiet hubs continue to sustain life, trade, and cultural exchange. Their legacy rests not in dramatic events, but in ordinary, repeated acts that allowed societies to connect, endure, and thrive across centuries. In this calm reflection, it becomes clear that caravanserais were more than shelters. They were organized, deliberate spaces where ordinary, repeated acts of care enabled the Silk Road to function. Patient observation, methodical routines, and quiet repetition allowed travelers, animals, and goods to move safely across continents. Through these understated practices, caravanserais became enduring centers of connection, culture, and commerce along one of history's most remarkable trade routes. Their quiet legacy reminds us that ordinary diligence, repeated carefully over time, can sustain life, society, and human connection in ways that are profound yet easy to overlook. As we continue our slow journey along the Silk Road, we turn our attention to the goods that quietly sustained the trade network: silk, spices, and other everyday commodities. While these items may seem ordinary, their movement from one region to another was carefully organized, structured, and repeated through routine practices. These commodities were not simply products. They were part of a rhythm of trade, care, and attention that linked distant societies over thousands of miles. Silk, perhaps the most celebrated of Silk Road goods, originated in China and required meticulous handling from the moment it was produced. Sericulture, the raising of silkworms, followed a slow, repeated cycle. Mulberry leaves were harvested, silkworms fed, cocoons harvested, and threads carefully unwound. Every step demanded patience and careful observation, a quiet repetition of ordinary tasks that produced a delicate and valuable material. Once prepared, silk was wrapped, stored, and transported in a manner that minimized friction, moisture, and sunlight exposure, ensuring that the material arrived intact for trade. Spices ranging from black pepper and cinnamon to saffron and cloves were similarly handled with care, harvested, dried, and packaged meticulously. These commodities required careful storage to preserve flavor and prevent spoilage. Traders developed routines for checking moisture levels, rotating stock, and inspecting containers for pests. Even the act of labeling goods involved quiet, methodical repetition. Marking parcels with origin, weight, and destination allowed merchants to maintain accurate records, ensuring smooth trade across multiple regions. Other everyday dried fruits, grains, textiles, and simple tools followed similar systems of care and repetition. Salt, for example, was extracted, pressed into blocks, and wrapped to prevent contamination. Dried fruits were packed and rotated to prevent spoilage, while grains were checked for moisture, pests, or mold. Textiles were folded, layered, and protected from abrasion, while tools were cleaned and sharpened. These ordinary acts, repeated consistently, allowed goods to retain quality over long distances, sustaining both local and international trade. Packaging and load distribution was central to maintaining the integrity of commodities. Silk, spices, and other goods were carefully arranged in containers suited to their fragility and weight. Traders balanced loads across camels, horses, and mules, adjusting saddles and straps to prevent damage. These tasks were repeated daily along the journey, inspecting parcels, redistributing weight, and ensuring that no item was compromised. Even minor adjustments, performed consistently, safeguarded the quality of the trade goods and the reliability of the caravan. Caravans followed predictable routines for moving goods. Morning inspections ensured that items were properly secured. Fed and watered animals were ready, and travelers were prepared for the day's journey. Midday breaks provided opportunities for feeding, adjusting loads, and inspecting goods again. Evening stops at inns or caravanserais included unpacking, minor repairs, repacking, and preparing for the next stage. This cycle, repeated day after day, reinforced a rhythm of careful attention, maintaining both goods and animals over long distances. Apprentices and young traders learned through observation and repetition. They watched experienced handlers inspect, rotate, pack, and protect commodities, gradually internalizing the routines required to sustain trade. Subtle gestures, repositioning a sack of spices, smoothing folds in silk, checking moisture in grains, were demonstrated repeatedly until they became instinctive. Over generations, This ordinary repetition preserved the skills necessary for long-distance commerce. Environmental conditions influenced the care and transport of commodities. Silk required protection from sunlight, moisture, and abrasion, while spices needed to remain dry and cool. Grains were stored to prevent moisture and pests, and dried fruits rotated regularly to maintain freshness. Travelers and handlers adjusted routines based on weather, temperature, and local conditions, repeating careful inspections and adjustments throughout each day. These quiet, repeated practices ensured that goods arrived in acceptable condition, sustaining trade and local economies. Markets and trade centers were extensions of this careful system. Upon arrival, commodities were unloaded, inspected, and arranged for sale or storage. Silk bolts were examined for flaws, spices weighed and repackaged, grains measured, and dried fruits rotated. Traders followed predictable routines, repeating the same acts they had performed along the route. These repeated practices ensured that goods retained value, that transactions proceeded smoothly, and that trade networks remained reliable over time. Documentation and record-keeping also followed. Repetitive, careful routines. Merchants recorded the weight, origin, and destination of goods, noting any special instructions for handling. Labels, marks, and tally sheets were checked repeatedly, minimizing the risk of error. These ordinary practices, quietly repeated, enabled the accurate flow of commodities across regions, contributing to the reliability of the Silk Road trade. Trade of commodities was not only an economic activity, but also a cultural one. Silk, spices, and other goods carried ideas, techniques, and customs from one region to another. Recipes, textile patterns, and artistic techniques traveled alongside physical goods. The repetition of trade routines, inspections, and care facilitated this cultural exchange. Ordinary, methodical practices thus sustained not only commerce, but also human connection, knowledge, and creativity across continents. Security and care were intertwined. Caravan guards and travelers monitored goods carefully, ensuring that nothing was lost, damaged, or stolen. Routines included periodic inspections, adjusting straps and containers, and monitoring animal behavior. Even minor gestures, realigning a parcel, adjusting a lid, checking a strap were repeated daily, accumulating into a resilient system that protected the integrity of commodities across deserts, mountains, and rivers. Reflecting on the movement of everyday commodities, it becomes clear that patient repetition and quiet diligence were as essential as the goods themselves. Silk, spices, grains, and textiles reached distant markets not simply because they were valuable, but because traders and handlers performed ordinary, methodical acts over and over again, day after day. How did these repeated routines shape the economies, cultural exchanges, and daily life along the Silk Road? What might they reveal about the understated power of ordinary care in sustaining human networks and commerce? As night falls along the Silk Road, caravans settle at inns and animals rest quietly, goods are inspected and arranged for protection, and travelers prepare for sleep. Fires burn low, and the gentle rhythm of attention feeding, checking, and adjusting pauses briefly, ready to resume at dawn. Across deserts, mountains, and river valleys, the quiet, repeated acts that sustain the flow of everyday commodities continue to link communities, preserve trade, and sustain human life. In this calm reflection, we recognize that ordinary, repeated acts to animals, inspecting goods, adjusting loads, rotating stock, and maintaining records enabled silk, spices, and other commodities to move safely across continents. Through these quiet practices, trade networks flourished, cultures connected, and societies endured along one of history's most remarkable routes. Their legacy rests not in spectacle, but in the methodical, patient repetition of ordinary tasks, quietly sustaining life, commerce, and human connection across vast distances. Continuing our journey along the Silk Road, we observe how silk, spices, and other everyday commodities moved quietly yet methodically from region to region. Their successful transport relied not on spectacle, but on repeated routines, careful attention, and ordinary acts performed consistently over long distances. These routines sustained trade, preserved quality, and allowed ideas, techniques, and customs to travel alongside physical goods. Camels, horses, mules, and donkeys carried parcels of silk and spices in carefully distributed loads. Each animal's health and endurance were monitored through repeated inspections, hooves checked, loads adjusted, saddles and straps readjusted. Even small misalignments could cause damage to delicate goods. Traders repeated these adjustments multiple times a day, ensuring both animals and commodities remained in optimal condition. Silk, delicate and sensitive to sunlight and moisture, required constant care. Rolls were wrapped carefully, layered to prevent abrasion, and stored in containers designed to protect against environmental changes. Traders checked these parcels repeatedly during the journey, shifting layers, adjusting coverings, and monitoring for signs of wear or moisture. This quiet repetition, day after day, ensured that silk arrived at markets in pristine condition, ready for use in garments, tapestries, or ceremonial purposes. Spices, fragrant and easily affected by humidity, were similarly handled with care. Packages of pepper, cinnamon, cloves, or saffron were inspected regularly, rotated to prevent spoilage, and stored in dry, well-ventilated areas. Traders repeated these routines along every stage of the route, maintaining consistency across deserts, mountains, and river valleys. Even minor acts, checking a lid, lifting a container, or rotating a bundle, played an important role in preserving quality and value. Other everyday commodities, such as grains, dried fruits, and textiles, followed similar systems of care. Grains were checked for moisture, pests, and spoilage. Dried fruits were rotated and stored to maintain freshness. Textiles were folded, layered, and arranged to prevent fraying or damage. Minor repairs, whether mending sacks, tying knots, or reinforcing packaging, were repeated daily to maintain integrity. These quiet acts, repeated across journeys and generations, were fundamental to sustaining long-distance trade. Markets and caravan stops introduced another layer of routine. Upon arrival, goods were unloaded, inspected, and repacked for sale or further transport. Traders repeated familiar practices, verifying quantities, measuring, labeling, and arranging products systematically. Silk bolts were examined, spices weighed, grains sorted, and dried fruits rotated. Repetition ensured accuracy, preserved quality, and allowed trade networks to function smoothly. Even across vast and distant regions, documentation and record-keeping were integral. Merchants recorded origin, weight, and destination for each parcel, maintaining ledgers or tally sheets. These records were checked repeatedly to prevent errors, misplaced goods, or miscommunication. Ordinary, methodical acts of writing, marking, and verifying created the invisible infrastructure that allowed the Silk Road to function reliably over centuries. Environmental awareness guided daily routines for commodities. Weather, temperature, and humidity affected silk, spices, grains, and dried fruits. Travelers adjusted routines according to local conditions, moving goods to shaded areas, rotating parcels, and monitoring containers for moisture. Even seemingly minor, repeated interventions contributed to the preservation of goods and ensured their safe arrival at distant markets. Caravans followed predictable schedules. Morning inspections of animals and goods were followed by careful loading and departure. Midday breaks allowed for feeding animals, adjusting loads, and inspecting parcels. Evening stops included unloading, minor repairs, repacking, and arranging items for security. This repetition established a rhythm that stabilized the journey, minimized losses, and maintained the reliability of trade. Apprentices learned these routines by observation and repetition. Young travelers internalized the techniques of handling silk, spices, and other commodities through repeated demonstration, adjusting rolls of silk, rotating spice containers, checking grains for moisture, and securing loads on animals. Subtle gestures were practiced repeatedly until instinctive, ensuring continuity of skills across generations. Over time, these quiet, repeated routines became the backbone of long-distance trade knowledge. Security was intertwined with daily handling routines. Goods were monitored closely for theft, damage, or misplacement. Travelers performed regular inspections, verified seals or ties on parcels, and adjusted packaging when necessary. Even the smallest, repeated gesture, tightening a knot, checking a strap, or shifting a parcel slightly, was part of a larger system of care, ensuring that the movement of commodities remained secure and reliable. Cultural flow accompanied material flow. Silk, spices, and everyday commodities carried techniques, artistic motifs, recipes, and practical knowledge between regions. Traders, by following repeated routines of handling and inspecting goods, facilitated a silent transmission of culture. Ordinary acts, careful wrapping of a silk roll or rotation of spice containers, were intertwined with the movement of ideas, showing how repetition and patience preserved not only commodities, but also the subtle networks of knowledge and culture. Challenges along the route required adaptive repetition. Weather changes, rough terrain, and minor injuries to animals or humans necessitated repeated inspection and adjustment. Traders continually balanced loads, rotated goods, and modified routines to address emerging conditions. These quiet, methodical practices allowed the caravan to maintain its rhythm, protecting both people and commodities over long distances. The cumulative effect of these ordinary routines was significant. Silk, spices, grains, and textiles reached distant markets not only because of their value, but because traders performed repeated, careful acts of inspection, adjustment, and maintenance. Each minor gesture, performed consistently, preserved the integrity of goods and reinforced the reliability of trade networks. Over centuries, these ordinary practices became the invisible engine of commerce along the Silk Road. Reflecting on these routines, we see the understated power of repetition and careful attention. Ordinary acts, feeding animals, inspecting goods, rotating parcels, recording information, and maintaining load sustained trade, cultural exchange, and human connection. How did these repeated routines shape economic structures, influence social interactions, and create stability along the Silk Road? What can the quiet, consistent care of commodities reveal about the essential practices that allowed civilizations to connect and endure over vast distances. As night falls along the Silk Road, caravans pause at inns and caravanserais. Animals rest, goods are inspected and protected, and travelers prepare for sleep. Fires burn low, and the gentle rhythm of care feeding, checking, adjusting pauses briefly, ready to resume at dawn. Across deserts, mountains, and river valleys, the quiet, repeated acts that sustain silk, spices, and other everyday commodities continue to connect communities, preserve trade, and maintain human life. In this calm reflection, we recognize that ordinary, repeated acts attending to animals, inspecting and rotating goods, adjusting loads, maintaining records enabled the flow of silk, spices, and other commodities across continents. Through these understated routines, trade networks functioned reliably, cultures connected, and societies endured along one of history's most remarkable routes. Their legacy rests not in spectacle, but in the patient repetition of ordinary tasks, quietly sustaining life, commerce, and human connection across vast distances. As we continue our slow journey along the Silk Road, we turn our attention from physical commodities to something subtler, yet equally important: paper, ink, and the flow of knowledge. While silk and spices carried wealth and flavor, it was paper and written records that transported ideas, administrative knowledge, and cultural practices. These quiet, often overlooked carriers of information moved slowly but steadily, linking distant societies and supporting the continuity of civilizations. Paper, first developed in China during the Han Dynasty, followed a careful production process. Fibers from mulberry bark, hemp, and rags were soaked, pulped, and pressed to form sheets. The process required patience and repetition, washing, beating, and layering fibers multiple times to achieve the desired thickness and texture. Once dried, sheets were inspected for consistency, imperfections, or weaknesses. Even minor flaws could compromise durability, so careful handling and repeated examination were essential. Ink was similarly methodical in its preparation. Traditional ink was made from soot, animal glue, and water, carefully mixed and kneaded to achieve uniform consistency. Craftsmen tested the mixture on paper to ensure smooth flow, consistent color, and proper adhesion. The production of ink required repeated stirring, testing, and adjustment, reflecting a quiet dedication to quality. Without such care, written records could fade, smudge, or become illegible, limiting the transmission of knowledge across distances. Books, scrolls, and administrative documents were transported along trade routes with similar attention. Scribes and merchants developed routines for packing paper items to prevent moisture, tearing, or bending. Documents were wrapped in protective cloth, stacked carefully, and arranged in containers that minimized pressure and friction. Traders repeated inspections at each stage of the journey, checking for damage and adjusting arrangements as needed. The quiet repetition of these routines ensured that knowledge reached distant markets, libraries, and officials intact. Paper and ink also carried practical information for everyday life: administrative records, tax receipts, inventories, maps, and instructional texts. Merchants relied on lists detailing goods, weights, and prices. Officials referenced records of taxation, census data, or transport permits. These routine, repetitive uses of paper ensured that systems functioned smoothly, allowing commerce, governance, and social organization to continue across regions. Ordinary acts of writing, copying, and preserving documents became essential threads in the fabric of civilization. Educational texts and cultural works were also carried carefully. Philosophical treatises, religious texts, poetry, and historical records traveled alongside commercial goods. Scribes copied manuscripts by hand, meticulously repeating characters and phrases to maintain accuracy. Repetition and consistency were critical. A single error could alter meaning, and repeated copying ensured knowledge was preserved for future generations. These practices reflected patience, diligence, and a slow rhythm that supported the enduring transmission of culture. Travelers and scribes followed predictable routines to maintain the integrity of knowledge. Documents were packed carefully each morning, inspected midday, and rearranged or repacked in the evening. Environmental factors, humidity, heat, and dust required attention, and items were adjusted repeatedly to prevent damage. The rhythm of these acts mirrored that of commodities like silk or spices, reinforcing the quiet principle that repeated care, patience, and attention preserve value over time. Apprentices learned these practices through observation and repetition. Young scribes watched elders prepare ink, shape paper, and copy texts. They practiced forming characters repeatedly, tested ink for consistency, and learned to handle fragile materials with care. Over time, ordinary repetition cultivated skill and discipline, enabling the reliable transmission of knowledge across generations. These quiet acts of practice and observation created a resilient intellectual infrastructure along the Silk Road. Administrative and trade records were particularly sensitive. Accuracy and clarity were paramount, and repeated verification was routine. Entries were checked, calculations repeated, and ledgers maintained meticulously. Minor errors could cause confusion or economic loss, so repeated diligence was essential. Even small, ordinary gestures, aligning sheets, rechecking figures, marking corrections, contributed to the broader network of reliability and trust that supported commerce, governance, and diplomacy. Knowledge traveled not only physically, but also culturally. Manuals for medicine, agriculture, and crafts were copied and carried along trade routes. Philosophical and religious texts accompanied merchants and monks, introducing ideas to distant regions. The repetition inherent in copying, reviewing, and preserving these works ensured that knowledge spread accurately and survived the challenges of travel. Ordinary acts of careful attention thus became the silent carriers of intellectual heritage. Environmental awareness guided the handling of paper and ink. Documents were stored away from moisture, sunlight, and extreme temperatures. Containers were adjusted, layers of wrapping replaced or tightened, and books or scrolls inspected repeatedly for signs of deterioration. Even minor interventions, performed consistently, preserved the durability and legibility of texts, allowing knowledge to endure long journeys and reach far-off regions intact. Markets, libraries, and educational centers were extensions of this careful system. Upon arrival, manuscripts were unpacked, inspected, and arranged systematically. Scribes, merchants, or officials repeated familiar practices, checking pages, aligning scrolls, and recording their arrival. Ordinary repetition ensured the continued accessibility and usability of knowledge, reinforcing both trade networks and cultural continuity. Security and preservation were intertwined. Valuable documents, whether trade permits, religious texts, or medical treatises, were monitored and protected. Travelers performed regular inspections, verified seals, and adjusted containers as needed. Even minor gestures, tightening bindings, shifting parcels, or smoothing sheets contributed to the resilience of intellectual exchange along the Silk Road. These quiet, repeated practices preserved not only objects, but also the ideas they contained. Reflecting on the movement of paper and ink, we see that the reliability of trade and culture depended on patience, repetition, and attention to detail. Ordinary acts: preparing ink, shaping paper, copying texts, packing documents, and repeated inspections ensured the flow of knowledge alongside goods. How did these repeated routines shape intellectual networks, influence education, and preserve cultural memory across distant regions? What can the quiet care of paper and ink reveal about the understated power of methodical human diligence in sustaining knowledge over centuries? As night falls along the Silk Road, manuscripts rest quietly, travelers prepare for sleep, and fires burn low. The gentle rhythm of attentive care, copying, inspecting, and adjusting pauses briefly, ready to resume at dawn. Across deserts, mountains, and river valleys, the quiet, repeated acts that transported knowledge continue to connect communities, preserve culture, and sustain human life. In this calm reflection, we recognize that ordinary, repeated acts: prepare ink, shaping paper, copying texts, inspecting documents, and maintaining records enabled the flow of knowledge across continents. Through these understated routines, intellectual networks flourished, cultures connected, and societies endured along one of history's most remarkable trade routes. Their legacy rests not in spectacle, but in the patient repetition of ordinary tasks, quietly sustaining learning, culture, and human connection across vast distances. As we continue along the Silk Road, the movement of paper, ink, and written knowledge reveals a rhythm of quiet diligence. While silk and spices were valued for commerce, paper and ink carried ideas, administrative details, and cultural heritage. The safe transport of these intellectual commodities relied on careful repetition, methodical handling, and ordinary acts performed with patience, ensuring that knowledge arrived intact at distant destinations. Scribes and merchants developed routines to protect fragile manuscripts. Each morning, documents were inspected for signs of moisture, tears, or insect damage. Scrolls and books were rearranged within containers to prevent pressure or bending. Layers of wrapping were checked and, if necessary, replaced. Travelers and handlers repeated these routines throughout the day, adjusting parcels during rest stops and before departure. Even minor gestures, smoothing pages, tightening bindings, or shifting scrolls were repeated to ensure durability. Over long journeys, such consistent care preserved both the physical document and the information it contained. Ink, the lifeblood of written knowledge, required careful preparation and attention. Scribes mixed soot, animal glue, and water to achieve a smooth consistency, testing small amounts on paper before committing to lengthy copying sessions. The preparation and testing of ink were repeated routinely, ensuring even color and smooth application. Minor adjustments, shading water, kneading the mixture, or blending components were performed again and again, a quiet practice that allowed texts to be legible and long-lasting. Copying manuscripts demanded a rhythm of repetition. Scribes worked slowly, forming each character or illustration with deliberate care. Mistakes were corrected immediately, often by scraping or washing away ink, then rewriting carefully. Pages were turned methodically, and lines checked for accuracy. This repeated attention ensured that information, whether administrative records, religious texts, or scholarly treatises, over generations, these acts preserved knowledge for future communities, contributing to intellectual continuity across regions. Travelers carrying documents also followed predictable routines. Parcels of manuscripts were packed for protection, stacked within containers, and secured on animals. Along the journey, repeated inspections ensured that moisture, dust, or jostling did not damage the materials. At inns and caravanserais, manuscripts were carefully unpacked, checked, and arranged to await the next stage of transport. This quiet repetition of daily routines maintained both the physical integrity of documents and the reliability of intellectual exchange. Apprentices learned through observation and practice. Young scribes watched elders prepare ink, handle paper, and copy texts. They imitated repeated gestures, smoothing fibers, testing ink, forming characters, and stacking manuscripts. Over time, repetition instilled skill, patience, and attention to detail. Ordinary, methodical acts passed down across generations created a durable system for preserving and transmitting knowledge, forming the backbone of intellectual continuity along trade routes. Environmental factors influenced routines. Heat, humidity, and dust posed constant risks to paper and ink. Travelers adjusted storage, rotated documents, and reinforced containers to mitigate damage. Small interventions, shifting parcels, wiping surfaces, adjusting bindings, were repeated, routinely protecting fragile manuscripts. These repeated acts reflected a deliberate awareness of environmental challenges and an understated commitment to the preservation of knowledge. Administrative and commercial records were particularly sensitive. Ledgers, tax receipts, and permits required accuracy and reliability. Scribes and traders performed repeated verifications, checked calculations, and ensured proper labeling. Minor corrections, repeated inspections, and methodical adjustments created a reliable infrastructure for trade, governance, and communication. Even small, repeated acts aligning pages, rewriting entries, or verifying seals contributed to the smooth function of social and economic networks. Knowledge also moved culturally through repeated routines. Manuals on medicine, agriculture, or craftsmanship traveled alongside commercial goods. Religious and philosophical texts accompanied merchants and monks, introducing ideas to distant regions. Copying, reviewing, and preserving these works involved repetition, ensuring the accuracy of transmitted knowledge. Ordinary, methodical practices allowed ideas to travel alongside commodities, creating a subtle yet enduring intellectual network. Security of knowledge was intertwined with careful handling. Valuable manuscripts were monitored, inspected, and repacked regularly. Travelers adjusted bindings, repositioned scrolls, and verified seals. Repeated, quiet gestures protected both the material and its contents. These routines, carried out consistently, created a resilient system that enabled documents to survive long journeys across deserts, mountains, and river valleys. Even minor acts contributed to the continuity of knowledge and the maintenance of intellectual networks. Markets, libraries, and educational centers served as endpoints for these repeated routines. Manuscripts were unpacked, checked, and arranged systematically. Scribes and scholars verified contents, catalogued texts, and prepared copies for circulation. Ordinary repetition ensured that knowledge remained accessible, usable, and preserved for future generations. These subtle practices reinforced both commerce and culture, ensuring that ideas could travel as reliably as physical commodities. The cumulative effect of these repeated, ordinary practices was profound. Paper, ink, and manuscripts arrived intact because of patience, diligence, and methodical care. Each minor gesture, mixing ink, smoothing paper, copying characters, inspecting bundles, was repeated consistently to maintain quality and reliability. Over time, these quiet routines created the invisible infrastructure that allowed knowledge to traverse vast distances and endure across centuries. Reflecting on these routines, we see the understated power of repetition and careful attention. Ordinary acts: preparing ink, shaping paper, copying texts, packing and inspecting documents, sustained intellectual networks and connected cultures. How did these repeated routines influence education, scholarship, and governance across distant regions? What might the quiet care of paper and ink reveal about the fundamental practices that allowed knowledge to persist through time and space? As night falls along the Silk Road, manuscripts rest quietly, travelers prepare for sleep, and fires burn low. The rhythm of attentive care, mixing ink, copying texts, inspecting documents, pauses briefly, ready to resume at dawn. Across deserts, mountains, and river valleys, these quiet, repeated acts that transported knowledge continue to connect communities, preserve culture, and sustain human life. In this calm reflection, we recognize the ordinary, repeated acts: preparing ink, shaping paper, copying texts, inspecting documents, and maintaining records enabled the flow of knowledge across continents. Through these understated routines, intellectual networks flourished, cultures connected, and societies endured along one of history's most remarkable trade routes. Their legacy rests not in spectacle, but in the patient repetition of ordinary tasks, quietly sustaining learning, culture, and human connection across vast distances.